What's going on, guys? I want to welcome you to something very special, the And Now Your Mama Knows All-Purpose Champions. And what that is a membership for the channel. It's $2.99 a month, and with $2.99 a month, you will get virtual videos. That's right, guys. What I'm doing is something different that no one else is doing. So for that $2.99, if you have any type of business, anything you sell, anything you want to promote, whether it's a YouTube channel, a social media page, I will make a custom video specifically for you, and I'll be illustrating everything that you tell me to. I'll add links to the video. It's going to be in a playlist, and that way it'll literally be your own personal advertisement. Also, guys, we're going to be doing member shout outs. So the people who are members, if you're an all-purpose champion, I'm going to have your name all over. I'm going to announce your name in multiple videos. Don't worry, guys. The world will know that you are an all-purpose champion. Something I also want to do, guys, that's going to be awesome and monumental is I'm going to have early access to videos. That's right. If you're an all-purpose champion, you'll be able to watch certain videos before anybody else. Also, guys, I have emojis and badges. And the cool thing about the badges are, the longer you become an all-purpose champion, guys, you get the upgrade from badges to badges to badges. So you can show everyone else your cool badges and why you're an all-purpose champion. Well, guys, thank you. And I know you all can't wait to rush out and become a Now Your Mama Knows all-purpose champion. So I'll see you guys in the next video. And now your mama knows.
And now your mama knows.
I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man! And now your mama knows.
29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What are you, fucking nuts? You thought?
Subscribe to the most epic channel on YouTube for live streams every week. Daily videos. Subscribe.
Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon! What's going on, guys? It's the Cowboy King of Entertainment. I'm back with another video, and it's another Tuesday. And what are we gonna be up to today? Well. There's a lot that's going on in the world, a lot that's going on with video games, and guys, we are here to talk about it. So if you guys are here to talk about some stuff, keep it real with the Cowboy. So if you're new to the channel, today I do the Keeping It Real with the Cowboy podcast, show, whatever you want to call it, but this is what it is. It's going to be fun, interactive. I'm going to read your comments. We're going to laugh. We're going to joke. We're going to talk trash. Just nobody get into their feelings, and everybody will be just fine. Now, on Wednesdays, I do the We Wrestle Wednesdays, and that's pretty much, you know what's funny? Why did I not move my chair out there? I don't know. I'm looking like, yo, why is my chair right there? Anyway, so, but yeah, so on Wednesdays, I do the We Wrestle Wednesdays Wrestling League. So if you guys watch wrestling, you're into it, check me out. And then, yeah, just put out some videos here and there. If you're a channel member, I got a bunch of videos that's anybody can see way ahead of time than anybody else. But yeah, other than that, that's pretty much the channel. As far as the show, it's gonna be pretty cool. What we do is we just discuss all type of topics. If you guys want to bring up a topic, then cool. All you gotta do is bring up your topic in the comments. Let me know. I'll bring it up and we'll jump on your comments. We'll jump on your topic. Everybody's pretty much a part of this. So guys, it's gonna be nothing less than epic. Trust and believe and trust me. What else? Also, I'll put the link so anybody could join. So if you're watching the show, you kind of like, I got something to say, the link is going to be sitting in the comments. You'll click on it. It'll pull you on. No funny business because I'll boot you right up out of here. But yeah, you can join me as well. So with that being said, I'm going to grab a chair. Oh, hold on. Wait. Before I grab a chair, I haven't worked out in a minute, man. Well, not a minute, but I did a lot of swimming over the weekend, riding my bike, and I was a little beat. So I haven't done any workouts since then. So let me just hit a couple of these. All right. You gotta get it right, get it tight. So I'm gonna do a couple. All right, that feels good. Let me do slow up. Slow down. Bring it up. All right, cool. All right, that's good. Let me hit a couple of these real quick. Guys, what we didn't know in the late 80s and 90s and 2000s is you can work out and hit it light. More reps is probably going to be more safer for you, and you'll be good. So I know, you know, we grew up thinking you have to lift super heavy, but if you look now, the science is definitely turning in the favor, and it's more safe. But with that being said, I'm going to grab a chair. I hope you guys grab a chair, and let's get into this show, because it's going to be epic. So, hopefully everybody can hear me good. I know before I was having a problem. Now I actually got my microphone right here, which I don't like to have my mic on screen. I like to be the guy that's free, move all around, but it is what it is. Make sure you hit that like button. Let's see. So my man Mike is in the building. Mike, I call you the Cowboy. Let me see. FCAT said no link. Rouster's in the building. As long as you go to 1 to 2 reps to failure, you're good. Listen, man, I remember going to failure back in the day. It's probably what tore my damn tricep. You guys see that? Oh, yeah. But it is what it is. Work out responsibly. All right, so here's the link to join the show. You guys can click on this link. Rouster, man, if you're free, join us, man. There you have it. I'm going to pin it, too, so if anybody coming late, it will be pinned. And also, let me do this little
thing that YouTube likes. I'll make a goal, and I'll put my goal for 3 hours. And if you guys donate $5, I will have a KFC bowl. KFC bowl. We was gonna get that yesterday, but the stuff closed earlier around here on holidays. KFC bowl. Yeah, that's good. All right, start the goal. All right, cool. Okay, so with that being said, we're gonna get into it. So I got some people in the back already ready to come on and jump on. Let me see. Are you discussing exercise today? Man, oh man, not really. I mean, we're gonna discuss the way the wind blows, Rouster. So if you wanted to talk about working out, because you wanted me to show you what I do to look this good at my age, Rouster. Oh wait, Rouster, we got the same age. Damn. Man, I gotta measure my arms, Rouster. This is my arm for my surgery. It's definitely smaller. All right. Anyway, but yeah, man. If my thing is, I'll talk about whatever anybody want to talk about, and I'll read just about any of the comments that comes in. So, if you want to bring up any workout stuff, man, we could get into a conversation. Definitely can. I have some weird things going on right now. So my eyes been burning for the last couple of days. Like it used to be, if I stay up really late, it was like me being penalized, right? As I got a little older, that didn't happen when I was younger. And so lately my eyes just been like watering and burning. It hasn't been stopping, so it's really annoying. It isn't as bad as it was the other day, but it is pretty annoying. I don't like it. So I guess I'm ready to bring the people in that's been sitting in the back. So coming in is none other than the guy. He used to be my right-hand man. He used to have his own show on this channel. So it's only fitting to bring him on here with an intro. His very own intro. So guys, bringing on none other than my guy, F the Cat.
Yeah.
What's up, F Cat man? How you doing?
Doing chilling.
I gotta turn up my volume. I keep forgetting.
An echo over there.
Echo. Why are you always saying you hear an echo?
I don't know.
Or maybe. Well, so I just turned up the volume. Before it was low. So hold up. Let me see something. Let me pause.
I was on GeForce now the other day, I think yesterday or something like that. And they added Game of Thrones King's Room.
Say that again? Sorry, I'm trying to check this thing.
Game of Thrones King's Road. I've been checking that out. That's not that bad of a game. It's a mobile game.
Oh, you talking about that game? The mobile game?
Yeah.
Dude, it looks so good. I thought it was a regular game. I was telling my friends, Josh Warren and Big Mike, like, yo, this Game of Thrones games look dope. And then Josh was like, wait, it's a mobile game. I was like, it's a mobile game? So ever since I knew it was a mobile game, I didn't pay attention to it too much. But it actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah, on PC you use controller and Mac frame where you play it on nice like graph things and all.
I mean, I could use this.
Yeah.
Just saying. Well, maybe not. It depends. All right, well,
you can pull me up.
All right, well, hold on. We got one more person that's trying to come in the house. You know what that is?
Oh, we got to get into that thing first.
Huh?
Last of Us.
Mm-hmm. You said it. So coming in.
I saw it. I was able to see it today because they released it on the free thing.
Bet. All right, well, hold on. Coming in is none other than the guy who bleeds blue. I feel like it's PlayStation blood. Would it be blue? Would it be white? Sometimes the accents is black. Anyway, this guy bleeds nothing but PlayStation because he is that PlayStation gamer.
You really think you're gonna have the Last of Us finale and PPG's not gonna show up? Mm-mm. That's not how it works around here.
Not how it works around here, man. All right, well, let's get into it. So, first of all, how you doing, man?
Pretty good, just relaxing, freaking stressing about bills, but hey, that's part of being an adult.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, I know you only been an adult for about 4 years now, but hey, listen, man. You know?
You're funny, man. You're funny.
Well, welcome to the real world, you know what I'm saying?
Life sucks.
Right,
Let's get into it.
Let's bring FCAT back on the panel. And
was it much of a finale though? Like that's the question. Like, should we spoil the ending for everybody right now?
What ending?
So
it's just part 1 of 3 parts.
Was that a dream or did it actually happen?
You're funny, FCAT. You funny. You funny, man.
Seriously.
Let me pull up The Last of Us Season 2. Let me just get a picture for us. Let me go to images. Give me something we could use. Is this a? I hate when they say you go. Okay, yeah, we'll do this right here.
Do the pictures Abby with the new Seattle.
Well, she was barely in the episode, if we're being clear. So here's my thing.
Hey, that's the name.
Well, let me just say this. Guys, we're about to get into The Last of Us. The season finale. That was Sunday. So if you didn't see it yet, just dip off real quick. So spoiler alert. And I'm just being honest. I warned y'all. I know some people are going to come in here and they're going to say they didn't know, and I apologize. But at the end of the day, I find myself a winner.
And you know what winners say? Fuck the losers who can't take a joke. Man the fuck up.
And as I'm eating my bag of M&Ms,
let me start off because I actually saw a clip of the theater fight scene between Abby and Ellie, the game version. Then I saw what they showed in this, and there was barely any theater fight scene.
Yeah, I guess that's gonna be season 3.
Right.
Yeah.
That's gonna season 3 or season 4.
So here's the thing. I heard that season 3 was going to be a lot about Abby, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Abby
here's one thing. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. My bad. So, here's my thing. I said in the game, Abby should have been DLC. Abby should have been. You should have played her after you beat the game with Ellie. And look what they're doing in the show. They even know the show will be too convoluted to have Abby, Ellie, Ellie, Abby. They both hate each other. They're both going against each other. They both technically are doing something for a good cause, for something messed up to happen. Like, it's too convoluted. So the developers or directors know, bro, calm down. Let's just barely show Abby, let Ellie get her shine, and then we're going to have nothing but Abby. Watch. And again, that's why I said the game dropped the ball. But anyway, I digress.
Yeah, but what happens at the end that makes it to where it's just Abby?
Hold on, say again?
Remember the end? Remember you wasted it.
Yeah. We let you live, and you wasted it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
so the thing is, we'll get there. I mean, they say that they might have a season 4, that this might take them all the way to season 4. So, but as of what we've seen recently, I think it was a decent episode, but I felt like the Joel episode, episode 6 probably should have been a finale. That hit harder to me. Now,
that was
peak. Huh? Yeah, it was to me. That should have been. It should have ended on that.
Yeah, and I agree. Fuck it, man. I got a video coming up about this finale and season 2 as a whole, but I'm just gonna say it, man. And some people might. I think a lot of people actually are gonna agree with me. The game did it better. It's just like the show. The show's good. The problem is the game did it better.
No, so like season 2 is like lackluster compared to season 1. Season 1, like, won all those awards and things like that. It was, it was new, it was original, groundbreaking. This was like, I don't know.
Well, I will say this.
Maybe it feels forged.
It's kind of unfair to compare this to season 1, because season 1 was the complete story of the first half of it.
Right.
And even throw some DLC stuff in there. So I think the best way to look at it is this is a part 1 of a 3-part story.
Right.
You're going to get the Abby section next time, and then you'll get the final section between Ellie and Abby. But I'm going to tell you right now, I think I heard the ratings fell off for this. People were just not interested. We might not get season 4. Maybe they're just going to have to double up on season 3 and just call it good.
So, you know what?
I don't see this season actually maybe not getting as many awards. It might get some, but not as many.
Here's the thing. I think that this season resembles the game. I love the season, the first part 1, 10 out of 10. I'm saying part 2, I didn't like as much. My wife and I, we took a long time before we came back and finished it. And it's just too much. You got Abby. You got Ellie. You got Joel got killed. You got these new tribe people that's in the woods. You got the one dude who was part of the one people and turned on them, and then the Isaac. Like, what is going on? It's too much. It's too much. And it's like, and they're trying to string it out, so it's like, okay, you're focused on, you don't, listen, it's too much, it was too much going on in season 2. Season 1 was straightforward. Season 2 is too much going on. Now you're about to pause where we're at, focus on Abby. I just feel like the game kind of, not that the game was bad, but the game wasn't great to me, part 2. And my issues with part 2, the game, is my issues with part 2 of the season. So it just, I just say that.
Season 2 high point was when they killed Joel. That was probably like the best episode of the entire season.
Yeah, that episode. All right, so that episode could go neck to neck to episode. So that episode could go neck to neck to episode 6, because that we got to see Joel die. We got to see the whole thing with the zombies or the infected coming. It was just an intense balls to the wall episode. Now episode 6 was so good because it answered debates that people have been having forever. You got to find out before Joel died that they did piece it up. That was heartfelt. You got to finally know what happened with this Eugene guy. And on top of that, Eugene was bigger than what I thought. It was like, okay, fine, we're going to find out that Joel killed him, blah, blah, blah. But it was the catalyst to break Ellie's back, right, with Joel. So both of those episodes was really good for different reasons. Now, we got somebody in the back who wants to jump in here. This guy, dare I say, he is the epitome of death because he defied death when he got on a plane from Philadelphia to Japan and he made it back alive, even though Final Destination was coming out some weeks later. So give it up for none other than the maker of games.
What's up?
Maker, what's going on, man?
They changed a lot.
Wait, say that again? You're talking about?
They changed a lot between the game and the show. Like for one, you didn't really get to see any of the other like the people on the island until you did Abby's part. Really.
Okay.
Like, well, I mean, you saw them, but they were just like regular enemies. You didn't. How do I describe it? Ellie didn't really go onto the island until later on into the
right.
Or did Ellie go to the island?
So, according to one of the writers of the game, they actually intended to have a part where basically what happened in the show would have happened in the game. Ellie would have got swept up in a storm, would have landed on a terrified island, almost died, but then would have been saved because of the attack going on with Isaac's group.
Right, yeah, they said they wanted to.
And it would go to the aquarium.
It just felt really weird. It was like, why even have this scene? Because she just wound up back where she was going to begin with.
It was kind of like, hey, this is a nice idea on paper, but it's kind of breaking the flow of what you're going for here.
Yeah, I think they only did it because one, the lady said that was originally planned, but I think they did it because the scene earlier where Ellie wanted to save the one kid that they was gonna kill.
She thought they were like innocent, and it's like, no, they are not innocent. Right. They are just bad.
So now we got to throw it back in her face that like, oh wait, they're gonna kill anybody. So maybe that might play into it later on, and we'd be like, oh, it's good they did that scene, because maybe later on she probably would be shooting them in the head and don't care. But but go ahead, man.
It all felt rushed to me, like the whole season. Like they skipped out so much from the game, like because like at this point there's like so much killing and death between like Ellie and all this. It just feels like they did not give it enough breathing room, or they didn't like.
So, Maker,
in my opinion.
I'm gonna keep saying it, Maker. The game sucked because that's why for the parts that the game did suck, it was too much. So you're trying to take this convoluted story and then you're trying to throw it into the show, and you only got 7 episodes. It's like, dude, what do you do? Like, so the people are like, oh, they got rid of this and that. The game shouldn't have had all of that. It was too much. And I'll keep saying it till I don't say it. That's what the problem was with the game. DLC would have solved it all. Abby should have been DLC, where when you beat the game, you unlocked her story. It was just too much in the game itself. So you're going to mirror that on TV screen. Now you feel like they didn't show enough. If they showed more, you'd be like, what the hell is going on in this show?
Well, the thing is, like, slowly, one by one, she, like, kills off all the people that were there. And in this one, it just, like, it skips. It goes, like, straight to, like, she goes to the hospital. She finds the woman there.
What was extra weird is, like, she goes to the fucking television station where, in the game, she finds one of the dead bodies of Abby's friends. And that's how she finds out her name is Abby and everything. And it's like, no, she already knew this stuff, so why go to the TV station? Oh, because we want to see how far out we can see. It's
like, she was still trying to find where Abby was at, though. So she kept getting clues of where she was.
Abby's not going to be in the middle of a fucking dead city.
But I mean, I feel like they could have maybe expanded a bit more on the relationship between Ellie and Dina. I would have liked that a bit, and like have them have more like conversations before it felt like they jumped into that. Or and I agree with you with like the best episodes are the episode where Joel died and the episode with the flashbacks. Those are the episodes.
Real quick. Let me read this. Rousey said, I've never measured my arms before, but since we're talking about it, I found a tape measure, and my right arm measured at 18 inches, and I don't know how big that is, but I know it's pretty good. But what about your other arm? Like, I swear, when I had my surgery, my right arm is definitely smaller. I've been meaning to have my wife measure it, but she hasn't done it. Goon Squad's in the building. He said, he said, that's how it was in the game. He says, Owen doesn't die in the game either.
No, Owen dies. He gets stabbed in the fucking. shot or stabbed, if I remember correctly.
And Rouster said, "It's time to go home. Have a good stream." Thanks, Rouster. Now here's a question for you guys. I can't remember. I thought Ellie in the game stabbed the pregnant chick.
Yeah.
She killed her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I think the player has to push square to do it. Which is like
it just felt it felt more like her vengeance was the fault in the game, and in this it just felt like an accident. And I'm just
to me, what's the biggest problem I have with it, and much as I think Bella Ramsey did a good job, she doesn't convey anger like Ellie from the game does. When Ellie is mad in the game, you hear it in her voice. Like, no, I want to kill.
You know what the problem is? Here's the problem. I feel like most of the season, Ellie was just mute. Once Ellie and Dina became like a couple, I felt like Dina was a star. She had more talking lines. Ellie was more like little puppy dog person. I feel like they shouldn't have did that. They should have gave less of a star role to Dina because she did overshadow Ellie to me. I felt like she was the main character. She was always, Ellie, no, you can't do this, you can't do that. Ellie, don't do this, do that. Ellie's like, okay, you're right. I'm like, yo, you're Ellie. You're the main star. But I felt like that was probably a problem.
Was she pregnant for a fungus zombie baby?
What?
Was Dina pregnant for a fungus zombie baby?
You're disgusting.
What?
I mean, you know how
she can't.
Zombie babies.
Okay, so how Ellie's affection works is it's specifically to her. Because remember, in season 1, we found out her mother cut the umbilical cord right as the cordyceps were spreading to Ellie. So Ellie can't cure people by blood or whatever. Like she saw in
right.
So literally, they would have to take it out of her brain to make a cure. So no, Ellie ain't gonna make no cordyceps babies.
Well, Ellie can't impregnate someone.
Dina
that would be actually an interesting question. Sorry, go ahead. I was just thinking about this because, could Ellie, if she had an offspring, actually have a kid that was immune? I wonder.
That's it. I would think probably. It'd probably be like sickle cell. So you know how the sickle cell, right? So if you have two people that have sickle cell, they kid can have sickle cell. If you have one person that has I actually have a sickle cell trait, right? So let me back up. If you have two people that have the sickle cell trait, then it's possible that they kid can have that full sickle cell, right? So it's probably like that. Like she is immune, and it'll probably be a 50-50 that her kid could be, immune. But if somebody was also immune, then it'd probably be 100 that they could, their kid would be immune, but there's nobody else that's immune that we know of anyway.
We know Ellie ain't making no babies. That's the thing.
I did want to specify to what Goon Squad says in the chat. That was during the flashback. Owen did die in the same scene, like that's in the show.
No, he died when Ellie went to the aquarium and then found Mel and Owen fighting, and then Well,
he shot, she shot him.
Yeah, both in the show and the game, he's the aggressor, and then Ellie responds by killing him and then essentially killing Mel. So yes, Owen does die in the game. That's actually why Abby really hunts down Ellie at the end, because I don't think Goon Squad paid attention to this, but in the game, Abby does not give a fuck about anyone except one person. And technically two by towards the end of the game, Lev and Owen. And even Owen's questionable.
Oh, real quick. We got to do this, all right? Well, I got to do this. If I can get it right. All right. I got to say this. Obi Rose, welcome to the Chosen Zone! What's up, Obi? I couldn't help myself. All right. Guys, Obi Rose is in the building. He said, dang, we're going to have to play it again. How did you miss that, bro?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Mel literally calls Abby a piece of shit. Like, you're a terrible person. Stop pretending to be good.
No, my main question from the beginning was: is Ellie dead? Did she get shot?
No.
What?
Well, okay, she got shot at, but no, she ain't dead.
Okay.
So it was crazy though. They took the liberty to make that at the end. She is pretty close to her, so you gotta ask yourself, how did she miss, right?
Yeah.
So it does make you can't wait to see what happens. You know what I mean?
Arms
But-
trembling. When your arms trembling like this, like she was, it's hard to get like an accurate aim.
Nah,
Well, they also
Yet she just got a headshot on Jesse.
What?
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Wait,
dude.
hold on, wait.
Can we
So they
talk about that fucking angle supposedly she got on him? So he comes
No, wait.
from the door. He comes from the door and like he gets shot in the side of his head, but she's across from him. How do you get a shot from a side, but you're across from him?
Well, you don't see exactly where you don't see exactly where she's at that
Right,
point.
it's literally
just-
like right under his eye, like from an angle.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they don't show the shot of her standing there shooting him. You just see him get shot. So you don't know if where she was standing at and if she ran closer or whatever. But here's the thing: they don't show where Dina's at. So
Yeah, they do. She's in the back, fucking puking her guts out.
they don't show her.
Yeah, they do. They show her literally before they even Ellie talks to Jesse and Tommy.
No. When what's his name is shot and she's aiming at Abby, they don't show where Dina's at. So for all we know, Dina could run up and push her or something. Huh?
Yeah. I think that's probably what's gonna happen.
She jumped in front. Yeah, and she gets
So,
shot.
yeah,
No, she didn't get that.
I gotta say, man, much as I love The Last of Us, this was just, I could tell it was rushed. I think this was actually going on during the writing.
Bro, I don't think here's my problem. It wasn't rushed. The game was stupid. It was literally the show feels like I had a gripe with the game when it came out, and you guys driving me crazy. Everything you're saying about this show is how I feel about the game. It only is like this because the game was like this, and whether they took this out or not, the game it was too much going on, and that's why the show feels like this because the game was the same way. I'm just saying.
I think the game did go on for too long, like as like a whole, because it feels like the game ends and then it continues onward. It feels so long. But in terms of, I would have liked to see, because they could have easily had more content of showing the world, showing where they're at a bit more, talking.
Right, that's what I wanted more.
I wanted to see more of that, more relationship stuff between like her talking to Jesse, her talking to Dina. Like, give me more, like show me how they are as like a group. Like, is Jesse jealous of Ellie now that Ellie's with Dina? Like, I want to see more of that interactions between these different characters, and they just it feels like they just skip all of that because there's no sections in between. It's just, I'm here.
I'm telling you, the problem is it's too much ground to cover. The game had too much going on, and as a show, they gotta pick
episodes. They only have 7. That's not a lot.
That's not a lot.
They could have easily had 9 episodes, and it would have felt much better.
I agree.
But no, we gotta do 7 because that's one less than the one we did before.
But you know the thing is, no. The last season had 9 episodes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was. Oh yeah.
No, you said one less. But anyway, I mean, listen, I still like the show, right? What's cool for me is I already didn't care about the part 2 of the game. So I'm not as hard on this season. I'm just watching and enjoying it because it still is a good story. It still is a cool zombie type of show, right? The characters are interesting. It's still convoluted just like the game, but it's I know what to expect. So for me, I guess I'm not judging it hard as some other people or you guys might be. I was really hard on season 1, and season 1 was great. But season 1, because I loved the game, it had to do it right. See, so for me, luckily for me, I didn't care too much about the game, so I'm not as bent out of shape over the season. I'm enjoying it.
Well, I mean, I would say even still, the whole the season as a whole it's a good season. I'd probably still give it a 7 overall, but comparing it to the first season, the first season is easily a 9 out of 10 for me.
Yep.
It was fantastic, and it just feels like a letdown. And I'm worried about the next season. Like, how's that gonna be?
Well, I think the reason why I think the next season might be better is because they're gonna not make it convoluted. It looks like they're gonna focus on those 3 days with Abby, because you're kind of like, wait, why does Abby is not there with Isaac? What's going on? So I feel like if they make it like a show, which has a main character, not 30 main characters, then I feel like you might enjoy it. So if they make Abby the main character and you follow Abby's journey, and then by the end of that, then you connect back to her trying to shoot Ellie. Maybe the last 2 or 3 episodes should be, finish off where she tried to shoot Ellie, because it would kind of suck to wait a whole however many years to find out what happened with Ellie trying to, probably get shot. But I gotta have a feeling you guys might like the next one better if they directed the way I'm thinking.
I think it will be better because you're going to get more context. I think that's going to be a big thing.
Yep.
If they stick with the story in the game. If they divert or they have like weird moments like they did this season,
right.
I will be more worried about it.
Yeah, but I think it was a good job to have that episode with Eugene and everything. I mean, that didn't happen in the game, but that was great. I felt that was a good episode. That was probably the best episode, if not one of them. So, I think that was a good job, though. But I think that's all I got to say about it. As a whole, if we're rating it, I think, I'll have to give it a 7 as well, as Maker said. If you guys want to rate it from 1 to 10, I think the season gets a 7 for me. What about you, FCAT?
This season felt like Book of Boba Fett, where like the only good episode had Pedro Pascal in it. Like, I give it like a 5.
Okay.
5 or 6.
What about you, TPG?
I think a 7. I think 7's the right spot. There was a couple good episodes, but a lot of the episodes feel like they're just kind of just, hey, we're in Seattle. We're kind of doing the stuff from the games, and that's it. Like, I was like, goddamn, I wanted them to do more. That's what I wanted. More. Not the same. More. So, 7. Pedro Pascal saved the show. When in doubt, break glass for Pedro Pascal.
Well, I'll say this. I don't want to go on about it, but real quick, somebody said my boy Big Mike was like, "Well, the show isn't as good because Pedro Pascal isn't in it. That Bella Ramsey can't carry it." I'm like, I don't agree with that. I never looked at Pedro Pascal as he's this amazing actor. I think he's good, but I don't think his character was a good part in the show. But if you play the game, you know he must die. I'm glad he died earlier on in the show because that's how it should have felt. I think Bella Ramsey could do a great job. I just think they made half of the season her being a puppy dog to Dina. If they didn't do that, we probably would have liked her character even more. So I wanted to add that. What's up?
We had so much fun at the beach on your boogie board.
You know what? I am really happy for you.
Yeah, we had so much fun. A nice girls' day.
Nice.
Come on, Jessica.
Murder celebrating 24 months.
But I want to do this though.
I'll just make my
Did you catch Murders?
Real quick.
Yeah.
The reason why the game did better because I'm not gonna have to wait 2 fucking years to find out what happens.
Well, you don't have to wait because you played it in the game.
Exactly. You just go right to it. It's like, oh, Abby shoots Ellie. Guess what? Cut to Abby. Play Abby's part. Then you find out.
All right, so let me do this real quick. Let me pull this up on the screen, and I want to do something real quick. This was something I wanted to do today. So I want to thank 50 28 months membership, and I appreciate it. Listen, I know you're dealing with the wife and everything, so I do want to make a mention here. So on the screen is all of the channel members currently. I want to thank everybody who's ever been a channel member. The current channel members are Mr. 1030. He was the very first member. Celebrates 43 months. Severance is a member. Celebrates 26 months. Here, let me make this a little bigger so you guys can see it. All right, that should be good. Healing Blood, 2 months. Hot Pockets, 18 months. Purple Haze, 35 months. Dave Jimenez, 40 months. Dodge Man, 21 months. Josh Warren, 43 months. Clo Diz, 22 months. 503, as it came up, that's 28 months, but he, it shows he rejoined 17 months ago. Rudigs, 30 months. Let me, Clo Diz, 26 months, so she's in here twice. And so that's amazing, using 2 accounts. And Ray, my guy, 36 months. So I do want to thank the channel members. I appreciate it. I just started a new thing where for channel members, I'm going to respond to channel member comments via a short. So I'm not going to do regular shorts. What I was doing was saving up shorts every 2 or 3 weeks and just respond to a bunch of comments. It is a little time consuming. So now those would just be directly for channel members. And also if you're a channel member, I got probably like 15 videos that I'm going to slowly release to everybody, but they're there for the channel members. You can see them before anybody else. So I just want to thank you guys. Also to make it clear, I'm not doing the channel member videos anymore. Anybody who I didn't do it for, I will still do it if you want to, but it does take a lot of time and energy and effort of finding all these pieces to make these videos, and to be honest, not many people care to watch them anyway, so I want it to be something special, but I don't think it's as special as I thought it would be. So I just want to say thank you to all the channel members, and so I appreciate you guys very much. So give it up for the channel members. All right, now with that being said, let's move on. So let's bring on the bacon, as so to speak, because we're gonna get into some stuff. So let's bring you guys back on.
I want this to be like with Chucky, like instead of him saying baby sick.
Oh, you need me to put Chucky first? My bad. I done ruined it. I ruined it. Oh man, all right, so guys, Keelan, look, you just popped in just in time, man, as I pulled you up. What's going on, man? I again appreciate you for being a channel member. Definitely, I might be able to join for bro. You don't have to do that, but I appreciate you, man. Listen, when I was first became monetized, I was weird about the channel membership. I didn't want to do it, and people were like, bro, just do it. YouTube allows you to. I was like, yo, I'm weird about taking money from people, and it was like, it's just something that YouTube allows you to do. They get their 30% cut. And, people who, feel like they formed a connection or for whatever reason, if they have the funds, they want mine. So I did it, and I appreciate you guys. So thank you very much. Wanted to say that. What'd you say?
We'll pull up to today's breaking news.
Hey, can we talk about the days of play and how Sony is now the only fucking console maker that's actually lower the price?
Okay, hold on. We have other things to talk about. So, what do you guys want to bring up first?
Pull me up. This is the breaking news for today. This is
all right. So when I pull you, do you need me to play Chucky?
No.
All right.
Pull this up.
You say yes or no?
No.
Okay, all right. We don't need Chucky. All right, so breaking news.
Yeah.
All right.
Apple is planning on making a dedicated app for video games on its devices.
Yeah, it's called Apple TV.
What does that sound like to you, Cowboy?
I don't know. Google the
Apple TV.
Stadia.
Look at it.
Yeah. What is the Chromecast? It sounds like a Chromecast, right? So, like you said, Apple TV.
Wake me up.
There we go. What y'all think?
It's relevant.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is anything crazy, right? So listen, I don't think this is anything crazy. So here's the thing: we got Chromecast, we got the Fire Sticks. I mean, there already is an Apple TV thing is already a thing, right? So the question is, are they gonna have like their Apple games and you're gonna be able to play it on the TV? Like, so what are we talking about here?
They're talking about isn't it AAA games, nigga? Or they didn't. I don't think they went into specifics of what kind of games they're gonna put on there.
No. It's more so like a dedicated app specifically for video games on their platforms.
for their games, but not AAA games.
So, but what are we talking about?
Games in general, it's a gaming center. It's not like an actual. Like,
so wait, what are we talking about? Cloud gaming?
No, this isn't a cloud gaming thing.
Okay, so how would they get the games on their stuff?
This is just a dedicated gaming app. So, like, you know how if you have an Android phone, they have like a game center or whatnot. That's basically what this is for Apple.
So it'd be mobile games, right?
So like a Samsung Hub.
Yeah.
But
are you just realizing Apple fucking sells video games on their phones?
Well, yeah.
But,
come on, man. This is what it is. It's a glorified mobile app for their mobile games. Congratulations. No one gives a shit.
I thought this meant Stadia. I thought everybody.
He said it meant Stadia.
Apple
did it to AAA games.
People didn't read it, thought it was Stadia.
It said Stadia.
Okay, let me ask you. Let's ask this a serious question here. Do you really think Nintendo is going to let competition on their platform take away attention from them?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. But let's move on. This week's news. Splitgate 2 ran into a server issue.
Now, is this a closed beta or is it open?
This is a open beta, free for everybody. They ran into a 24-hour server issue. They fixed it in there. And the waiting queue, the logging queue got better.
Wait, is this just for PC?
No, it's on everything.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yo, I swear, I always download these betas and demos, and I never play them.
By the way, Elden Ring Night Rain is coming out soon.
Oh, wait, so I could play this beta on PlayStation right now?
Yeah.
Let me download it.
It is really, really good. Like,
here's what's funny, right?
Splitgate 2 can become possibly an esport, like competitive esport game.
Hey, I get that.
Like
here's
the
what's
first
funny.
game.
When they had that trailer for it, they mentioned all these games. They was like, as good as a movement as Titanfall 2. They was like, gunplay is as good as Halo 3 or Part 2. I think they said. They was like, but they, you know what they didn't say? They didn't say nothing about Call of Duty. I was like, whoa, I thought Call of Duty was like the end all be all when it came to first person shooters. But they didn't say Call of Duty at all. I thought that was funny.
As of right now, Splitgate 2 is more popular than Halo Infinite, Fragpunk, the finals. Like,
well, to you, you've been talking about this game forever.
Yeah, like the first game, like I would run the table, I would get match made against people like didn't know how to play. But like in this one, after like a couple of matches, I'm thrown into dudes that know what they're doing. Like I'm in real deal.
Was the first game on PC?
No, the first game's on everything.
Bro, I don't even know anybody who talked about that game but you. And I think you was talking about it after it died. So I don't know.
I mean, it was relatively popular, but I would not compare it to like the likes of even like Halo Infinite. I think even Halo Infinite had more players.
This game is 10 times better than Halo Infinite. I will say that.
I think, so hold up.
I think the original. The original game was fun.
So FK, I think the thing you got to think about though is it all depends, right? Because one of the biggest difference with Splitgate is those portals. And not everybody's going to be cool with the portal. So you can't just it's a niche type game like Titanfall, having big titans that you jump in, right? Everybody didn't like Titanfall, right? For the type of game it was. Everybody's not going to like this game because you got portals, you're running through it. For me, I look at it like, bro, I don't want to do all that. Now maybe I'll play it and like it, but I instantly it pushes me back because its main mechanic is portals. So I feel like that's you gotta keep that in mind.
I'm looking at Steam right now. They're in the past 24 hours, the max amount of people on the beta is 769. That's not a lot. Like Halo Infinite beat that out of the water easy. I can look up at the original game and see how it did on that.
Oh wow, he's actually saying the murder's actually
they got
right
so
now.
many people that they couldn't update the game anymore.
Splitgate's all-time peak was at 67,000. And let me see what Halo Infinite, and this is not counting the Game Pass users.
For Xbox users, because I don't think Xbox gives out that kind of data.
Halo Infinite max peak on Steam was 256,000 all-time peak. So yeah, Halo Infinite blows Splitgate in terms of popularity out of the water.
I mean, I didn't think that was. I didn't think that was a hard thing to come up with, but
I mean, everybody's been down in Halo Infinite lately.
People did because they didn't release enough content out of it.
Yeah,
it didn't keep up with people's demand for content, and Splitgate in particular just didn't hit the peaks that Halo Infinite hit in its launch. That's all that is.
It's so funny because, like, actually, I think a lot of people complain more about the campaign for Halo Infinite than they complain about the multiplayer. But like the multiplayer, gameplay wise, is fine. Content wise, is
solid.
Yeah, everything was in there at launch.
Yeah.
And now everything's screwed up.
Halo Studios, man, they dropped the ball. But Splitgate 2, I want to play this, but it's like, I'm not really into these kind of games. I'm not really into that, traditional
if you
multiplayer
like
game. I like my battle royales, for example.
Yeah, I
like
just feel like
arena shooter. This is an arena shooter.
I just feel like the whole Portal thing is going to remind me of Fortnite with building. I feel like once they turned off building, I was more into Fortnite. And maybe if you could play Splitgate 2 without portals, I don't know. But again, that's the games. That's what makes it popular. That's its mechanics. So.
Okay, next topic.
The
portals is what makes it different from Halo. Like,
I know, and that's what I'm trying to say to you is. What I'm trying to say to you is you can't say how great you think the game is because there's going to be a lot of people, again, just like the extraction game. Some people don't want to play extraction shooters, right? And so same thing with this. I look at this as like, it's a niche type game. It's not for everybody because I know people who like Destiny and this and that. Then you go like, oh yeah, similar to Destiny and Halo. They're like, oh cool. They're like, bro, you didn't tell me you had to shoot portals and run through walls. I'm like, oh. I'm like, how did you leave that out? Now somebody might like it, but I could easily see some people be like, yeah, I don't like that. You know what I mean? So I just think that's something to consider when you say how great the game might be.
I think for a smaller team, I think it was significantly popular. Like it's good enough to where it has its own fan base now, but it is more middle of the road rather than like a big AAA fan base.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll try to remember to check it out.
Murder said he's playing Splitgate 2 right now. FK smoking dirt, we Splitgate.
He's playing right now, yeah. Also, Dodgeman said right now his game of the year is Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Dodgeman, get in here. I know you playing that.
I thought FK said nobody was playing that and the world hated it.
I could play Splitgate 2 and Halo Infinite right after, and it feel like the same game. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Man, that means Dodgeman ain't playing a lot of games.
Except
it doesn't have portals.
Yeah, I was about to say, except in Halo, you can't walk through walls and ceilings. That's a FK. If you don't think that's a big deal to a game's mechanic, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, to be able to just run through the wall and drop through the ceiling, like, that's a big deal. That changes the game. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean? That's a big game mechanic.
Yeah, when you learn it and learn how to utilize it, right?
Oh yeah, I'm sure when you do it's gonna be like, oh, this is cool. But I'm just saying, like throwing it loosely, like I mean, it's just like Halo with portals, like portals. You know what I mean? But anyways,
don't knock until you try, huh? Why would I play Kirkland Select fucking Ghost of Tsushima, aka Assassin's Creed Shadows?
I've heard if you like the Assassin's Creed games, you'll like Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Yeah, I mean, I hear a lot of I've heard more good things about Assassin's Creed Shadows than bad things. I heard all the bad things. I heard was like, oh, it's woke, or I didn't hear people actually have a problem with the game itself. I've heard more like good things. So
I've heard it has the same issues as all other Assassin's Creed games. So I mean, like, if you're okay with that, then yeah, you're gonna love it.
right.
But I've heard, like, if you're not a fan of Odyssey or Valhalla, you're not gonna like it.
Only thing I heard was you're gonna it feels weird when you go from stealth to action. So it depends. It's gonna make you like one or the other more. You know.
Let me get off of this thing because it's going to keep reminding us Elden Ring Night Rain's about to come out. There's another game about to come out, guys. Mine's Eye.
Oh, this is trash fire.
Totally broken, buggy, effective mess.
You know what's crazy?
Cowboy he's more excited for this than
every time I see the trailer for this, I'm more excited for this than Grand Theft Auto. I just feel like Grand Theft Auto. Again, now I didn't play that much of Grand Theft Auto online, so maybe you guys are experiencing something that's amazing. I always said, man, if they ever make Grand Theft Auto multiplayer, that'd be amazing. But I said that like probably 20 years ago. So, but for me, as far as a campaign, this looks cool because it's kind of futuristic. But I don't know about it being buggy and all that. I mean, I hear some people are saying that, or saying that it's basic or blah, blah, blah. I didn't play the game, so I can't say myself. But when I see trailers, the trailers make me want to play this more than I want to play GTA 6. But that's all I can say.
Oh, man, Cowboy. So, I don't know if anyone remembers this, but a long time ago, originally, Rockstar was actually supposed to make a game for PlayStation called Agent. And when I saw, I posted an article in a private chat, and it says how it looks like a long lost PS3 game. I'm like, oh my god, it's fucking Agent. Because if you think about it, it's like, what is it? It's a open world sandbox game like Grand Theft Auto, but you're playing as some kind of super agent or something, huh? Just saying. I
thought the Agent game actually came out, but that was the people who made Saints Row.
Never did. I don't even think it left alpha stage.
Because what was that? Wasn't it a game that the makers of Saints Row made? It was called Agent something, right? It was literally a game.
Rockstar had to make this. So this was around the same time they were also helping out with LA Noire. They were wrapping up GTA 5. I heard about this. This was like years ago.
I feel like you get two the games mixed up, and that game actually came out.
Okay. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry, Cowboy. This game just looks fucking mid as hell.
Wait. If this looks mid, but Grand Theft Auto don't? Like, what? Please, do me a favor. Somebody on this panel, tell me what looks amazing about Grand Theft Auto besides the graphics. Please, I'm waiting.
The fact it's fucking Grand Theft Auto.
No, go ahead. Let TPG talk. Go ahead, and then you can go, Maker. Go ahead, TPG. Sell me on Grand Theft Auto 6.
Grand Theft Auto 6, a game where you're gonna play as a Bonnie and Clyde type story, trying to make enough money to fucking pay your college tuition. But no, like, I don't know. I can't tell you really the whole story. I can't tell you everything about it. They're mid. All right, you had the chance. You're here for
You're
going to prop this up over GTA 6.
Let me hear from Maker real quick, because you had your chance. That sounds pretty mid. Go ahead, Maker.
Okay, so for me, it's going to be like the NPCs and how they interact. They've shown a wide variety of different NPCs that you'll probably meet in the trailer. I think that's going to be fun, dealing with like the different groups. They're kind of it's how these people kind of communicate and work with each other is a really cool thing that GTA has always been really great about. Like I always loved the different like drug dealers and gangs in stuff like GTA 4. I think all the different activities and stuff. GTA 5 had a ton of like really cool activities, car races and stuff like that. And seeing that in a Florida environment is going to be really fun, in my opinion.
Well, nothing of that sounds special. I mean, it did the same thing as everything you just said. It did the same thing in the same bro games. But at the end of the day, look, if that's
not
cool,
to the level of GTA.
Listen, if talking to different characters, which you do in every game, is cool. If riding in cars, which you do in any car game, you get in cars. I'm just saying that as a gamer, I've been gaming forever, right? And I've got a long history with the Grand Theft Autos, right? But they are pretty basic. If we being real, you really don't do nothing special. Now, if you could say, listen, it's the closest game to a simulation game that's not a simulation, that's cool because, yeah, you're a regular dude, you run around. But I think another part that people never bring up, Grand Theft Auto has some of the worst controls, bar none. Nobody brings it up. You play the controls.
The controls are so awful. Huh? The shooting controls are awful. I'll agree to that.
No, I'm saying, like, if you think of like where the what button is jump, what button is punch, what button, like when you play it, you're like, yo, who came up with the schematics?
That running and jumping is very clunky. It's like you have to like spam A to run. You know.
No, I'm glad you're being honest because I've played Grand Theft Auto since Part 2. I played them all. Now, my thing was to beat them all, and then I definitely didn't beat San Andreas. That was the one I skipped out on. But yeah, I mean, I just feel like they could be better. So when we get excited for Grand Theft Auto, I'm like, I mean, the new one, alleged graphics look cool, but it just looks like Grand Theft Auto. And I guess, again, like Assassin's Creed, if you like Assassin's Creed, cool, get excited for Shadows. But I just feel like, man, Grand Theft Auto. Now, again, I didn't play much of the online mode. When I did play with my nephew, it was kind of like crazy to get into. I heard people say they fixed it, but it was just like, all right, it just wasn't anything special. And again, maybe I didn't spend more time. But if I'm just going off the actual Grand Theft Auto story campaign, I didn't see nothing that blew me away because it just reminded me of Grand Theft Auto. And if you love it, cool.
Did you play the latest trailer?
It's going to be more
the latest trailer.
GTA.
The latest trailer for this or Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah. No, for this.
This game looks so aggressively fucking mid and not even last gen. It looks like a PS3 game. And just,
I didn't get that from the most recent trailer. I didn't get that from that. But we could
Can I tell you about one of the previews I heard about from Mr. Matty Plays? So he was invited out to this place where essentially they're getting a chance to play the game. Well, they didn't get a chance to play the game. Someone from the opposites of the studio was playing the game, and they were streaming it to people. And Mr. Matty Play says the game is so unbalanced that they actually had to put God mode cheat codes in so they could progress to further into the game. Because developers could do that. They could make themselves invincible, unlimited weapons and stuff. You don't get to do that though. So I'm sorry, man. Yeah, this thing is nice visuals when it comes to the cutscenes, but fuck, anyone got good visuals when it comes to
I was just about to say, you just said it looked like a PS3 game. Now you're saying it's nice visuals. You got to stay consistent.
Yeah, because
I said this is the day before version of Grand Theft Auto.
Thank you. Except this is probably more product than that.
So it's not out yet, but if this is the day tomorrow, whatever it's called, then it means it's not going to come out. Well, I guess that technically did come out. Yeah, it came out for a couple days.
Refunded everybody.
Yeah. No, I mean, I look at this. Like, look, the graphics that looked like that was Stadia Vet right there. But let me bring in 503 real quick because he's coming in the building. Let's go. 50, what's your thoughts, man? I know you're a Grand Theft Auto guy. You was just playing it the other day.
50, please tell this man he's insane.
What's going on, you guys? Can you guys hear me? Is my mic sound okay?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
All right, I want to make sure I gotta get around. I'm using a Steel Series, so
Blood, I'm with you.
I'm using the Steel Series right now, and I don't know how the sound sounds on here. But anyway, stop all the Grand Theft Auto slander. You guys are out of your goddamn mind. There's a reason why that game. Well, it's been out for 13 years, but there's a reason why that game is sold 175 million copies. It's the biggest game of all time over Fortnite, over Call of Duty. Not too many games can come and shut. You may not like it, huh?
Well, let me ask you this.
Well,
which game came out that many times as Grand Theft Auto?
The Last of Us.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. Before I asked you, I was thinking like The Last of Us, but
The Last of Us been out. What? It's been put out 3 different times.
But The Last of Us is only on PlayStation and PC, where Grand Theft Auto is on everything.
Yeah. I don't know about that, but I'm just saying. But me, I'm on the opposite angle of you. You know, since San Andreas, I've always got Grand Theft Auto specifically for the online play. Like I've only finished 2 of the campaigns ever in my life. I finished 2 and 3, and I didn't finish 4. I didn't finish 5. I'm probably not going to finish this one, but I am going to be on. You know, whenever it's available, I'm going to be on the online version because it's just one of those games. You know, it kind of like a dream game. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense, it's one of those games where you guys know what I mean. It wasn't nothing like getting on San Andreas or getting on those games back in the day and snatching somebody out the car and living your life like that. If that's how you want
it. But see, that's why I feel like that when you say that, I remember it all too well, like 25 years ago. It was like great, but I feel like, man, it's the same thing. I feel like it's not now. Granted, maybe online might be amazing, right? If I got on with you and your boys and we run around online, you know, that'd be
videos of the weekend, Cowboy. We were up there going nuts. It was dope.
Well, I just seen a thing pop up on PlayStation that it's like $9.99. I thought it was free at one point, but it's not $9.99 for the online, right?
It's more than worth it. It's got the PS5 60 frames update. You know, so it's running at 60. Beautiful. It stands up against games that they put out now, like right now. Guarantee it. Especially on your Pro, it just pushes. I haven't played it in like a month, and you see, I play it as you've seen. I was playing it this weekend for hours, riding around. You know, you can.
Well, let me ask you this. So before we're going on and on about Grand Theft Auto, but what's your thoughts on this one? This is made by one of the makers of Grand Theft Auto. So what's your thoughts? I mean, it's like a Grand Theft Auto clone, kind of, sort of, but it's like a little futuristic.
It kind of looks like that game that remember that demo, the tech demo from the Matrix.
Oh yeah.
It kind of looks like that made into their own version of a game, kind of to me. I'm not sold on it yet. I gotta see. You know, but I don't know. Everybody likes different games. I just, you know, that ain't for me.
There's something off about it.
Right. Yeah. See, Maker, there's just something that's like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's funny when I look at this, I just feel like it reminds. Somebody says something off. It looks like if you told me this was a Grand Theft Auto DLC, I'm like, oh, okay. Like it just looks like one of those Grand Theft Auto Saint Row games. You run around with people. Like it literally. If you said, "Oh, Mind's Eye is this DLC they got coming out for Grand Theft Auto 5," and you're gonna have like some futurist stuff, I'm like, "Oh wow, look at that! Grand Theft Auto 5 still got DLC coming out."
Grand Theft Auto looks better than this.
This is Cyberpunk in third person. That's all this is.
Cyberpunk was third person.
No, it wasn't. It was first
person.
Cyberpunk. For some reason, I thought Watch Dogs.
Cyberpunk.
Oh, you're saying about Watch Dogs, yeah.
You can put the car in third person.
Honestly, that's kind of what this game reminds me of. Like, reminds me of Watch Dogs. Like, a lot of promises, nothing to live up to it.
Grand Theft Auto with the PS5 or Series X version of it looks as good as this game right now that I'm looking at, or better.
And you're talking about online? You're talking about the online mode?
Online.
Because I know sometimes, like, online, the graphics isn't as good as offline, obviously.
No, not this one. Because the online for what? A decade has been their bread and butter. Nobody's still playing I mean, if you are, God bless you. But nobody's still playing the Grand Theft Auto campaign.
Right.
I'll play it just to kill boredom.
And it's
we just literally talking about Grand Theft Auto and Mind's Eye for like 10 minutes.
Let's get into Xbox and PlayStation news. I don't know if you want to play the console war video.
Oh, we're about to do a little bit of console war?
Console war video.
Uh-oh. All right, so what are we talking about? Sony confirms it's ending its PlayStation Stars loyalty program. Yeah, me and Murder was talking about this the other day, actually. Yeah, so they said in the article that they're pretty much going to shut it down, but they're going to come up with something else. So, I don't know. I need to use my points. Well, I think it's going to be there for a minute, though. I think it's going to be almost a year before.
Yeah.
So yeah, the points that you've earned already have stopped accumulating. So you can no longer earn points with stars, and then you have to use them by the end of next year, basically.
Right.
I use mine.
So yeah, it still sucks that I feel like that they're ending this. I didn't really particularly take advantage of it that much because I buy a lot of physical PlayStation games.
Right.
Mostly, if you buy digital games, you're going to get benefit off of this.
So why you feel that it sucks if it doesn't even cater to you?
Because I still have points. Like I've earned I'm just short of being able to buy a game on the PlayStation Stars because I don't have enough points.
Because you wasn't buying digital. You literally just said you wasn't buying digital. So why does it suck that bad?
Not all the time. I mean, I bought some games digital.
You know what I mean? I'm just saying, so I feel like you get what you put out in this world, right? So, for me, sometimes when people are mad at stuff they didn't, it's like me being like, man, I can't stand how Grand Theft Auto look. Like, bro, I thought you didn't like Grand Theft Auto. Like, well, I don't, but I want to complain. It's like, what? So I feel like you literally just said you don't really use it. So it shouldn't really bother you at all.
Well, I had complaints with it to start with when it first came out, and one of them was I wish I could have gotten credit for my physical games that I purchased, or at least do what Xbox does, where if you play a game for any game within Game Pass for 15 minutes, you earn points.
Yeah, Maker, you just turn on your
You
Xbox.
can do it without Game Pass.
Turn on your Xbox and they give you points.
Yeah,
I was just about to say that too.
I do. I have enough points for a $10 Xbox gift card right now, just from
No, but all right. So let I think
just
the thing is,
game and be like, you got points.
Just hold on real quick, right? I just want to go into a little. Me personally, I think this is kind of the problem with the world, right? We always want something to be something else, right? It's kind of like we're never satisfied. It's kind of like I think 506 gave me a good point. So turn on your Xbox, but it's kind of like, no, I want this to do what this does. We can't make every company be the other company, right? They have to stand out and be themselves, right? So we always want something to be something. I feel like this: you get out what you put out. Now, if you were like, I buy a lot of digital all the time, and somehow they screwed you because whatever, but they didn't screw anybody. They said, look, we're stopping the program. We'll do something else down the road. And even if they never did, it was free. No one spent money. Well, I hope nobody was spending money just to get points because that'd be kind of weird. But at the end of the day, this didn't harm anybody. All it did was give you more of something you was going to do anyway. So I just don't see the even right. It's like, hey, we were giving away free money and now we don't want to give away free money anymore. It's like, okay, well, hopefully you was using it before they got rid of it. That's how I see it.
Well, that's not. Well, in the post, they also state that they are working on a new.
Right, I said that. But again, if they never, because I read it like this. I read it like this. We kind of was tired of giving away free money. We're gonna say we're gonna substitute it with something else, but if we never get around to it, people can't get mad because it was free money. I take it like this. Like when somebody said, what you guys talking about earlier, the Mind's Eye thing, right? It's like that other game, right? So for me, something has to do something first for me to judge it, right? So I can say all day long about Grand Theft Auto, but I make it clear I didn't play the online that much. Maybe if I did, I might like it. I make it clear Mind's Eye isn't out yet. Maybe it ain't that great. I think the thing is, PlayStation said they're going to get rid of something, which is a fact, right? Until they get rid of it, right? So technically it's out now, but the fact is you can't get points on it anymore, right? Now, they said they're going to do something else. They might never do. I feel like it is what it is because it was free money anyway.
Well,
that's just
my thing is they had a rewards program before this one. They had Sony rewards, and now they changed it, and they're like, we're coming out with a new reward program. It's PlayStation Stars, and then now they're saying we're going to work on a new one, which I'm
Momma
to make more
Or Maker, I can't hear you now.
Barely it's picking you up.
Oh, there you go.
I was going to say it's clear that people weren't using stars a lot, right? And so that's why that they're working on a new one, a new reward program, because they want people to stay within their ecosystem, spend money within their ecosystem, and this encourages that by getting like gift cards and like, because like I'm going to get a $5 gift card that I will be spending on a game at some point from the rewards from this. So like that's the purpose of it. And that's what all I'm saying is they will make a new one. I would put $1,000 down. They're gonna make a new rewards program. Like I am confident that they will.
No matter what.
This isn't like they're gonna shut it down and never make a new one. It just sucks because from now on,
They said that
for those who do utilize it, right? Like I know Rudigs uses it a lot, and it's gonna suck for him because he's not gonna get as much money back now.
Hey, Maker, in a statement.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Maker.
My bad.
I don't know. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. My little wife is down. They in the statement that Cowboy, I think even Cowboy read it. They said that it's pretty much not the end of it, that they are revamping it for the future. So it's just like they'll have some kind of rewards. I don't think it'll be called stars. I don't know
It's gonna be a new,
but they're revamping it for the future. Is kind of what I got out of it.
Yeah.
Well, you read the statement that they made a couple weeks back.
Yeah, my point is that it's free. So at the end of the day, nobody's really like, yeah, you could say you're losing something, but you didn't put nothing in anyway. That's like you not putting in a 401k and then you're like, yo, where's my 401k after 20 years? Like, wait, you never put in. So at the end of the day, it's like
when you buy a game or use a PlayStation.
PlayStation Stars was cool at the beginning, but then when they started changing stuff, like it started getting worse.
Well, they started phasing stuff out, and it was just like I could tell that like they knew people were exploiting it by making like, okay, if I get $5 off, I can use that on a pre-order, which means technically Sony gets less money.
And they had the issues where it went down like a bunch of times, like you couldn't even access it.
I know, because I got all the little collectibles I could. If it had Last of Us on it, I got it. And now it's like, well, take a screenshot because that's the last time I'm earning anything on this thing.
Yeah, all those collectibles that you earned.
Yeah, you should have redeemed for the money or the game. Like you shouldn't even post the other stuff.
What sucks is those collectibles are there to purchase with your stars points, and they're not going to be there after this ends. Like it's just not going to exist.
Right.
And that's one of the problems that it had like on launch. Like still now today, if you buy those collectibles, they're not viewable on your PlayStation. They're only through the mobile app. You can't show it off to your friends. You can't even really share it. You just have to
Actually, so to correct you on there, Maker, you actually could show it off on other people that had the PlayStation app. But the idea was essentially that they were trying to integrate it with the PlayStation profile, like on the consoles you see. Yeah. So there's like that custom wallpaper that people could put up for the profile. The idea would have been the stars was shown like what kind of trophies you got in your little case. I mean, it sucks, man. It sucks, but at the same time, it's like it's no loss.
I remember there was a setting that says show off your PlayStation stars. So
there wasn't a good way to show it though. Like if you had it on your profile on PlayStation, it would be much easier to be like, yeah, check out this cool like collectible I got for God of War, right? Or like just have it as like a thing on your profile.
An idea I would have had is like, hey, what if you put out like a notification to the person's friends account, like who they call like their close friends. Oh, hey, your friend just got the Last of Us collectible. Would you like to?
You basically bought it. You basically bought an NFT, dude.
It was NFT without any actual value.
That was a PlayStation NFT.
Well, listen, you didn't buy it. Let's make it clear. You did not buy it.
That's true.
Look, You could have spent those rewards.
Because if anybody who was spending money to get those, I mean, I'm sure people might do it.
Right.
So, okay, what's the next subject I see here?
All right, well, before we go, let me hold on real quick. Let me read some of these comments. So Dodgeman said, GTA, the place to let you loose your gangster. Keelan said, as GTA player, I feel disrespected, Cowboy. LOL. Sorry about that, man. I apologize. Rob stores with your friends while you take on missions to get paid and buying new pimping houses. Let me see. Keelan said, I was hoping Mind's Eye was gonna get delayed, and then he said, somebody makes sure Cowboy plays GTA 6 online, please. No, yeah, I would definitely buy it. I'm almost tempted on buying GTA 5 online just to play with Mert.
Jump in, Cowboy. You'd have a great time with us, man. And I don't know, Maker might be wrong, because, not saying he's wrong, but I heard of the STARS program getting turned down. And yesterday I cashed in my points, or the day before yesterday I cashed them in. I had enough to get $20 worth, and I bought Star Wars Battlefront again, and Insurgency Sandstorm again, and they gave me. Oh, you guys can't see it. Yesterday at 156, I earned 200 points on stars. So I don't know if they cut it yet, but yesterday I was able to get 200 points on the stars. I don't know what that means, but yeah.
I can't remember.
And I bought Concord with the stars too. So
Yay!
$40 with PlayStation stars. Remember MCAT? I bought Concord with my PlayStation stars. Yeah, but anyway.
You still got
They gave it back to me too.
You got a refund for a free game.
Yeah, they put those stuff back in my wallet, which is cool.
Speaking of Concord, did you guys see that when I posted in the chat, Gamefly had wrote me and was like, just letting you know, you can no longer rent Concord, so we're taking it off of your list. That was funny as hell. Like, wow, they were real late. That was funny as hell.
I wish I'd have bought a sealed copy and put it up.
Actually, speaking of Concord, you know how when we heard about fair games, even on the PlayStation website, it says it's a PvP ice game, but now apparently it's being considered a extraction shooter battle royale cross between Fortnite and The Division, and apparently the gameplay is described as being super clunky.
This is the other game. Hey Sony, you want some good business advice? Here, get it from Master TPG here. Stop doing live service games.
I looked it up. I double checked it. It is until July 23rd that you can get points.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to say, hold on. I bought a game yesterday.
I thought it ended. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I thought it ended when they announced it, but I was incorrect. It's the 23rd of July.
And now my neighbor's probably thinking.
I thought I was special maker. I'm like, hold on, I bought a game yesterday with stars, and they gave me 200 points. I'm like, what? Hold on.
I love they're still talking about PlayStation Stars. We're supposed to be talking about the next disaster after Marathon, known as Fair Games.
You know what the thing is? I never got too into Fair Games. My whole connection with Fair Games was Jade Raymond, and was just going to be the Nixon Stadia game. What?
How can you get into it if there's nothing about it? Like we said, we got one trailer that says "Eat the Rich."
We've leaked.
Ironically, coming from a rich company.
Yeah, I mean, I agree too. So my thing is this: I don't think this is a big deal. I actually was talking to Dodgeman about this, and this is what I said. Long time ago, somebody taught me something, right? And this is what I said about Stadia when SG&E closed. You can't miss what you never had. If anybody's complaining over this game, like you never played it, you never fit, like you have no, like you might have played it and be like, this game is terrible. You might have played it and said it's the best game of your life, but we never played it, so you can't miss what you never had. Like it literally is nothing about this besides the story of like, oh, this might be another PlayStation game that doesn't make it, right? But other than that, is like, I never seen anything about this game that made me be like, oh man, I'm so excited, right? They haven't showed us enough. So it's kind of like, If it never comes out, it's like, oh well. They at least showed more about Marathon, so maybe there might be a couple people out there that's like, Marathon looked pretty amazing, and they want to play it, and they might be sad if it doesn't come out, if that's what happens. But Fair Games is like, bro, we don't even know what type of game it is. Really, you're trying to look up rumors of what type of game it is.
It's an extraction heist type of game, from what I've heard. And yeah, Monkey Boy. By the way, how many else can Sony take? Dude,
apparently from the playtest,
that's all they take.
Apparently from the playtest, they said you go to people's houses, you steal their stuff, and you extract it.
Yeah, so literally an extraction shooter.
So that's kind of it. Reminds me of what's the other game called? Where you put the mask on all that. Payday.
You go into rich houses and break into their vaults, and then you take that and you extract it. Yeah.
But man, just like fucking gross. Sony, come on, man. How many?
Listen, I think the thing is though. So here's the thing. Imagine if you told the people who made Fortnite, bro, you're gonna make another live service battle royale? Come on, you're stupid. So I think the problem is
Fortnite, and this is clearly a copy of Payday, and for some reason they think they're original, cause they have LOL humor. LOL, we so random, yeah, we crazy, yeah. See, that make a difference.
What I'm saying is, here's what I'm saying is, these people are creators, right? So at the end of the day, it's like, listen, if you got an ideal of something, whether it's loosely based off something else, like Mind's Eye, right, with Grand Theft Auto. Like, I feel like as a creator myself, right, I don't like anybody tell me what I can and can't do. I'd rather do it and see if it happens. So there's so many videos I made that like nobody watched, right? Like I made a review video the other day. I thought it was really cool. It's this this thing that my mic is on right now. I actually used it to put my mic on it, but it's really a selfie stick that turns into a tripod, right? It's kind of cool. Like maybe 10 people watched that video, right? But that's not gonna make me like not make videos. So what I'm saying is, now granted, this didn't cost me that much to make a video, but the thing is, content creation, whether you're making a car, whether you're making, like, to create something, it comes from somewhere, whether it's the high ups, like, hey, let's make this game, let's make whatever. So I feel like, dude, you got to make stuff and throw it to the wall. If it blows up, it becomes great, cool. Sony knew when they said they wanted to make 12 live service game, they knew that not every game is going to be a hit. But everybody's searching that Fortnite is a crazy success story. I'm just saying, it is, right? Who would have thought, right? So at the end of the day, you just never know what's going to do something. So I think these companies need to do what they want to do. Now, what they need to know is if it does fail, right? Like kind of, I didn't read what Monkey Boy said, but he's in there, so I know he's trash talking Sony. But the thing is, companies just need to know what's on stake, right? There's always risk for reward, right? There's always reward in the risk. So it's kind of like, if this fails, is this going to ruin us, right? I'm sure Sony knows, like, we're not going to go under because
games cost so much money to make. We're talking a bare minimum, $200 million. Some of these games cost, right? That's a lot of money for these small studios to, have thrown their way. I'm sorry. Listen, I get what you're saying. That hey, you gotta take the risk, but there's also a point where you have to realize that something's gonna fail.
No, but here's the point.
You have to be able to recognize, hey, they did the same thing, they failed. They did the same thing, they failed.
TBG. So what do you say for the companies who didn't fail? So here's the thing. I'm sorry to say it. That's a loser mentality, right? You tell your kids, hey, listen, people go to college. You know how many kids go to college and don't pass? Don't go to college. Come on, bro. That's a loser mentality. You got to say, listen, do you think it's a good game?
Recognizing patterns, recognizing what the consumers don't go to. If the consumers are not playing, for example, if they don't buy Concord, they don't buy, the next Payday. I think Payday 3 actually did pretty terribly from what I heard. It's like, what makes you think you're going to be different? If the big names, can't do it, what makes you think you can do it? You're a small studio that has only a handful of people going up against fucking giants in this freaking market, like Fortnite, your freaking.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So when there's a smaller studio, their engagement, they don't expect it to be Fortnite, right? So here's the thing. This is what we do. We're sitting here in our houses with our luxury of saying what we think is this and that, right? But the thing is, we sit and compare this new game, it'll never be Fortnite. They're probably saying, like, Fortnite, we ain't never think we was going to be on that level. If a smaller studio's, like, let's say indie game, you think an indie studio's going to put out a game that failed, and you'd be like, it was a battle royale, you will never be Fortnite. They're like, we ain't never think we will ever touch Fortnite. These companies, listen, you're judging it because Sony bought the studio, right? So you're like, Sony made The Last of Us, Sony made Spider-Man, Sony... But
Cowboy,
this is still good.
There's a difference between an indie studio that's confident in themselves, like Expedition 33, Kena Bridge of Spirits. Those are single player games. Those have a fair shake. They're not trying to compete in the same market as a live service game that's been going on for 5+ years, like Fortnite or Grand Theft Auto.
But again, when Fortnite came out, it had to go up against other stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, Fortnite was small in comparison. Like the Fortnite team wasn't a big team.
No,
but then it gradually got bigger.
Yeah, it gradually got bigger.
No, but the point is, you just never know. Like Marvel Rivals, that came out like crazy. Now I've seen some recently said they're losing players. But you could have been like, well, Overwatch is dying, so Marvel Rivals ain't gonna do nothing.
Overwatch is dead.
Well, okay, you can say Overwatch is dead. Why would they try to make Overwatch?
No, it's not.
Overwatch is not dead. Overwatch is still.
I was about to say, what?
I'm about to say Overwatch.
Just because you guys don't play it, that man.
I'm about to say Overwatch.
That's my point. Is like that. We're just looking at headlines and coming up all I'm saying is, as a creator, like you, all right, for yourself, TPG, you said, you know what? I'm not doing live streams anymore. You realize, right? For me, yes. I said I'm not going to do games.
It's not working. So
but that's what you had to do it. You had to do. You didn't say, "Hey, Cowboy, I seen Cowboy stop doing live streams. I'm gonna stop it." No, you realized it for yourself. So these companies have to put a game out for themselves. I mean, it is what it is. You know. Yeah, you might have to be like,
$200 million to make.
It's risk and reward, honestly, because like look at Apex Legends. Apex Legends is now a significant player, and it came out after all the others.
Maker, and it was shadow dropped. No
publicity.
No
one heard of that game, and it just came out one day one.
And I think some of the most like viral games out recently are actually from smaller teams. Look at Helldivers and the success it's seen.
Schedule 1.
Schedule 1, Repo, Lethal Company. There's a bunch out there that they have a bunch of like, smaller games.
But do you know what the difference between those is? They're not trying to fill what's a market that's already been filled. They're trying to make something completely new. They're trying
but you never played this game. So you didn't play this game to say it's identical to Payback. So again, you're sitting at home reading rumors and headlights, and you're just like, well, this ain't gonna be nothing because all I'm saying is they're creating a game, right? So let them create their game and let's see what happens. Now they're getting feedback, so it's good for them to be like, ooh, maybe we need to work this. Like I don't know what FCAT going to bring it up, but they're saying that Wolverine might be dramatically changing stuff, blah blah blah, right? At the end of the day, it's up to you to work on a game, put it out, get your feelers, whether you put out a play test, whatever. But don't just be like, don't make the game at all because, I feel like that's terrible, man. That's fear. That's loser mentality.
Yeah, I think you need to take a risk to potentially have this something big on your hands, and that happens. It just sucks for the team, especially this one, because they were working under Stadia and spent how many years, and then they moved over to Sony and spent more years on this just for feedback to come out to say, hey, it's not fun to play or whatnot.
This isn't going to resonate with.
Look, if we being fair though, and I just want to say, so on Stadia, when Stadia started dropping the ball, a lot of the games that they were just getting, it wasn't pushing the needle. So Jade Raymond, yes, she has definitely a pedigree. So the question is, what this game kind of like a big scope vision to kind of be a game changer? I mean, the whole thing where, there's going to be a game that's a gig. I mean, 1,000 gigs, right? Which there's no game that's 1,000 gigs unless you add up all the Call of Duties. But I feel like maybe this game, because remember, Sony said they seen what they was working on and that made them want to buy the studio, right? That was what the headlines was. So, at the end of the day, I think the temperature of the game has changed. It's so much hate now. It's so much, your game is terrible, your game is trash. So it's kind of like, if this game didn't seem like it was going to blow the world away, then, look at TPG. Oh, well, it's similar to another game, so it's dog food. It's kind of like, man, I would hate to be making video games right now. If I was a developer and I went to school for it, I'd be like, man, I know it was a passion of mine. I love games, but, bro, this is just the wrong, the industry to get into, because gamers are so fickle. They love this, then they hate this. It's just crazy, man. Anyway, my bad.
Oh, Cowboy, you're exactly right. I think that's, as we all know, that's one of the major problems in gaming right now. It's you got on one side, you got the Microsoft side, who they're out there too much. They talk too much. They're going down, they're sitting down for dinners, and they're up in these random people who work at Oil Can Henry by day, but they're prominent YouTubers by night, and they give themselves that access. Sony doesn't do that. As far as I know, you don't see them come out, make a statement, and be like, boom, 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 this is what it is. Bye. See you whenever we decide to talk again. And then too many people have an opinion. Like, people hate these games before they even come out. Never played them. Like, a lot of these games, we've seen them. And even some of the games FCAT likes, they've been dead before they even released. And that's just the day and age that we're in, man. People, this is all, when gaming started being more about the business than the fun, this is where we're at right now. This is all YouTube content. It's all, it's just a weird time in gaming we're in. A great time, because there's games everywhere, and it's a great time to be a gamer. Sorry, I had to take the socks off.
Honestly, I think
weird,
this is getting canceled.
Yeah, it probably is.
It's going to get canceled. There's also another game that possibly might get canceled.
The FCAT, though. What's the hold on. What's the alternative with PlayStation, though? There's people there's more than you guys ever even know. There's people like me out there that prefer and only play multiplayer. So are we saying Sony should just be lazy and not do multiplayer no more because people want to have The Last of Us 17?
Well, so here's what's crazy. So I was a big multiplayer guy, and I love some of the multiplayer stuff that Sony did, and then he fell off. So unfortunately,
they had some of the best multiplayers ever back in the PS2 in 3 days. They can do it.
So I was super into the Resistance and but then they just literally killed them off, and Sony still succeeded. So I feel like Sony got even more popular with these one and done games. So it's kind of scary. Now, I think they should go back to, me personally, I think, yes.
Back to giving people actual games that they want.
No, I think they should go back to, no, I think they should go back to multiplayer. I don't think everything needs to be live service. But I get that if you can make a great live service game, it's more money. But I feel like make a great campaign that like how Call of Duty would do, right? Call of Duty, you have a campaign mode, you would have co-op, and you would have online multiplayer, right? Now Call of Duty is big enough, they added Warzone, so they have their live service. But I feel like start with a game that's grounded in a good story, you like the characters, they're likable, then give them a co-op mode, now you can play with your friends, and then have an online mode. But again, everything needs to be, not everything, but the payday is the live service. You see something like Fortnite living forever, and they just making money hand over feet. So
reoccurring revenue. You're a businessman, reoccurring revenue is, that's what it is now. But that kills just the wanting to make a great game just to make a great game.
I agree.
By the way, the reason why Sony's canceling these plans is because they just Bungie just got in a lot of hot water with what's the word I'm thinking of?
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say, Sony.
The plagiarism accusations.
Yeah, they might be rethinking.
Ooh-wee.
I don't think it's
You know, the
accurate
live
at this
service
point.
stuff.
Hey,
When they
man,
came
I've
out with
been
all
They're
the
saying-
gonna
I've been
stolen
saying
art,
it for
cancel
a
all the
week now.
marketing. So they're not
I've been
even
saying
gonna
for a week now,
publish the
man.
game.
Bungie needs to go.
Hey, listen. TPG, you and FCAT literally talking at the exact same time.
No, I'm saying Bungie is gonna publish the games themselves. Like they have to do their own marketing, like everybody.
I think
Now
Marathon's
because
gone,
because
man.
of this situation with the artwork.
Yeah. And see, before the artwork situation, they were already from the demo that they did. They were destroying this game even before then. Then you get the stealing of the art and all that. Sony gonna step in there. I don't think it's come out.
You know what might have been the worst thing for them to do is actually cancel Concord, because now that Concord came out and was canceled, people's one of people's way to solve a problem with Sony now is cancel the game. They open that door, because before you'd be like, okay, Concord isn't that good. Okay, not that many people playing it. All right, hey, it's just gonna be a game that's not that great. It's gonna have a small player base, and it's just gonna ride out. But they canceled it in 2 weeks. Now people are like, cancel this, cancel that, and it's like, oh snap! Like, you know what I mean?
With this situation, Cowboy, Bungie's in full control of Marathon. Marathon has nothing to do with Sony, and with Sony backing off, they own them, but they're backing off with the marketing. They're backing off publishing. They're making Bungie do all that themselves. So they're pretty much saying we're not in this, want to be, connected to Marathon. Yeah, that's y'all thing.
I think they're pulling back because they're delaying it, not necessarily that Sony's backing off, or like it's gonna get or what's it called, a Bungie thing
delayed.
Like Sony can't cancel it, Bungie has to cancel it.
Let me do this
Sony
though.
can cancel it because
Sony can't
they are
cancel
the
it.
parent company.
No,
Sony can.
because
They can.
It's in their contract where they
I love
act
how you know it's
independently.
the contract that no one's ever looked at. How you know
they
that?
operate independently.
Yeah, exactly. There's no way that this company bought this other company and said, "Oh yeah, we can't cancel the game that you want to come out with." There's no way that's not in there.
They were already working on Marathon when they went to Sony.
I gotta agree with that though. We heard about the dealings back in the day with them. Remember, they were sitting there saying that it was in their contract that they couldn't make them only put a game on. I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but that was big news back in the day. That they pretty much, which I think is weird, but I just heard kind of what FCAT is saying, that they if Sony could, they would try to make Marathon a Sony thing, but something in the contract.
Now they can.
I don't know.
Now that Bungie's messing up, now Sony can step in and make Bungie a first party real studio. This is our thing.
I think we're going so deep into the speculation of Sony and this thing, because none of us work for Sony nor Bungie, so I feel like we're kind of just spinning wheels right here. But let me read some of these comments. Because I took a minute to get to it. I didn't read what Monkey Boy, he said, another failed studio, how many are these losses can Sony take? And then he said Sony bought that studio, and now that they have, just like with the Rush dishes and to buy Bungie, he said, I'm not sure if they can keep continuing. And then Blood said, I think the live service market is oversaturated. If you don't release something eyebrow raising, it's probably going to flop. Monkey Boy said, here's a question I have that keeps making me scratch my head. Game of the year. Astrobot on Sony's platform with 75 million plus customers, and it only sells 2.5. Explain the numbers. I don't think that has to do with Game of the Year. I also think not every game. Real quick, let me just, I'll let you jump in there. I don't think not every game is for everybody. So, for instance, right, as much as I think God of War is great, I don't think everybody loves God of War. So I think it's silly, right, to be like, everybody that go to school loves the school lunch. Like, no, people going to bring lunch boxes to school because their parents going to pack them lunch because they don't like the school lunch. So for you to feel like that the number isn't gigantic because, 2.5 versus 75, you would think like, whoa, what's going on? No, that just means not everybody like that type of game. TPG, you want to say something before I move on?
Well, I was just gonna say, 2.5 million. First off, it's nothing to scoff at, especially for a 3D platformer like Astrobot, which is, let's be real here. 3D platformers are kind of a dying breed, unless you're Mario. Second thing, the reason why the numbers aren't higher is very simply because it's not a mandatory buy. Not everyone likes Astrobot. People are just gonna go with what they stick with. So that's why you'll see like Grand Theft Auto be a bigger success in sales on PlayStation because Grand Theft Auto is a mainstream appeal. But Astrobot won't have that same level of success because it doesn't appeal to everyone in the mainstream.
Right. Now I'm gonna say this. I bet you Grand Theft Auto won't be Game of the Year. As crazy,
nominated. I don't know if it'll win it. I think it's.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. So anyway, so what I'm saying is money doesn't mean everything. Anyway, so let's see. So it's not too late.
I wanted to throw in this fact also, Cowboy. The fact that Sony doesn't own Bungie yet because the final amortized payment has not went through yet till next year. So they don't fully own them.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So it's not too late.
Wait. But also but Sony has a say in firings because apparently as a Sony cost-cutting measure, they also cut Bungie employees. Are you saying that because they don't own them, they can't have a say
Bungie cut
in the
their own people.
No, I literally have it right here. As a part of Sony's layoffs, they fired people within Bungie.
Yeah, then they turned them into the Team LFG.
No. This is a different thing. This is a cost-cutting measure by Sony. Yeah, Bungie laid off approximately 100 of 1,200 employees on October of 2023, part of a large cost-cutting measure across all Sony studios.
Yeah.
I don't know. It looks like they're distancing themselves from Marathon. They're like, we don't want to be involved with anything to do with this.
I don't think it's necessarily distancing. I think they're going to be doing marketing later, like whenever it gets delayed or canceled, one or the other.
Personally, I think they see the writing on the wall and they're like, hey, guess what? We know this ain't going to do well. We're going to delay it. Hope that, it can fix some of the problems. But we're going to
I think
quietly put this one out.
So my thing is this. I think here's the thing, right? So what's the scope here, right? First, Marathon was in the league of Helldivers too, right? It was going to be a $40 game, right? So it's not like it was the super AAA banger, right? I feel like, man, the people, and I know Chill Gaming just jumped in. He said it should get canceled. I feel like the problem is everybody wants something to be Fortnite or Grand Theft Auto, or they have different scopes. Like, we didn't look at Helldivers as like, oh man, Helldivers is supposed to be Fortnite or whatever. We was all like, the Helldivers, like, we were trying to figure out like what type of game it's supposed to be, like, because it was like kind of mysterious a little bit, right? So I feel like a game could come out and be a smaller scope. Like, for instance, Little Nightmares 3. Are we gonna be like, man, it better sell like Fortnite? So I feel like they should have games that could come out and they know, like, hey, look, this ain't gonna be the top tier game that's gonna sell crazy. This game could come out and make decent money, but not great money, and it'd be something good for our catalog. Like I feel about Xbox. I feel like, man, Xbox now has a huge catalog, right? They got a bunch of games, from a game like Doom. They got a game like Redfall. They got a game like,
About fucking time.
Huh?
Anyway, I said about fucking time.
But I'm saying what's cool with them is their catalog game is like, whoa, they got a lot. Why Marathon can't just come out and be a lower scope game? Why can't just come out and be like, okay, this is going to be a decent game. They got a little fan base, but no, it's because the internet said it needs to be
too high.
I don't think it's just internet. I don't think it's just the internet in this one. It is because they have invested so much money into it. Because like early reports were stating that if the game was not like Taylor Swift levels of popular, it would not be successful because of how much.
Yeah, but then why? But then why is the game supposed to only be $40 then? You got to riddle me that.
Because they're trying to make
because,
the barrier entry lower.
Easier access. Like it's easier for someone to spend $40 on a game than $80.
No. But if you thought this game was supposed to be a big banger, if you felt this was gonna move the needle, the game, you wouldn't price it at $40.
Destiny 2 is $60 when that came out.
Hold on. So what you're saying, Cowboy, is if the game is $40 or less than $40, that it's not a good game?
No, not at all. I'm saying that it's not expected to be a big budget game. It's expected to be a AA game. It's expected to be, not the game that's going to push the needle and be groundbreaking and it's going to get all these sales because they're pricing it accordingly.
Like South and Midnight was $40.
What's that?
Yeah. Like South and Midnight was $40.
I disagree. In terms of live service games, there are a lot of live service games that release free to play.
Yeah,
like even
right. Free to play is different. Free to play means it's free to play, and that motto, and they already got lined up the transactions, the microtransactions, everything lined up. You put out a $40 game, like again, let's look at Helldivers. Helldivers graphics, nothing amazing, right? It's a good looking game, ain't doing nothing. It's a fun game. It priced accordingly. Like, dude, it's a good game. It made probably better numbers than they thought, and hey, that was a good game. But nothing. The is not taking over the world. It's not like, oh man, this game was gonna move the needle. That's what I'm saying. Is I never again. A $40 game is not the $70 game. It's not priced like it was going to be that big budget game. That's all I'm saying. But hey, listen, I don't work for these companies. That's just my perspective. And now you might. All right, look, real quick. Let me finish this real quick. So Monkey Boy said something about it's not too late. The 9060 Ti releases in June 5th for $299, 16 gigs of RAM. Start your journey to the dark side and complete your destiny. Sony should have stuck to what they do best, single player stories. Now they have neither. Obi Rose say that to Fortnite, and that's what I was saying. He said, I love Sony. I probably have more of their products in my house than you probably do. Yeah, he's just saying that to save face. I can't help it, but it's crazy that the PS5 is 5 years old, and I can't think of anything that defines it like in years past. It is what it is. It's not my fault. And then he said, the future is AA games, and the indies AAA studios are crumbling.
Agreed.
Good point, though. Facts, they're trying to shut down games before it's released. And Chill Games said Marathon needs to be canceled ASAP. He said, who's the real shooter game on this panel except Murder? Hey, Chill, I'll say this.
I did beat Doom the Dark Ages before Cowboy could get it from Gameplay.
I know Maker gets this shoot on too.
I'm literally playing Doom right now.
I was about to say, I know Maker gets this shoot because I play Halo with him once.
Yeah, I love Halo. I've been playing it for years. But yeah.
Yeah, I used to play Halo back in the day. I used to be more into first-person shooters, and I got out of them. Probably when Resistance kind of. Well, I did play. I was big on Titanfall, but not like that was dope. But
even Killzone on PS3, its multiplayer was still, but it still was there. It still was fun.
Yeah, it was. It was
for a minute. Like when Resistance bought the 32 on 32 player battles, like that.
Oh, that was crazy.
So let's go to the greediness of Bungie guys.
All right, Halo is cool. Hey, hold on. Let me ask Chill Gaming this. Chill Gaming, what happened with your Monster Hunter, man? That's what I want to know.
He recognized that game was boo boo. He didn't want to waste his time.
I don't know, bro. I got as of today, I got yesterday I didn't check today, but yesterday I had 251 hours, and I'm level 200, and I'm the highest level of anybody that I play with. But I don't know, that's me.
Do you see how that works though? You totally love a game that I could give two
Correct.
craps about. Now, me sitting there saying what I said, does that make it relevant? No, it doesn't. You know.
Yeah.
You gotta play. You gotta play these type of games. Too many people just get on. They have opinion on games they don't even play. You're not even a shooter guy. I'm not an RPG person. You know, like it's like I'm not gonna get on here and try to get on YouTube and do a review or talk about a game that I don't play. But so many people do that nowadays. It's just weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Chill Game said he got bored with it.
Yeah. Sorry.
What? The Doom?
He said his boy Drax have over 10K trophies and dude loves that game. Yeah, I don't know about the trophies. I don't pay attention to that. But I know it said I completed 95% of the game. So I guess it's waiting for me to do a little fishing thing in the game that I just won't do.
I just wanted to run through these. So apparently Bungie's leadership wanted to put a subscription model into Destiny 2. Everything happened to Bungie is because of greed. Ex-employees hope studio gets consolidated into Sony and say that's the path forward. HR was working in their own interests. Bungie HR department accused of covering up harassment issues for multi-million-dollar exit.
Yeah, Bungie wild. They say Bungie wilding. They say Cowboy Bungie wilding.
I think they can't make the name of their company like even worse. It's like,
yeah, I don't know. I think 5-0 said something great though, man. He said this is still a great day and age for gamers, and I agree. I hear a lot of complaining, but here's the thing: people are complaining, and hear me out. People are complaining with first-party goggles. Let me say that again. People are complaining with first-party goggles. They're like, PlayStation don't have this. Xbox don't have this. You know what's been leading the charge for games forever is third party. All right? Like, this is still a great day and age for gaming. You know why? Because we got first-party games from PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, and third-party games. Like, nobody's not playing games right now. You might be like, what's his name? Always complaining about Monkey Boy. PlayStation don't have this and that. I bet you're still playing games. It might not be a PlayStation game, but you're still playing games. And you might be playing a game on PlayStation, but it's not exclusive. At the end of the day, gaming isn't stopping. We still got a bunch of cool looking games. And everybody who's talking right now probably still, when this panel ends, we're going to go play games. Before it ended, we was playing games. Like, dude, we're winning. Whether Bungie, HR has these issues, or they're going to cancel this, or this game was canceled, or Xbox is giving away games on every platform, we're still playing games. The gamers are winning. So this perception of gaming is terrible, gaming is bad, yeah, maybe if you compare it to when Nintendo first came out, I had all these games. Maybe the NES, right, Golden Day, Genesis, Golden Day, but in today's day and age, we're still winning. We still got so many games that we got so many options. So it's crazy a perspective of gamers. And now your mom knows.
True.
I just want to say that, man.
No, I agree. There's so many games out nowadays that are so good. I don't see how people are complaining about games nowadays.
Yeah.
Right. When they're not busy nitpicking them. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because they're taking a first-party goggles. They're literally judging gaming first party. They're caught up in this PlayStation versus Xbox and Nintendo and $80 games, right? Yeah, we got honest gripes with things, but that don't define gaming as a whole. You know what I mean? So it's like gaming is still thriving as an individual because they're still I want to play that game. I want to play that game. Oh, I didn't play Doom yet. Like, dude, it's
Yeah, you're right. It's a great time to be gaming right now, you know. And me, I have my qualms. I have my qualms with Xbox from a fanboy perspective. You know what I mean? But I'm grown. But at least I'm honest. You know,
right?
I was in those party chats. I was in those rooms and lobbies getting just. Wait till next year. Wait till next year. I swear the game is coming, y'all. All the while getting just pounded upside the head by PlayStation people.
That's the longest running game ever.
You know,
wait till next year.
Yeah, it just like anyway. I have my little issues with Xbox, but all of them. It's a good time to be a gamer right now, and
Yeah, I agree.
I get it.
And then
It's cool for console wars, but it's like whatever.
And then let me jump on this real quick. So CMG is in the building. So what's up, guys? So Chill said it is a great time to be a gamer, but really what game out there really gave us that wow factor? Not so many. Here's my thing. What wow factor are you looking for? So tell me the last game that gave you that wow factor. Here's my wow factor, bro. I just literally said Monster Hunter came out in March, I think, right? So how many months that is? I put almost 300 hours in this game, right? Like I'm just enjoying gaming. So as far as being wow, the wow is like, damn, I put that many time into it. The wow is, yo, tomorrow night, murder. You already know. We're going to play WWE, and the wow factor is going to be playing with our boys, talking trash. Who could win this title, that title? Wow, like, yes. If I think of, like, I can't even think of the last game that made me feel like, wow. I'll say this. Maybe Space Marines wowed me because I was like, oh, wow, look at that. It was a game that came out. It had a campaign that was good. It had a co-op mode, and it had a online mode. That was a wow. But I still didn't buy the game. I thought it was great, give it a lot of credit. But at the end of the day, like, I don't know, like, Chill, I'm going to need you to give me the last wow you had to let me understand what wow you're talking about. Because I feel like, dude, wow
I think
is...
it is like experience. You know, like what's the last thing that made you, or a game this generation that made you go, wow? Yeah. You know, like, damn, this is okay. Yeah. You know, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Jill. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't even think of the last game that made me have the wow, though, period. Like,
I think Elden Ring, many. Like, Elden Ring was so big for me. Like, I put over like 500 hours in that game.
Yeah, see? Yeah.
But now break down your break down your wow. Like, so the wow was you put a lot of hours into it. The wow was what? The story, the wow was the graphics. Like, what was wow? Because, you know, Elden Ring is another it's not like it's something that wasn't done, right? It's another Souls game, right? So break down your wow though. Like, what made it wow? Because I could say, well, I put so many hours in Monster Hunter. I can't remember the last game I put this much hours in this short amount of time, right? I'm just addicted to it right now, right? So, but I don't feel like it gets a wow. It's just like, man, it's an addictive game for me right now, but I'm not blown out the water. I'm just like, yo, I'm glad I got a game I like that much. You know what I mean?
To me, it evolved the genre, like being more open world and giving that freedom to kind of fight the bosses that you wanted to fight, rather than being more linear. As well as like the amount of rewards and things to like explore and find is what made it so good for me, at least. And so it was to me, it was different than all the other Souls games that I've played before, and that's why I enjoyed it.
That's cool. So that was your wow. Your wow was like, I already like this genre, but this is something that other games haven't gave me. Kind of like that.
Exactly. Yep. There's no other game out there like it for me.
That's cool. That's how I feel about Prototype. So if I go to my like all-time wow, it would be Prototype. Because I just feel like I never played a game that gave me everything Prototype gave in one single game. Like, yeah, they got Infamous that's similar. They had the game on Xbox that Terry Crews was in the trailer for. Yeah, Crackdown, right? You could run all over or whatever, but nothing has wowed me like Prototype for me and the type of gamer I am. Anyways, let's go. Joe Gamer said, "What's up, Monkey Boy?" He said, "Yes, sir, Cowboy." Hold up, real quick. FCat, let me see. He said, "What's going on? Keeping it gaming." CMG said, "Fortnite over Rose." Let me see. When does Little Nightmares 3? Yo, you know what's funny? They don't even have it. They still don't have a date for Little Nightmares 3 or Reanimables. So I have no clue. Let me see. $10 from Dodgeman said, "You're damn right, Cowboy. We gaming." Yo, thank you very much, man. I appreciate the $10. But yeah, man, we gaming, bro. Like, nothing stopped me from gaming. I don't have a gloom in gaming. I don't have a like, oh my God, gaming is so terrible. Like, that don't even cross my mind. I'm like, Yeah, what are people? I mean, yeah, you could maybe you could say Sony is lacking in games right now. You could say that, right? You could say, oh, Xbox could have had all these games, but they're going somewhere else. But that's not neither one of those stories. Or you could say, Nintendo's going to have $80 games, but none of those three scenarios are stopping you from gaming. You know what I mean? Or taking away from your gaming experience, unless you can't afford $80 games. Let me see. So Chill said, it's Monster Hunter LOL. Same old, same old. I think that was the cool thing. Hold on real quick, TPG. That was the cool thing about this Monster Hunters. When I seen trailers, I said I was more excited for it because it looked similar to what I liked, which was Monster Hunter Worlds. Because that was my first Monster Hunter I got into, and I was like, I like that flow of it and the gameplay loop, and I was like, it's cool. This looks similar. So I think that's cool. But to your point, Chill, you said you were done with Destiny, and you just recently started playing Destiny again, and Destiny is the same old, same old. So I mean, it's the same thing, right? You vowed, I'm done with Destiny. I deleted it and everything. You was getting on me in FCAT, and then when I seen you write in the chat, oh, I was playing Destiny, I was like, what the? I thought he said it was done. Did he? I was like, damn, you deleted it. I didn't delete it. But anyway, same old, same old. Let me see. Elden Ring was it for me because they revamped the genre in the game because the open world. Yep, same thing. He said.
I still haven't played that because Chill Gaming said he was gonna play it with me. I still haven't played it.
Messed up, bro. It be your own people.
Yep. Every time.
All right, TPG, you want to say something?
Well, I was going to say, the last game that wowed me, funny enough, it's a game that came out in 2020, and it's not The Last of Us Part 2, although that wowed me too. Cyberpunk. More recently, because, like,
yep.
I think that game has improved so much over time that it's like, damn, I love that game. Been recently playing through it again. I'm like, yeah, I see why a lot of people would say this is, like, better than anything Bethesda's put out in a while. You know, at least first.
Yeah, I never got into that. I
would recommend it. I would recommend it, especially if you want to go for some crazy builds. I literally have my character where they could just go into an area, hack one person, everyone gets affected, they're puking on the ground, dying, and then I can have the last guy commit suicide.
I think if they ever make it third person, I know that was a talk about at one point in time. Then maybe I would check it out. All right, so Chill Gaming said nothing fits that void like Destiny. No other game does. You know what's cool? I'll say this: probably one of the most recent. Well, it's not recent, but I was wild with Destiny. Destiny really did. I was a big fan of Destiny for many years, and when the biggest wow with Destiny with me was not being familiar with MMOs. So when I was walking around, and I told the story before, I'll make it quick. I was walking around with my friend, and he got me into the alpha, right? And I seen other people running around in the game, and I seen names over their head. I was like, "Are those real people?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "How the hell are they in my game?" He's like, "What are you talking about?" Now he was a PC guy, so I had no clue. And he was like, "Well, other people could be in your game because in console, up until that, now I guess unless you play like Final Fantasy 11 or the few other MMO games that I never played, I was like." You have to invite somebody to your game. So when I seen other people running in my game, I was like, wait, can they see me? He was like, yeah, they can see you. I was like, could I go up to him? He was like, you can. I was like, my mind was blown. I was like, what? I was like, well, would they want to work with me? He was like, probably not. And then a public event happened. And all of a sudden, we all are teamed up because we're all trying to fight the same thing. I was blown away, and that was a big wow factor. I was like, this was something I'd never seen in gaming. Again, I probably would have seen it forever on PC. A friend of mine used to play World of Warcraft and always it described that to me. But on console, I never seen anything like that. So I will say that Destiny definitely did change the game with gaming for me. So I will always give Destiny credit, man. I will always say that I got a soft spot for Destiny, even though I don't play it anymore. That's why I can't delete it. That's why I never delete Destiny. I don't know why. I just always say I might turn it on again.
Destiny 1 or Destiny 2?
So Destiny 1 to me was still the end-all be-all. Destiny 2 felt pretty hard for me. I feel like they got better with Forsaken, but it just still never caught back up to where I felt about Destiny Part 1. And then he said, I still have the same builds that go hard in the game. Laugh my A off, Void, Solar Mixed. So you know what's crazy? I was that guy that was like, I don't want to acclimate to the new Destiny. So I kept all the old stuff, and then when they finally made the update where you could use your old stuff and make it viable, I was like, oh, there you go. But anyway, so FCAT, you got some more stuff we pulling up? Oh wait, he dropped out.
FCAT.
Oh, my bad. I didn't realize that was back there.
You
Say his name and he
left me in the
appears.
back the whole time.
My bad. Well, you wasn't saying nothing.
Okay, FCAT's Joe Hendry of this freaking podcast.
Say his name and he appears.
By the way, did you see what happened on
No,
Battleground?
we gotta get into the Xbox news. We got Xbox Showcase coming up. We got a lot of showcases coming up.
Let's pull this up. Wait, TPG, you talking about Trick Williams won that title?
Battleground. Yeah, Trick Williams.
Yeah, I heard
won
about it.
I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, I heard about it, but I don't watch it anymore. All right, so bam, here we go.
Oh,
Yes.
great. This
Harry
is not good.
Patel leads Obsidian for Netflix games.
I thought Netflix was like falling off of their AAA games.
I thought so too.
Hey.
Hold on, I got one for you guys.
Money.
So about that game came out, right? This game did come out already, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's the one game everybody was talking about? Stalker 2, right? Did that ever come out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yo, that's crazy because I remember people kept talking about that before it was out, and I didn't even know it came out. It was yesterday. I was like, yo, did that game ever come out? Because I remember everybody was talking about that. Yo, that game, listen, this is what gamers drive me crazy. They build up something. I haven't heard I didn't even know the game came out. That's crazy. When did that game come out?
It sold pretty well. It was the end of last year. It was like in November.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't remember. I remember we kept talking about Stalker 2 and that's crazy.
That's a good
Yeah.
game. But it's still
if you talk with
and not finished.
if you talk with SPG, it was like his favorite game of last year.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, no, it's the thing is, it was always like a PC shooter, so I didn't expect a lot of like console gamers to really enjoy it unless you played them before. Like I enjoyed what I played. I think
I remember you saying that when we were talking about it, you was like, I don't think you guys are gonna like it as much as you think. The people that was hyping it up.
Yeah, people overhyped it. I felt.
Yeah, it just hit me. I was like, oh wait, there was a game that came out as well that I thought was coming out. But what you say, TPG? I think you were saying something.
I think they overhyped it because the circumstances around the game and like how it's being literally made in a war zone, and then they had to evacuate the entire studio because, like, I guess at one point there were like some of the bombs or whatever, like dangerously close to the studio.
Yeah, there's several employees actually.
There's actually an entire documentary about that game if you want to check it out, Cowboy. It's really interesting how they made the game during wartime.
Yeah, one of their like creative directors actually died in the war, so.
Oh wow!
Oh, yeah, I know that.
That really hit home.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Metaphor,
why Stalker 2 still never came to PlayStation?
Right? Redfall never came to PlayStation either, right?
Yeah, neither that one, but
it's not going to.
I don't know if Murder tried about this, but the newest saga Hellblade 2 is coming to PS5.
Damn, Murder, you talking about this?
Damn!
Hey, you guys hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I haven't played any of those games, to be honest with you guys. I pay for Game Pass in my house. My kids, they play on it. But Doom, any game that came out on Game Pass or Xbox for like 2 months, I have been playing. I can get rid of that until it's something that I'm interested in. I've never said, I know Cowboy is, but I've never said I like Doom or Expedition 35. I'm not into no turn-based games. I don't even, if I know, like TK used to say, if you don't know by now, us being older gentlemen, what type of games you like, something's wrong with you. You know, I just generally don't play them. So, Avowed, I got them. I can boot up my Series X. It's sitting right there. It's in the living room. It gets living room status now. It just sits out in the living room.
I think Murder has a great point. Here's my thing too, man. Now I'm not knocking anybody, but there is a new style of gamers, right? There are subscription gamers. This is a thing now, and I think the thing is, recently I said this to somebody's making a big deal. I think it was one of the Dark videos, and I was like, you guys act like there wasn't a day and age where people didn't just buy their games. People act like Game Pass has been around since Nintendo, and like, oh, if you want to buy your game, it's a strange thing. And I feel like that's a weird thing, but now it is a thing where it's subscription gamers. So here's the thing: I'll never knock somebody in what they like and they don't like. Well, I would say for me, I'm a specific gamer. I look, like Murder saying, he knows what type of games he like. I look and say, even if I don't think I'm going to buy it, I think I want to play that game. Now, I might play it like Expedition 33. I thought I would like it, but I don't like Souls games, and that literally is a that is a turn-based Souls game. I was like, okay, they had to add something in it that I don't like, so I don't like it. But, so there is gamers that's kind of like, they kind of don't have to, I'm not going to knock anybody, but they don't have to know what game they like nowadays. They just get a subscription and just end up liking something that's on a subscription. And they would have never knew they liked it. Like I hear a lot of people say, like, if it wasn't for Game Pass, I would have never played that game. You're right. But it's kind of like, I think that's what was my issue with Game Pass and the PlayStation Plus, is that it was so many games, but I was scroll and look like, I don't want to play that. And PlayStation was worse for me because they don't have day and date games. So they had games I knew I didn't play because I knew I didn't want to play them.
Or you played them already.
Yeah, so I was like, all right. So then Xbox is like, I have to wait till the new game come out and be like, or look at the trailer and be like, yeah, I don't like that game either. So then it's like, okay, so I'm only paying for a service hoping that they get a game that I like. And it's like, okay, well, I'm just wasting my money. So,
with no hate on the service, like I paid for it. My son, I got 3 Xboxes in my house. My Series X, my son has a Series S, and my daughter has a Series S. That I just bought her for Christmas, because she likes Xbox, and which is great, and so that's what $60 a month consistently when we don't use it. It just reoccurs every month. So, I mean, I'm not against it because I keep it, and I'm not going to be like the weirdos that be on there putting out pictures, blowing up their Xboxes and shit.
Right.
That's crazy.
Well, beyond game goes. Yeah.
No, I say, but as far as like spending money on the platform like that to buy a game, I just don't do that anymore. I just don't do it anymore. I support them through Game Pass like they want me to, and that's what I do. 3 times over in my house, so it ain't about that. But as far as where I buy my games at and I play at now, it is what it is.
Yeah. And Purple is in the building, and I know FCAT gonna get on me when I say this. But, I'm gonna say it anyway, FCAT. That's why I do use GameFly, because I get the.
There he goes.
However, GameFly, either GameFly or the Postal Service dropped the ball. They were sending me Doom on the 30th is when they were sending Doom. I never got it. So the other day I said, hey, I never got it. So they said, look, file a complaint with the Postal Service. We're going to send you we're going to try to send you Doom again. If we can't, we'll send you the very next game. I'm like, yo. But then they actually said, yeah, we're going to send you Doom again. Now,
you on the late show.
Might be in my mailbox now. Maybe it came late. But either way, it's cool that they made up on, their era. But that still cost me money because the game never showed up. But I did file a complaint not a complaint, but I filed a thing with the Postal Service just in case, it was their fault too. But either way, I still will put my money on GameFly because I'm literally choosing the game I want. So I'm being specific. I'm paying monthly service for something, and I get to pick and choose. Say, you know what? I do want to play that, whether that I'm just scrolling like, well, I get to see all these trailers of games like Mind's Eye, right? I'm not going to pay for Mind's Eye. It looked cool, but guess what? Will it be as good as Grand Theft Auto or blah, blah, blah? I don't know, but I'll try it. All right,
Cowboy, and I got a problem with you. Hold on real quick, y'all. Remember, you say this is a show where you can bring problems to people if you got problems. Like, Cowboy, I got a problem with you because you're lying about GameFly.
All right, let's go. Hold up.
Yeah, take me.
Damn it, I hate when this happens. All right, hold on. Yo, this thing is I don't know why it's not this easy to maneuver. All right, there we go. All right, hold up. We need to get rid of this too. All right, let's go. 5-0. Go ahead.
All right. You be out here pumping up GameFly all the time, and I
Yes,
looked
sir.
at you can have 2 games out for what, $17.99 or $12.13?
No. I
What
think
do you pay?
it's over. I paid it $17.99 for one game. It's like $20-something for 2.
How is that the best deal in gaming? $17.99 to be shipped a game that you don't even know if I've heard you before. You've told me, oh, they didn't have the game, so they sent me the third best thing that was on my queue. So you're missing out on games, like you say, day and date. Multiple games. Download. If 5 games come out tomorrow that are scheduled for tomorrow, you can get them right now.
Hold on, let me ask you this. How am I going to play 5 games tomorrow? You let me know. Because here's the thing. I am a real, so this is what I don't hide. Y'all see my wife walking here. Y'all be seeing me at the beach, eating. I'm a real human being. These guys would be like, man, listen, I played a lot of Monster Hunter. You know how I do it? When I'm at, hopefully nobody's listening, when I'm working and the phone's not ringing, allegedly, I'm able to slide my chair over, right? So I got a lot of hours in that way. But I'm a real human. So, yeah, if I could have easily played Doom on Game Pass. But then if I played Doom and I didn't like it, like let's back up. Expedition 33, played it, didn't like it. I sent that game back so quick, and then I'm able to get another game. On Game Pass, I'd be like, well, if there's no games I like, then I really just, lost my money. So, but yeah, is it?
With Game Pass, you're not buying anything though. You're not just going game for game when you order something off GameFly. You're paying for a monthly subscription, right?
Correct. Just like Game Pass.
It's the same price as Game Pass, and you really think the GameFly is better?
I'm gonna tell you how GameFly is better. You ready?
Because they have Nintendo. They have because they're multi-platform. I knew you was.
That's the golden ticket, right. Because I'll name 100 games. Oh, listen, I can name 100 games that's not even on Game Pass, but they're on GameFly. If you look at all the games I got from GameFly, I'll be like, hey, just show me a couple that might be on Game Pass.
Okay.
I mean, if they're made by Microsoft, but again, if we just literally said, so think about it, if we literally just said third party saves gaming, I ain't gotta say nothing else because those games are not on Game Pass.
But GameFly don't have every game, do they?
They don't if it's not physical. So Alan Wake 2 came out and that wasn't physical, so GameFly didn't get it. Now when they released the physical, now it is on there. But other than that, GameFly they don't get all the indie games.
There are likewise games that don't come to GameFly that might come to Game Pass.
Because, but you got to name them because Alan Wake didn't come to Game Pass.
All right. Anyway, let's get back to what you was doing. I just wanted to hit you up because it don't smell right over there. Because you had me curious, and I was looking up the prices, and I was like, a game or two for $17 a month? Like what?
I'm definitely not saying it's perfect, but what I am saying is for me, I get to listen. Right. Okay. There's many people who bought a game and was like, man, this game is trash, and that don't happen to me.
You know what's happened to me. But so, okay, all right, stalemate. Because you're right. You're right.
No. You made a great point. I'm not gonna say you didn't make a great point, and I agree. Like, listen, like FCAT is gonna get on me. Oh, your Doom never came in the mail. You waiting? Yes, there is real life stuff like it has to come in the mail. That is real. But I'd rather pay my money and say I get to choose from all these games that we see trailers on. They're gonna be on GameFly, right? Now, it might be a few that the developer said, you know what? Like the Quantum Error Studio, we don't want our games to be physical anymore. Then guess what? I can't play those games, right? But I ain't gonna talk down about those games. But at the end of the day, I feel like for me to say, hey, I want to play that and get to play that, cool. And then again, like you said, it might not be my top game on the list. It might be a game where it's like, oh, you know what? My top couple games are low, right? But I still get to pick and choose. Like, these are the games. I got 31 games right now. All right? So the ones at the top is like, I'll play that next. But all of those games are games I do want to play. Now, go look at my 31 games and ask me how many of them are in Game Pass.
Right. Yeah. My library is just like that, too.
I'm just saying.
And you know, when you look online, I'm all over the place. So
yeah, all over the place. You get games that... You get a lot of games that ain't never going to get on Game Pass. It just isn't, right? But you wouldn't be like, well, I guess I'm not gonna play it. Nah.
True. All right. Anyway, back. I just had to.
Anyway, let's bring these guys back on here.
Right.
It'd be your own people trying to get you,
Jesus. Back there cooking noodles. Look at him.
Hey, what you making, ramen? You making ramen?
Yeah. Vegetable flavor.
See, hold on, let's do it real quick.
Hi. Yeah, I'm cooking. I didn't even know you
There
put me
you
on
go.
camera there, genius.
Cooking with TPG. What's going on?
TPG was bored
my
though. If
God,
you guys
what is
talking,
on
so he's
top of your
getting ready
head?
to make his dinner. So I'm doing a fucking pasta bake.
I like it.
Get me off the damn camera.
Look at that
head.
Oh,
Speaking of Game Pass, I did want to say, like,
I love it.
Game Pass is garbage, and so is GameFly. You're a real gamer. You buy your games. You don't sit there
I buy
and
and
oh, let
use
me
Game
go
Pass.
to Blockbuster.
Listen, man, go finish your ramen noodles, bro. Make her finish his thought, man. Go finish your ramen noodles.
I think it depends on the player. Like someone who likes to play a bunch of like a wide variety of games is
right.
perfect thing for. Like for me,
That's
like
what we do with ramen noodles in this house.
like this year alone, like I've beaten Avowed, South of Midnight, Expedition 33. I got all the achievements in Expedition 33. Recently beat Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, and I'm playing through Oblivion Remastered and Doom. You know, like there's a ton of great games on Game Pass this year. So
let me ask you a question, Maker. I want you to give me an honest answer. Name which one of those games you would have bought if it wasn't on Game Pass.
Doom: The Dark Ages, and I would have bought probably Oblivion Remastered.
And you named like 8 games that you played and beat and trophied and everything, and only 2 of them you would have bought.
I probably would have gotten South of Midnight, but probably on a sale.
Right.
Like if I'm just saying like day one, I would have bought both of those. Actually, probably Expedition 33 as well, just because of all the Game of the Year talk. I probably would have been like, oh, I got to be a part of this and bought.
Now, here's what's cool though. The cool thing is you got to give Game Pass its flowers. It allow again, there's some people say like, oh, I would have never played that game if it wasn't for Game Pass. So that's cool. Now you played like 6 games that you clearly wouldn't have bought, and you got to play. So that is cool because at the end of the day, you're a gamer and you're winning. You know, you got to play those games. So that does make you a winner. And so.
And you know what winners say? Fuck the losers who can't take a joke. Man the fuck up.
I don't know if y'all know, but Purple Haze is in the building. She popped into the building a little bit ago. Ron Slusher's in the building. Let me go down there real quick. Let me see. Purple said, great show, dropping by to give a thumbs up. And Mr. Urban World is looking. Let me see. I owe you a cookie cake, Mr. Urban World. Purple says, he said, I'm down 10 plus pounds, but I have one on my beat. Oh, so he said said he looked just like TPG right now. So he's down 10 plus pounds. Purple said, I walked by the cookie place in the mall. I thought to myself, I need to give Urban one of these. Last time I walked by one of those, I actually made a video and sent it to Mr. Urban World. I said, I prefer. All right, they just talk about the cookies right now. Let me see.
I missed
okay, so Ron said main event Ron Slusher is in your city. Let me see, 100%. Let me see. He said I need more. Okay, they're talking about that. Indeed. Less than 30 days to his birthday. I'll give you a quick heads up, and I'll send you 2 shares. All right, cool. There we go. All right, go ahead. FCAT, bam. There we go.
Yeah, I don't know how y'all started the Game Pass. I don't know.
I think
when I saw this, I'm seeing. I think the showcase that's about to happen.
Okay.
I think they're gonna announce something big. coming to PS5 at the showcase because they've kind of been building it up, like with Forza, Gears of War, now this. Like, I think we might get either Starfield or Halo.
So here's my thing. FK, I don't want to bust your bubble, all right? And I don't know how far back you're going gaming, and I don't even know how old you are. You're probably some little kid in your mom's attic. But here's the thing, bro. Gears of War is coming to PlayStation. We don't need to hear Hellblade. We don't need to hear, bro. It's Gears of War. I don't think this whole oh my god, I can't believe this coming. No, it's over now. It is done. Gears of War is the franchise. Halo's number 1. Gears of War is number 2. You got Gears of War. That's it.
Man. Depending on who you ask, it could be Gears number 1, Halo.
It could be.
Even the big one for the showcase, because Phil Spencer already said that this showcase is going to be the one where they show, PlayStation logos and Nintendo logos.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if this was a talking point to make this big, guess what? I just feel like at this point it's not a big deal. Like, okay, yeah, this showcase happens and they say Starfield's coming to PlayStation. Were you gonna be like, oh my god, I can't believe it? You can be like, wait, Starfield over Gears of War? Bro, you already said Gears of War. It ain't nothing else that's gonna be crazy. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, like, to me, this is the weakest of them all because it was originally a PlayStation exclusive, the base game. Like, I feel like this was always going to be a thing. Like, this was.
What about all the PlayStation people that, because it wasn't on PlayStation this time around, said it was trash, and now they're like, hey,
bro,
they buy them into PlayStation. I don't give a fuck what platform it comes to. It ain't my type of game. I ain't gonna play it.
Let me be clear. Starfield, I think, is going to sell really good. Watch. People are going to be eating that up on PlayStation.
Because it's a dope game. It ain't my... I put 5 hours into it, but...
I wonder if Purple Haze is joking in chat because Black Myth Wukong still ain't came to Xbox.
What'd you say?
It said Black Myth Wukong is going up Game Pass with their prediction. Like next year? Maybe next year.
That would be crazy.
And you know what the cool thing is, though? I think there's still, like, okay, so when Monkey Boy said Astrobot only sold 2.75 million, right, out of 75 million people, right? Here's what's cool. Everybody didn't get to play Black Myth Wukong. So if it does, even though, I mean, yeah, you might be like, oh, it's a year late. But at the end of the day, if you already got to play it, cool for you. If you was on the fence on it and it comes to Game Pass, then cool for you. So even if it is a year later, there's still some people that probably only have an Xbox, right? And they couldn't play it. But then it also comes to Game Pass. Then now they could get it in a subscription they probably was paying for already, or they could buy it anyway. So I feel like the day and age of us laughing and be like, you got the game later. Like, it's like the PC people that be like, oh, I get everything on PlayStation, on PC anyway. It's like, how late are you getting it? But guess what? You get it anyway. So if you could wait, if you cool waiting 30 years for a game, then cool. You're going to get to play it eventually. So
30 years? Yeah.
All right, maybe I'm being a little extra, but you know what I'm saying.
No, you're not.
So never figured it out.
Oh, wait. Purple
Series S.
Maker Chaos, Mr. Overall said FCAT is 19 years old. I believe it.
No.
We all knew that already.
I think he's 21.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the rumor of Starfield going to PS5 came back.
Yeah. I don't care about that game or the other games. But when they start speaking Halo and Gear, I don't care what nobody says. I know people can be like, oh, like Cowboy, and everybody
Starfield's considered the new face of the
in my way.
Xbox. Starfield's considered the new face of the Xbox brand.
They can have it.
If you get
just
that
like
and Halo,
these dudes ain't Xbox gamers anymore. They're Microsoft gamers. They're not Xbox gamers. Because wouldn't nobody that's been with Xbox since day one and been out, besides the people that act like they're blind for some reason all of a sudden, been in these wars and shit and just getting trashed for years.
Yeah, but I think
that they're thinking that, Cowboy, even you know damn well Gears going to PlayStation don't sound right. You know it don't. No, just like or
but here's
God of War coming to Xbox. It don't.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So
I'm not gonna change the way that I feel just because Phil Spencer says what his gaming is like. That's not what my gaming is like.
Here's the unfortunate. So murder, and you said, hold up, I'm gonna have to do this. At least I'm honest though. All right, hold up, murder. I'm about to give you that. I'm about to give you that same smoke you just gave me. All right. I'm about to give you that same smoke you just gave me. All right, let me get this big head fool up off of here. All right, I'm about to give you that same smoke. Hold up, let me do this real quick. Turn on my.
I don't even like talking about Xbox no more.
Nah. Let me turn on my light real quick. So I'm about to give you that same smoke you was trying to give me. You know what Purple said? You remember what she said? I'm gonna let you say it. What she say? Say it again.
Nobody likes a loser.
Nobody likes a loser. And here's the unfortunate thing, my friend. I've been an Xbox guy too. I was repping Xbox, the first one, the 360, I'll be honest, I only bought the Xbox One because my friend was moving to Indiana, so he was needed extra money, so I bought it off him, right? So I get to say I owned it. I didn't own the new one, but I was already kind of out of Xbox. After the 360, I was like, all right, you know what? I think I am my identity was like, okay, yeah, I am a PlayStation guy, and this is what I'm gonna do. And then cloud gaming took me out of PlayStation. So the unfortunate thing for you, my friend, is you just happen to pick the wrong damn side because you had them all too. You just happen to be Team Xbox, and they have to lose the war.
I'll take it.
Like, you know what I mean? So I get it. Trust me, bro. I lived with the best with the console wars. If the shoe was on the other foot, and listen, luckily, hold up, I was almost Purple Haze. I'm gonna put her in it. She was a Stadia person. And that, if you talk about, at least Xbox. Huh?
You can jump off the boat. Still don't mean you wasn't the captain. You was a Stadia dude too. That's how I know you. You're the Stadia guy.
Here's the thing, I was. But then the Stadia people hated me before Stadia was over. So I get to say, I left Stadia. They was like, oh, Cowboy, now you go upstairs. Like, no, I'm just saying that I left them because I'm like the TK9. TK9 got out. He got out. So unfortunately, Murder, you just happen to be on the wrong side. And I know why it hurts, because you put all that energy. Yo, when the ABK deal was going on, I was like, hey, bro, if Xbox get that, they going to have banger after banger. And they did all that just to say, here, you can have it all. Bro, I get it. It's not cool, bro. Trust me. I feel your pain. That's not cool. That's not cool. But
you heard me in another podcast talking about Xbox and doing this and battling with people about it. And it just, hey, wait till next year. 2000. Hey, wait till next year. Oh, we'll give you the Redfall. Hey, 4 years damn near of no real game. I got burnt up in your chat about it for a long time.
Yeah. They got so many games, right, bro? If these games was all exclusive, they would be dominating. But I get it. Phil Spencer said it doesn't matter how great a game is. It's not going to make people buy an Xbox. I get it. But I will say, man, they got so many games right now. Xbox, like Game Pass is looking stellar because they got all these games. Now, I'm not gonna say they're all for me, but every game isn't for me. But as a portfolio, man, Game Pass and Xbox is looking great. Yeah.
But so honestly, do you think? And you're an honest person.
Yeah.
Even though they haven't been necessarily PlayStation first-party games, PlayStation has been providing games now. Not saying I play them like the Ronins and the Stellar Blades. Right. I don't play those games. I don't. The Wukong. Right. I love watching you play it, and I almost bought it, but I knew,
Yeah, I mean, I stopped playing it.
It wasn't for me.
It wasn't for me. I tried to give it my all, but I quit playing it. So it's not for me.
Right. So it's kind of cool, Xbox. They made as you see, they made a great decision with buying Bethesda. Activision. Yeah. Because hey, hold on. Take Bethesda and Activision out of it. Besides Avowed, what does Xbox put out?
No, you're right. You're right. So the thing with Xbox is they paid their way to the top. But again, if you got the money, I'm not counting their money. So at the end of the day, you know what I said with the ABK deal? When PlayStation was mad and was trying to stop the deal, I said, well, then you spend $78.6 billion and buy them then. Because they're willing to spend their money. That's their money. So, again, if legally the deal was able to go through, who am I to count Microsoft pockets? I mean, now I can say, like, well, you didn't make those games. But in the future, and I kept saying it, I've been saying it, 4 or 5 years from now, nobody's going to be like, Doom, whatever it's going to be called, you're going to know it as an Xbox game. It will be next Call of Duty is an Xbox game, right? So at the end of the day, like, you're going to have to. No. Okay, fine. So 4 years from now, the next Call of Duty is an Xbox game because Activision is an Xbox studio, right?
Yeah, but it'll always just be Activision. You know, like, as far as I see it. I mean, but I've been there since day one.
Well, and here's the bad thing, too. When you look at gaming, right, people will say, well, technically, Activision is just a publisher. Activision didn't make the game. You got Treyarch. You got, all the other ones, right? Yeah, so technically.
They got a bunch.
Right, and so think about it. Bungie got purchased by PlayStation, right? And some years from now, you're going to look at Bungie as it's a PlayStation studio. You're not going to be like.
Even there.
If they're even there.
You know, but I don't know. There seems to be no sign of intelligent life anywhere.
Listen, man, I just want to pull you to the side and say, bro, you're my brother. I'm going to beat the hell out of you tomorrow, but I'm always going to love you. And at the end of the day, no one likes a loser. My friend, end up being a PlayStation guy, and you end up being, well, I'm just a winner.
You know what winners say? Fuck the losers who can't take a joke.
Man the fuck up.
I'm just saying.
Hey, sometimes you gotta take your beatings, man.
PlayStation finally beat Xbox. We won!
Fanboy, look at him. Look at him.
All right, I'm sorry.
Terrible.
No, if you pull me up.
Guys, we have some breaking news coming out. Halo's officially coming to PlayStation from the sources in my head.
Pull me up.
All right, despite what I said, I still feel this way. That gaming without limits, play the games that interest you because you are a gamer. So just despite that little outburst that I just had.
Yeah, I hate Nintendo. I still got 3 of them.
We don't get a Space Marine remaster.
Not coming to PlayStation, guys.
Oh no! What's so
now,
sad?
I'm trying to understand. Is this the recent Space Marines? I don't even know which game is this.
This is the first one that came out 10
years
remastered.
ago. For so long.
Don't get it.
Remaster of an old game.
Darn.
Well, listen,
PlayStation. I might pick it up.
It's okay. I won't get this game, but you know what I will get? I will get Death Stranding 2. I'll get Ghost of Yotei, Gears of War Reforged, every other game in the sun, but no, I don't get the Incel Simulator.
Well, no, but this fits well with PlayStation because PlayStation is the land of remasters. So, I mean, it's kind of weird that they're not getting a remaster.
And yes, I call it the Incel Simulator because these guys are they're voluntarily celibate.
After
I wonder why. So I wonder if they actually like Murder. Remember we was talking like, well, what if Xbox might get a chance to start throwing money at people? Like, hey, make this. What if the strategy is crazy? Just follow me with this, guys. What if Xbox is like, you know what? We're gonna put our games everywhere, but we're going to start putting money to the walls like PlayStation was known for doing and start getting exclusive games on Xbox. But imagine, right? So they can still make money, so they'll still have their games in Game Pass, but people will be able to still buy their games. But what if they start getting exclusive games that was third-party games like PlayStation?
You think they would give up Gears and Halo and their staple fucking pillar games to sit there and go, hey, we'll money hat Savage Planet?
I'm just wondering, right? I'm just wondering.
Recently they did it. They did it with Stalker 2. They secured that time exclusive. Now they're dealing with this. This is actually from Sega. published by Sega. So I don't know.
I heard there was some reason that had to do with the PS3 technology.
Third party
remasters. So, but I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what would be the reason why this won't isn't coming.
It came out during the PS3, and do you remember how the PS3 has some kind of crazy SKU in it that made things hard for it? This is just what I heard.
Cell processor.
Yeah. I heard it was something like that, but of course people are gonna take it.
Oh, that makes sense because PlayStation is having their own. Yeah, that makes sense because they came with their own games that was on PlayStation.
But you know, and they're gonna take it and fanboy with it and run with it like ha ha ha. PlayStation is not getting the 10+ year old
PlayStation doesn't.
You know, okay, a win's a win. I'm not saying that, but in a couple months you got fucking Gears of War coming to PlayStation.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
crazy.
I remember
on my PS5 Pro, and it definitely is the best place.
So let me flip the script real quick, right? So and I know you hate hearing this. But I said this on I think on Dr. Dark's comment section. So here it goes, right? I know you hate hearing this, all right? But I gotta do it. All right, y'all ready? So picture this, okay? Just riddle me this. Imagine if there was developers that was working for a company really hard, right? And I know you guys don't like hearing this, but just hear me out. So imagine if some developers was like, bro, we've been here for 4 years and we never had a raise. This is crazy. How we never have a raise yet, right? And they're working hard and they're hoping that they can make extra money. And they're working for the big company because when we look at Microsoft, Xbox, we see trillion-dollar company. But imagine there were some people, small guys, and they're like, man, we haven't had a raise in 4 years, and hopefully this year we get a raise. I told my wife, if we get a raise, we could go on this cruise, right? And I know you guys don't like hearing this. And imagine if Xbox said or Microsoft said, hey, we're gonna put Gears of War on PlayStation. It's gonna bring in extra money. Hey, you guys in that studio, let's just say Studio X, right? Studio X, you guys are going to get a raise this year. We're going to have extra money. All of you guys in Studio X, you're all getting raises. The one guy's like, oh my God, I can take my wife on the cruise. I know you guys don't like hearing the business side. But at the end of the day, these games going to different places are going to make some people money. Now, it's not making us money, but we're also not losing money because murder, you're not losing 0 pennies. 0 pennies for a game going to PlayStation. My thing is, any fan who feels some type of way that their games that they love and cherish are going to another company, I'm just being real, but you didn't lose anything. The only thing you lost was the perception that you was able to brag that the console, the plastic box that you like had this game, and the other plastic box that your friends had will never get this game. But that's the only thing you lost. Your pride lost something, but you physically, financially didn't lose anything. And just maybe this guy that works for Studio X is going to be able to take his wife on a cruise because the game that you got a problem with going over there is going over there. I'm just saying, I know you guys don't like to talk about the money in the business, but maybe a game going from here to there is best for business. Maybe the difference of this game going from here to there will make income for some of the small people, not the big people. Just me. I could be wrong, but I'm just saying. Now, while I got this time, let me read some of the comments because Purple Haze is in the building. All right, so she was chatting with Mr. Urban World. Let me see. Wait, something about breaking the internet. Let me see. Okay, that's that. Let me see. Okay, wait. Don't worry, mister. Okay, the shades of purple. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's what you were talking about. Oh, hey guys, this is the good pizza. Sandy went to Mama's Pizza today and brought me 2 slices. All right, thank you. I thought, okay. Mr. Urban World went to Shades of Purple. I would break the internet. Black Myth Wukong is her prediction. She said FCAT is 19. We read that. Let me Purple Haze. You noticed she didn't notice. Makes sense for Mr. Urban World to disappear. Let me see. Still would be a Stadia. Still would be hey, listen. You are a Stadia person, Purple, and we love you for that. I own only one Xbox console, and that was the 360. I caught the Red Rings of Death and never looked back. Damn, I remember that. I almost burned my house down trying to do the Red Rings of Death. The Xbox brand will eventually decline, and we will know the game as Doom and as a Doom game. I got you. Let me see. Keelan's crying. I feel you're more of a GameFly guy, to be honest. Man, listen. I do play more games through GameFly than I buy games. You know, same way somebody play more games through Game Pass than buy games. The thing I think that is lost is something that is more long term, and that's competition. Yeah, I mean that is true. I think competition does make things great because it makes people think outside the box. But that's hard to measure, and I agree, it is hard to measure. People always say WWE got better because AEW came around, you know, AEW. And let me see. Oh, lost about a decade ago. Yeah. In my opinion, that was lost about a decade ago. All right, yo, Justin, what is going on, man? My guy, Justin, just love. One of my actual peoples I know since high school is in the building. DJ Justin Love. We did a bunch of weddings and everything together. But all right, let me bring everybody back on. And I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry.
I actually agree with you, Cowboy.
I don't. And as a grown, I don't. Like I said, I'm gonna keep it honest. Just because Phil Spencer comes out one day and says, "Hey, you guys, hey, the masses, you guys don't worry about exclusives or nothing. Just get our service." Doesn't mean I got to change the way I think about how I've been gaming. And I say, fuck what Cowboy's talking about. And that's from my fanboy perspective. But do I understand business as a grown man who's owned houses and shit? Yes, I do. I totally agree with what he's saying. But I'm still saying I don't give a shit.
Listen, man, that brand loyalty.
And don't get it twisted. I've owned every console at the same time since the PS2. So even me talking about these consoles, I'm not losing nothing anyway. Anything come to Switch 2, I'm playing it. Or Switch 1, I got it. Anything come to any type of Xbox, I got it. Anything come to any type of PlayStation, I got it. So I mean, so it doesn't really matter to me. I'm just saying the way I feel, not Maker, not nobody else. I feel as a long-standing Xbox fan, I don't like what is going on with the company, and that's just my opinion. And I'm not gonna get on here and be like, "Oh, it's so bad to be a fanboy. Exclusives don't matter no more." But everybody last year was champion. Look online. We can go back a year ago. Indiana Jones is exclusive. Hellblade's exclusive. Aha, just buy an Xbox. But all of a sudden, Phil Spencer goes, and we're all supposed to just think like these people at Xbox is thinking. No, I don't. I don't give a shit. I don't care about the richest company in the world making more money. You got, they need to make more money so they can put this and give us more Game Pass. Do you guys not understand that's the richest company damn near in the world?
But what about the guy who want to take his way?
They can do what the fuck they want to now. Last year, they don't need to raise everything on Xbox and fuck up Xbox and make more money.
They don't even need to announce Halo or Starfield going to PS5.
Wow, that's horrible, man. As somebody who was there day one for Xbox, that shit feels horrible.
They can give it to
Murder. What about the guy who
want to talking that shit play on PC anyway? They don't even play on Xbox no more.
But Murder, what about the guy who want to take?
They're gonna try to get you to get the next console. Oh, go buy the next console, but I've moved on to PC. You go be a dummy. Like, okay, all right. Anyway, dude.
Murder. What about the guy who want to take the fight?
That's the right idea, man.
Yeah, fuck that dude who's gonna take I want to take a cruise. Cowboy. I'm trying to fly out there and see you go cruising.
Hey, you're right.
Shit, man.
You know what a cruise is? A cruise is essentially a glorified fucking what they call them, a hotel on a fucking boat.
Whoa! Cruises are dope, bro. Don't do that.
No, they are not.
I love cruises.
Hey man, COVID got
People
worse
act like these game developers work at 7-Eleven or something. It's funny to me. Right. They act like these game developers work at 7-Eleven. These people are making big money.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
I think the problem I'm having is if you want to complain about games coming to other platforms, then you should have complained about PlayStation's games coming to PC and when Xbox did it to PC as well.
Maker, that's different though. I don't play on PC. I'm a console gamer. I know. Right, I'm a console gamer. That's it. I don't play on PC. I don't play on cloud. I'm just a old, not old, but you guys see me. I'm old and older man, right? You know, still healthy, still everything.
Now you old. You old.
That's it. I don't even be speaking about PC. I don't like them butting in the console business, but
I would say because I would expect people should expect more PlayStation games coming to PC closer to day and date, because with the prices of these games like constantly going like the value or like how much it costs to make them up and up and up and up. Like we looked at it came out, Spider-Man $300 million to make, and like they got to make that money back somehow, and that's releasing it on other platforms so that they can make more money, and that's
do it on PC, do it on Switch, just don't do it on Xbox.
I mean,
keep that, and for competition reasons, I just don't like it. I mean, and like I said, I'm being selfish. That's just me. That's just the market. That's just me how I feel personally as me. I don't want to project that to nobody else. I'm just telling y'all how I feel as a day one. The Xbox One came out November 7th or so. I got one the 11th, or 4 days later. I was there playing Fusion Frenzy and. Yeah, and I've always been with Xbox, and it just sucks to see the direction. Just as an old fanboy, but not a fanboy, a fan man. Whatever it is, But I'm over it,
Murder, no one likes a loser, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Nobody likes a loser, bro.
3 years ago and look at your chat and some of your live streams.
What's Chucky say about winners there, Cowboy?
PlayStation, Xbox ain't got no games. Wait till next year. Hey, you're gonna have something coming next year.
They will always be losers.
And as soon as you get some games, you sit there and tell your hardcore fans that got their ass whooped for 26 years that they're going somewhere else. And then cry about why ain't my console selling? Do you know some of those games were exclusive?
Why ain't my console selling?
You gave a person a reason to buy your fucking Xbox that you would be leading the game. Like what? Anyway, but those are just my opinions. Yeah.
So
I'm just a real person.
Has a lot to say about
Xbox. What about if they still release some of their games as like timed exclusive? Does that matter?
No.
I mean, like Indiana Jones was like a 6 months timed exclusive.
Yeah, I don't mind that, Maker. I just don't like PlayStation's stance on it. And PlayStation still to this day, with all the things that Microsoft is doing for them, they're still looking for ways to take Xbox out. And I just don't like the weakness. To me, it feels like weakness. And for real, yeah, I know. They'll make a lot of money. They'll make a lot of money, but they'll kill their console and their brand at the same time. It's like I don't know. But I agree with what you got to talk about from a business and a money standpoint. Hell yeah. But as far as like look what they're doing to the console.
Murder, I think they murder.
I'm a console only gamer, so that it matters more to me.
Yeah, but look at what's the highest selling games on PlayStation. They're all change.
Can I say something?
Oh yeah.
Can I say something?
When a real good PlayStation game come out, I bet that won't happen. But come on now.
Well, it is kind of crazy that Oblivion Remastered came out and was immediately the third best-selling game.
If I can recall, that was a multi-plat.
Yeah,
it should be.
But still, like that's insane though.
That's an amazing game. Why
would
somebody go and get that?
Oblivion.
That game is 39 years old. And that was a multi-plat game, but since Xbox buys it, it's supposed to be like Xbox to get some kind of.
It's supposed to be a big deal. It's Xbox.
like Maker just said a minute ago, Hellblade 1 was a PlayStation exclusive for what? The beginning.
Yeah, the first year.
And it's some kind of miracle, and it's weird that it's coming out on PlayStation 5. Like, no, not really. When you think about it, not really. But okay. You know, games that have been multi-plat for years, that Xbox is all. See, that's what they should have done. They should have locked these games down. They should have made them exclusive. They should have made motherfuckers a reason to buy their fucking their console. But instead, no.
But let me ask you this, Murder.
Lay it on your toaster.
Murder, let me ask you this. Do you think Xbox, just your opinion, do you think if Xbox kept all these games, right, and made them exclusive, do you think they would have made more money if these games was all exclusive or if these games was on all these other platforms? What do you think?
Okay, let me give you the answer.
My fault.
Let me give you an answer to that.
My mic was muted. Hey, anywhere. My fault. My mic was muted. Because my dogs are barking. They could go anywhere. PC, GeForce, anywhere but PlayStation. I mean, honestly, has Xbox really, as far as a console game, and being able to play Game Pass on, has Xbox gave you any incentive besides lying to you from the beginning of the generation to invest in their console? Would you go, if somebody came to you right now and was like, hey, I'm looking to get into gaming right now. Should I get an Xbox or should I get a PlayStation? What would you honestly tell them?
PlayStation.
Hey, you get an Xbox if you want to spend $20 a curated list of games.
All right, Murder. Somebody did come on this panel. It might have been Keelan Blood. No, it's that guy, Ammon, that shows up every now and then. He did ask us this question like 2 times. We did answer it. Me and Maker actually agree. And Maker, tell him what our answer is, Maker.
Well, like it depends. Like if you have kids and you want like a wide selection of games, I usually would say get Xbox with Game Pass. Or but if there's like a specific PlayStation game that they really want to get, then I'd say probably.
No, but Maker, remember, their first time getting into gaming. He said the same thing this Emin guy said. If you have somebody that came to you and said, hey, think about playing video games. I don't even know what to get. What would you suggest? I said, get an Xbox and Game Pass.
Yeah.
That way, you'll have a plethora of games. You'll have the latest games, at least some of the latest games that come out, talking points.
Yeah.
If you get PlayStation, then okay, cool. You'll have access to some of the great games that's coming out, but they'll be the old games. PlayStation got literally nothing new on the horizon. That's in terms of exclusives. So they got some, some third-party exclusives coming out. But if you was new to gaming, Xbox and Game Pass will allow you to be able to.
Things coming out this year.
Huh?
PlayStation.
I think he's saying not anytime new.
No, I'm talking about
like Death Stranding.
That
like 3 days in June.
No, I'm talking about like Phantom Blade Zero. I'm talking about Ghost of Yote. What's that other game? The game that's similar to the Tides of Rise, but it's called something else. What's that game called?
That game that they got coming. Remember that you showed me? It's like
that's multiplayer. The Tides of
Annihilation. Tides of Annihilation is
no, it's the game that's like that. What's the game called that's for PlayStation that's similar to that?
Oh, Lost Souls.
It's kind of project game.
It's coming out like
PC.
But it ain't coming to Xbox.
Huh?
Because Sony helped finance
trying to say that it's going to take
everybody from Xbox went to PC.
Yeah, I don't care. You can't equate a brand new game that nobody gives a shit about coming to fucking a multi-plat compared to Gears, Halo, Forza. It's not the same. But people can sit there and make that argument, but it ain't the same.
No, so again, Murder. Yes, if I was a sports fan, and that's like saying the best running back got traded from your favorite team. Oh, let's say you're a Cowboy fan, and they got traded to the Eagles. Cowboys players hate the Eagles, right? From where I come from, the Eagles fan hates the Cowboys. I'm a
huge Seattle fan. We just lost DK Metcalf. If you know who that is, anybody who's at football, I mean, we just traded him to Pittsburgh like that. I'm Seattle all the way. I mean, we're.
So what I'm saying is, yes, if your favorite player got traded somewhere else, yeah, it does suck, right? It's like, oh man, But at the end of the day, it doesn't define your team. Like your team is still going to be a team. So I get why you're so into the Xbox thing, because you blood, sweat, and tears into it forever. But at the end of the day, it's over, bro. It ended.
I really don't care. I'm just, at the end of the day, I really don't care. You know that. But just for podcast sake.
Yeah, I get it.
It is.
But my question to you was, though, that you didn't answer was, do you think, and I don't know, but I'm assuming Xbox is probably going to make more money putting their games everywhere instead of if they keep all of them exclusive. One, I feel like gamers are fickle. Gamers like you might be like, oh, well, they need to keep them on the Xbox, and then you only play them on Game Pass anyway, and then they won't make any money, right? So I feel like at the end of the day, they're doing what's best for business, and so we can't knock them. I mean, we could hold them to that old, the old pack, like, oh, it's console wars. How are y'all gonna sell out? But at the end of the day, if we being real, it's about money, and so unfortunately,
I agree with their. If I'm looking at, but I'm not looking at it from a business place. I'm looking at it from a consumer place. But if I totally agree with you. And I'm just saying those opinions that I'm making are just my own. I'm kind of like giving y'all insight on how I feel. It doesn't mean it's right or wrong. I sound like an old fanboy, but at least I'll admit it. I'm not gonna sit there and let Phil Spencer come in one day and say, this is how you should feel about gaming. Take it or leave it. No.
God,
I can feel how I want.
Listen, TPGs
people need to stop being fake. That's what a lot of these content creators do. They get on here because they're cool with Microsoft, dude, and they want them game codes and free controllers and
so what? They're part of the loser club. Let them do whatever the fuck
some
they
people
want,
that don't care about none of that.
Well, look, TPGs heard that PlayStation had one game this year. You know what I mean? It happened. So
technically we have two, but I guess.
I know I've got games on PlayStation this year that are not on Xbox.
One.
Hey, 5-0, you just need to go to fucking Xbox and file your complaints.
Oh,
I didn't get a refund on the damn console.
Because when I'm not doing this, I don't think about it.
Yeah, definitely. No, Murder. Listen, all jokes aside, Murder has said, like, bro, I don't even come to the channel that much because it's just too much of this nonsense. So yeah, I mean,
no. It's not no nonsense on here. I love what you got. What does? I just been beaten to death.
Right. That's fair, man.
Believe it or not.
Just like, how can you argue with people?
And the crazy thing is, Murder. Hey, Murder. The crazy thing is, tomorrow night you won't get some more beatings.
I'm gonna beat you up. Yeah. Yeah.
The thing about exclusives, Murder, believe it or not, it's my prediction. I think Yote is going to be the last first-party game for PlayStation 5. I think Sorrows, Intergalactic, Wolverine, all that's coming to PlayStation 6.
So you think Intergalactic is going to Xbox?
No, FCAT, you did not just.
You really believe in shit like that?
I think Yote is going to be it.
I think the hard thing with that, FCAT, I think what you're not thinking is we got. Well, listen, we got a lot of time between now and the PlayStation 6. So
No,
you think
they said what, 2027?
Oh, they say this and they say that. I say I could fucking light my farts on fire and paint fucking shit gold. Does that make
No, but the thing is, imagine if it is 2027, right? So we still got 2.5 years. So you think PlayStation is not going to come out with not one game besides a Yote in 2.5 years? Do you really think that?
Wolverine.
Well,
The
okay,
Horizon
sorry.
multiplayer game.
I'll give Sorrows will be the last. I'll say
Well,
Sorrows
sourdough
will be the last.
fucking.
PS5.
Yeah, it just sounds like that.
Under the wire projects they got going on.
Intergalactic Wolverine. That's going on. That's PS6.
Well,
How do you know that for a fact? How do you know that for a fact? Because last time I've checked, they've not even talked about a PlayStation 6. We've just heard rumors and leaks.
Yeah, that's true.
By the way, leaks that completely.
So the reason why the rumors is there is in the court case, PlayStation had to bring up that if they had a PlayStation 6, it will come out around 2027. So that's the only reason why these rumors. This is how these rumors started. But now we got. People got mock-ups of what they think the powers are going to be and all that. I just feel like we're way too early for all that stuff.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
A friend of mine keeps telling me like, "Oh, I hear about PlayStation 6." Like, dude, you didn't hear shit. You heard some fucking moron who on the internet, found.
No, yeah, I mean, because if you don't actually hear from Sony, then it's really just, and they're not going to release any concrete information until, like it's close to it coming out anyway.
Yeah. You know how it goes.
Oh yeah, Aaron Galactic's maybe
they're working at Checkers by day, and they're amazing internet personalities by night on YouTube.
Yeah. So listen, we're just going on and on. At this point, let me ask you guys this. Let me go around the room. Listen, man, we need to start talking about some gaming though. So I'll start with you, 5-0. What games have you been playing recently, man? And what's upcoming game you're looking forward to?
I've been all over the place lately. I'm currently messing around with Splitgate. But shit, I jumped back into Battlefront. Lots of Call of Duty, as you know, Grand Theft, Madden, Forza 5, and wrestling. That's kind of what I've been in, man. Just having and then there's a couple others, but whatever.
Nice. What games are you looking for? Are there any games on the horizon you're looking forward to?
Honestly, not really.
Huh?
Yeah, like I mean, I'll play something if it catches my attention, but I'm a shooter guy, and if there's a good shooter coming out, yeah. But all these role playing games, if it's something extravagant that I have to play, then I'll pick it up.
Well, let me ask you this. Yeah. Let me ask you this. What's your thoughts on that Splitgate?
I'm actually having a good time with it. Like I've been playing. I'm at the home screen right now. I got 4 hours into it. I played it a little bit, for a while yesterday. I'm liking it, but like X Defiant, and I just wonder if it has a staying power. It's like
got you.
You gotta be. On
what about this,
like,
Murder? Huh? It's crazy. I know you. So you're a gamer. You play so much. What about that one game that you was big on, the Battle Royale, where you could switch arms and legs and all that?
Oh, Off the Grid.
Yeah. Nobody talks about that game anymore.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, you're next.
I was heavy into it, and even bought the Battle Pass. And that's another thing. I bought the Battle Pass for that game, but it doesn't give you instructions to take it off. Okay. So think about this. Since that game came out, I've been getting charged $10.99 a month, and they keep adding skins to the game. It tells me when it does it because I can't. But yeah, anyway, that's a good game. But once I started playing Warzone again and Black Ops and and just back to playing PUBG, playing those shooters that really, Cowboy, you said it one day. You were playing X Defiant or whatever. But then you get on certain games like Destiny or Call of Duty where you're like, okay, I see what the difference is. It's just different, man. And so, yeah, but I'm all over the place, man. Just loving gaming.
Okay. Yeah. Let me go to FCAT. FCAT, what are games you've been playing, and what are there any games you're looking forward to playing?
Like I said earlier, the Game of Thrones, King's Road, Splitgate 2. I'm looking forward to that Shadow Labyrinth.
Oh, the Pac-Man game.
The Pac-Man game.
Okay, yeah. Looks interesting.
Yeah. I want to buy that game, dude. That shit looks crazy.
Okay. That's a dope shout. What about you, Maker of Chaos? What games you playing right now? What you looking forward to playing?
Currently playing through Oblivion Remastered and Doom: The Dark Ages. I'm really looking forward to Elden Ring Night Reign, which is coming out in 3 days. Can't wait to play it. Already have it pre-ordered.
And that is a multiplayer Elden Ring, right? Like you can play with your friends and like now is it PvP or is PvE?
PvE. It's 3-player. You're in 3-player squads, so it's always with 3 people. And so like you have different classes that you can pick, and then you go in, get loot at the end of it, and then repeat the process until you beat the bosses.
I mean, that sounds cool though, you know?
Yeah, I played the beta. It was pretty fun. I enjoyed it. I just hated the people I was getting grouped with. I think I'm gonna enjoy it a lot better being grouped with my friends and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm actually heading out. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, man. Well, look, thanks for jumping in as usual. Appreciate you, man, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Hey, take care.
And Maker, you should make sure you look in. I got something to show everybody. As soon as I get after TPG, I got something to pull up on the screen.
Hey,
I'll watch.
Hey, Cowboy,
Okay.
I was wrong. I'm looking forward to Ghost Yote.
Okay.
Hypercharge, Mafia, and Mafia Old Country.
Hypercharge does look pretty fun. That's the toy multiplayer game, right?
Yeah, I bought it day one on Xbox, and I really like it. It's cool.
Okay.
That type of situation is cool with 25 people or 20 people or 2 people or make a game like that. You know, it's really cool.
Imagine Small Soldiers, the multiplayer game.
Yeah, I have it on I can play it right now. I have it on my Series X, and it's cool. In situations like that, it's cool that it's coming to PlayStation. But Ghost Yote, Hypercharge, and Mafia Old Country. I was just looking through.
Wait, are you not gonna buy Death Stranding 2?
No, I didn't like Death Stranding 1. That's not my style of game.
Fair.
I forced myself to try it 3 different times, and I get to the part where I don't know. It's just not my style of game. I might jump in and try to force myself to play 2 if it's better, more fast paced, but I don't know.
That's fair. What about you, TPG? What you've been playing and what you plan on playing?
Me, I have been playing through Cyberpunk, dabbling into some 2K GM mode, of course, as always. Jurassic Evolution, basically you just make your own Jurassic Park, which is kind of cool until the hurricanes happen. And then I guess I've just been trying to finish that Last of Us permadeath run, which I've died 3 times, and it's just a pain in the ass. Games we're looking forward to. I actually just saw the Days of Play sale, what they're putting up. I was actually thinking about buying Forza because that does look pretty good. And I do miss playing some racing games, so maybe I'll do that. But I'm definitely getting Death Stranding 2 because love the first one. It's a super unique game. Ghost Yote, Gears of War Reloaded. And I'm hoping that we get some big announcements from Xbox in this summer Game Fest coming in the next month.
Yeah. You know what's cool? When you think of it, right? Hearing you say, I hope we get some big announcements from Xbox, it's kind of crazy in the new world we're in. But as a PlayStation fan, that's still a good thing for you.
Yeah. Hey, games are games. I don't care who they come from. I just care how good they are.
Because if they show some big games and you could potentially get to play them, that's kind of a plus for you. So my thing is going to be short. I've only been playing the hell out of Monster Hunter WoWs. I went from liking one weapon to trying other weapons. And I heard a long time ago when I got into Worlds, they said, just think of the weapons as a different character. So you create a character, and when you choose different weapons, they play so different. You press different buttons. It's like a different character. So I've been exploring with different weapons, and like now my new favorite weapon isn't the switch. I used to love the switch axe. That was my favorite weapon from way back when, and that was the only weapon I really was into. I've used so many different weapons out of the 14, and now the gun lance is like my weapon. Now I also play WWE, but that's like once a week when I play with my guys. 503, aka Murder, is included. So we're definitely gonna have fun on that tomorrow. I want to get back into Fortnite because I always try to at least play it a little bit when they have like the new thing. So the new thing is Star Wars, and I want to run around with a lightsaber and all that. But that's pretty much all I've been playing. Just been playing so much of Monster Hunter. Now, I am looking forward to Little Nightmares 3 whenever the hell it comes out. and Reanimals, which is the original team for Little Nightmares that's making the game called Reanimals, which is technically supposed to be the real part 3, as they say it. And I want to play Dune: The Dark Ages. So yeah, due to me being a fan of GameFly, yes, I could have played it already on xCloud, but I just wanted to play it like with the the consistency of the PlayStation 5. So that should be there. I should get that at some point soon, and I'll be looking forward to playing it and hoping that I like it as much as I like Doom Eternal, because that was my 2020 game of the year. But I want to show you guys this. That's pretty much it. I can't think of what other game to look for, but this is how much I've been into Monster Hunter. So here's my new thing I'm doing. So check this out. Guys, I just made Spawn in Monster Hunter. I'm going to make a video at some point showing it. But look at this. Look at my Spawn. I should have made a picture that shows his whole... but oh, wait. It does show his whole body. Let me try to go to this. I wish I could make this picture bigger.
That's
okay,
pretty badass.
Oh yeah, there it is. Look at that, guys. I put Spawn in Monster Hunter. That's
your mama knows.
And now your mama knows. This is how much I'm getting into this game. That I went from, okay, I'm learning the different weapons, different stuff, and now I want to put characters in there. So a guy had Spawn, and it was a decent version of him, and I just tweaked it. So I think, dude, I got the one leg that's got the bigger boot on it with the chains on it. I even made the mask even better than the way the guy had. Maker, that's what I wanted you to see. Oh, you got Kratos? Okay, I'm going to have to see that. I'm going to have to, I didn't even think of that. Oh, wow. I wanted to make Optimus, but,
Whoa. Oh. Tomorrow's Wednesday, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Don't get me in here. Don't tell me you stealing again.
What you talking about?
How many titles you got? How many belts you got?
When it came to creating characters, remember Energy pointed out all the things you had took from other people. So you gonna go and get on there and download this man's Spawn and say I put an extra chain on his.
I didn't download them. I watched the video that he made showing you how to make them, and I made them, and I was like, I can get better. So I literally, like, on that outfit, none of that outfit he had. I think my outfit looks better. And if you could see, they actually added this new, it's like not a cape, but it's like a scarf. The scarf is kind of on him. It's real huge and it float like
a scarf. You in there stealing again. Yeah, just remember, I'm gonna be beating you up tomorrow just for that reason.
Listen, I'm gonna be ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna be ready. No, because Cowboy got to do it on Wrestling Wednesday. Sorry, you know what I'm talking about. And just last week, Energy was like, Cowboy, you taking this from me and taking that from him and making it into your own character, and then you come on here and then you sit there and bring up this dope Spawn character and say, hey, I got it from somebody else. I just threw a couple rings on his leg. No.
I literally, if I show you his character and my character, you'll say my character looks better.
You should have made it from scratch. You should have made it from scratch then.
You never heard of Inspiration? The guy inspired me.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Like Energy and Murder and all of us inspire you every Wrestling Wednesday. So you guys tune in. You want to see?
He inspired me, so I had to make it better. Here, check it out. Check out.
Here. The Energy brought it up. He was like, "Yeah, you remember you know what I'm talking about."
I know what you're talking about, but Energy is wrong. So look, this is the guy making. This is the guy making Spawn. Looks dope though. Now, what I didn't do is actually
you got it.
His face is pretty cool though. I didn't want to change my character's face because I put me in the game. So like he's making the eyes. The eyes do look better than mine, but my character is like me, as if I was Spawn. But look at his outfit. I hope he showed the whole outfit. That outfit don't look nowhere as good as my outfit. Look at that. Mine's actually like I got the granted he made this a little while ago, but the scarf just came out. I got the scarf that flows like yeah, my outfit just I got the chains up my arms and all that. Yeah, that ain't nowhere.
All in all, it's dope. I'm just trying. I'm preheating you for tomorrow.
I know. But just know, look at that versus his. Come on now. But here, let me read these comments real quick. Killian said they lost out on buying the better console with the better games. Now watching your beloved IPs go to the competitor has to hurt. Purple says interest in everyone always brings up increasing revenue to pay for games, but not really cutting costs. In my opinion, game companies are much more likely to do that than anything. And then Keelan said Xbox missed this window to S on PlayStation, while Sony's lack of IPs right now, they should have published harder. They should have pushed harder. Pause. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Xbox would have destroyed PlayStation right now, man. Even if they kept half of the games for themselves. Like, I would have just gave PlayStation, like, the remakes or I would have personally kept Doom for myself, even though Doom was always multi-plat. But still, you own the company. Why not? And the game costs are still rising, even with cost cutting. That is true. Anyways, guys, so I just wanted to, show off some stuff. I wanted to ask you guys about what games you've been playing. And, I know TPG just had a bounce. But anyways, this has definitely been good. Murder, thanks for popping in, man. I always appreciate when you're in here, man. We always have some good conversations. And I love that you always keep it 1,000% real. And that's what I love about you, man. You're just a real human being,
I try to, Cowboy, but when I be speaking, just like you, I just be speaking for me. I'm not trying to go out there and make anybody believe or do what I do or what I think is good for me as far as gaming. As you know, gaming is a very, very selfish thing. What's going on with my gaming over here don't affect what's going on in Cowboys gaming at all. And unless we're playing on a team together in a squad, and like we're doing something like that, and it's just like, it's fun, like kind of like Purple says, as long as you guys is gaming, I'm cool with it. But I'm not gonna sit here and act like like a lot of people do. I'm not gonna sit there and drum on it all day long like it's something really, really serious in my real life. But it's like me personally, I'll come out and say it. I don't agree with what Xbox is doing. I know it'll make them more money, and that's just it. I've made my intentions known as far as that. I still pay for Game Pass, so they're still getting a little bit. They're getting $60 a month out of me because that's between three. Me, my son, and my daughter, and they don't even really play it. Besides to play Fortnite, and that's a free game, or Roblox, or
Right.
So I mean, they really don't even need it, So, but yeah, it is what it is. I love it as long as everybody gaming. Shit, you know that.
No, that's it, man. No, I'm real. So yeah, that's not 5-0's type of game. He Lions in the building. He asks, do you play Expedition 33?
No. I'm not a turn-based.
It's crazy, man. I like turn-based, and they had to go and throw the stupid rogue type elements in the game. That messed me up, man.
I'm sure it's great. I've heard a lot about it, but it's just not great for me. I don't.
Yeah.
I'd rather play Helldivers too.
Yeah. Oh, JD in the building. What's going on, JD? Well, anyway, I'm about to shut this thing down, and I don't know what I'm about to do with my life. Maybe my wife and I are going to watch. We just finally watched the John Wick movies. We watched John Wick 1 and 2 years ago. We just finally watched over the weekend John Wick 3. So yesterday we watched John Wick 4. And so that was actually cool. But I think we might start House of Dragons Season 2 while I still got HBO. JD said Game Pass got it on my PC and my Xbox. Kids smooth.
Yep.
And then let me see. The turn base is different. I don't like turn base, but the gameplay is better. Give it a try. Hard to say. No, yeah, I played it already. I don't like it. I sent that thing back.
Hey, Cowboy, but it is good to see a little studio like that win. You know, always.
Yeah,
That's
cool.
That's a good thing for gaming. It don't take 5,000 people and 14 million, 145 million, you know, to make a good game. You know, it's like
definitely, I agree, man. Good for them.
Like Balatro and all those other games. Remember, people were sleeping on that remember the little card game.
Yo, you know, it's funny. I downloaded that today. I actually told myself I wanted to try it because I like poker and solitaire and all that. So I actually want to try it since it was such a big. They made a big deal about it. Yeah, I want to try it out.
Yeah.
Let me say, it said, love the party, love the. I guess he meant parrying, the dodge mechanics. No, that's what ruined it for me, man. That's the song Kid Smooth made. LOL. I ain't got no game pass. LOL. Yeah, I don't really follow Kid Smooth, so I wouldn't have known.
But see, you're just keeping it honest with you sitting there being like, hey, you know, Expedition 33 wasn't for me. You'll get some dude that'll argue with you about that. And sit there and like, you know what I mean, Cowboy, it's just weird. And it took me a while, but I just started realizing that. You know? I just started realizing that.
Yeah, because people want, like, I love what you say. You're speaking on yourself. The internet literally wants what they want to be in your brain. Like, it's so weird nowadays. I call it campaigns. I feel like people form a hate campaign and be like, hey, let's hate on this. And then everybody be like, okay, cool, let's hate on this, let's hate on this. And then all of a sudden you got all these people talking about something they don't even know about or like or played or seen or have any knowledge on, but they hate it. Because why not? Because the internet's hating on it. And it's crazy to me.
Right.
It's crazy.
In some instances, it feels like grooming.
Yeah.
They're just I'm not even whatever. I'm not even they're just grooming you to just do what they know. All right, man, ain't nobody gonna tell me how to game. I don't care who it is unless they block me all the way off and I can't play their game.
Right. And it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's like whatever, man. Nah. Xbox is out here grooming motherfuckers just to sit there and look at you crazy because you spend money on a video game and weird shit like that. Nitpick every little game and overhype every little game and do this and do that and ruin the game before it come out and all that. You know, it's just weird, man. It's just weird. It's weird.
Wow. Let me see. Lion said, not like Final Fantasy is much better and fun. Well, I think the thing is, turn-based is you take turns. Once they added, you got to dodge, jump, and parry. That changed the game. So it's really not a turn-based game. So the combat is kind of Souls-like for Cowboy. That's not what he likes. Yeah, I mean, that totally changed it for me. Yo, fun fact, Cowboy is a fan of Spawn, but an even bigger fan of Onslaught. Yo, Onslaught is dope. But nah, I'm a bigger. He said, but nah, I'm not. I'm a bigger fan of Spawn than Onslaught. Let me see. End up buying the game now. I have to figure out how to transfer saves from Xbox PC app to Steam. I don't. You know what? I also don't get the people who. This is just me. I'm just talking openly. I don't get the people who do that. Right? Like, oh, I'm gonna buy it for my Xbox, or I want to play it on my Steam. Like, why go through all that trouble? Why just buy it for the thing that you want to play it on the most? I don't understand when it's like, I want to switch it from here, switch it from there, and then you're like, oh, how do I transfer my data? Like, why you just, if you got an Xbox and a PC, why you just didn't choose, hey, I want to play this game on my PC because it got better frames or blah, blah, blah. Or I want to play it on my Xbox because my friends play it on this. Like, I don't understand the people who do that to themselves, and they got to figure all this stuff out. That always, I mean, again, that's not me, and everybody's entitled to do what they want. I never understood that. I don't understand why people do that to themselves. You know what I mean? I don't know. He said the Xbox PC app crashes a lot for some reason. Steam is smoother. He said, I don't like, Mr. Over said, I don't like buying the same game twice. I really wanted to play Streets of Rage with you, but had it on Steam and refused to buy it again. Bro, I told you I would pay for it. I literally told you I would buy it for you. You know?
Yeah.
I don't see that.
Streets of Rage is like what, $5, $10?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I would have bought it for him just because it was a game he liked to play. Yeah, Streets of Rage 4. and I like to play. I was like, bro, that'd be cool if we played it together. Like, but I get it. You know, some people don't want somebody buying them something when they could buy it themselves, but you're not buying it yourself. So I was sweetening the pot. You know what I mean? Let me see. Maker Chaos said Xbox PC is trash, and some games do crash for me. See, I don't understand the PC stuff, so I'm like, I don't even get it. But so you're saying that there's an Xbox? There's an Xbox. What did he call them? Loader, or what did he call him? He said it earlier. And bro, that's how limited I am in PC. Xbox. What are they called? Like the Steam thing. The hold on.
Is it a browser?
Not a browser. I think they're called what are they called?
I don't know either.
I know it's the app, but they call them like how they load them or whatever. Like the Xbox. I don't know. Somebody's gonna say it. Let me see. I had it free on Game Pass, which I got free for a month, but it will take me longer than a month to beat it, so I'd rather have it on Steam. I got it for $35. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's why like I said, I'm a specific gamer. And that's why I like I don't know. That's just me. I just like, look, okay, cool. That's what I want. I'm gonna grab it, whatever. Ms. Irma said, I'm poor, too much pride to accept your offer. My net worth is $5. Maker said, I don't have any issues with Expedition 33 except for one time when an update released and had to reinstall the game. Let me see, Xbox PC application where you play Game Pass games. Yeah, but what do you guys call it? Like a Xbox app uses Windows Store. A launcher, there you go. Yeah, launcher. They call it launcher. Xbox launcher. So, because I'm just thinking if a game's on PC, it's on PC. Like if a game was on Xbox, it's on Xbox. If a game was on PlayStation, it's on PlayStation. If a game was on Nintendo, it's on Nintendo. That's a console thing. But I keep forgetting that you buy them from different stores to launch them in a different way. So in my head, I'm like, how does a launcher, the game, like if you download the game from a launcher, then why does a launcher crash in the game? I don't know, bro. It's another world to me. I can't understand it. You understand all that stuff, Murder?
Well, no, I don't. I mean, I get the idea, but I've never had to do it. So, and I know it's convenient. And I know it is what it is. But
what I don't get is if I bought a game or downloaded it from the Xbox launcher, then in my mind now it's on my PC. So why will it crash? Because I got it from a launcher, right? Like you're not playing it through the launcher, right? You just downloaded it through the launcher. I don't know. I don't understand.
And then maybe if you got like an Xbox account or then you got to link it to the Steam account and do this. I mean, I just assume somebody else that does PC stuff could tell you better than I could. I can't tell nothing about it.
Okay, so he said he downloaded Doom from the BattleNet because it's better than the Xbox app. Oh, so I guess you're playing it through an app. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So if you're playing it through
now, probably plays it better. Like what is that? Boosteroid or Black Nut. All them things probably play it better. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't play on, even though I have it. I have the feature on my app, Ultimate. I mean, unless I'm just trying to jump into a game real quick. I have played it before, but do I look for it as my way of gaming? No, not right now. When there's so many better options out there.
Yeah, I get what he said. He said the launcher is the environment where the game plays. Okay, so he's saying that it's playing through the launcher. Okay. I think Microsoft Store Xbox app has compatibility issues with certain PCs. All right, here's the thing. So, guys, I thought I was going to close down the show, but I can't close down the show just yet. What I can do is take off my Spawn character that looks epic, and I will be making a video about it. But I can't close the show 503 Gaming because there's an Xbox guy out there that's still an Xbox guy, unless all of a sudden he's a PC guy, because it seems every Xbox guy is now a PC guy besides you. But maybe he's an Xbox refugee. I don't know. But coming in red hot, he is the guy from the guys from the Xbox. Yeah, Xbox National. Xbox National? Right? Xbox. Xbox National. None other than Crazy Louie.
Man.
Yo, Crazy, what are you doing on here, bro? I thought I told you never show your face around town.
First things first, you gotta fix your damn sound. You sound like you're talking out of your ass. I'm being serious. I mean, my ears are popping like, you gotta fix that echo. How you doing?
Is it echoing for real?
No, because the thing is, you need to soundproof your room better because there's a lot of echo coming from the background. It sounds like you're from far away.
Oh, you know what? So this is my new. Okay, sorry about this, but I moved from New Jersey to Florida. This is my new office/streaming room, and yeah, I don't have pictures and stuff on the wall just yet. All right, I got those things in the background.
Yeah. So what's up? Or maybe you're talking out of the camera because sometimes that happens. You got to check your make. Maybe it's coming out.
Let me see it. I don't think it. Hold up. Let me make sure. I'm pretty sure this is what it's coming through.
No,
right?
it's not. It's not. It's coming from the camera. It seems so.
Oh, come on.
Coming from me?
No. I'm talking to Cowboy though. I think it's on Cowboy side because I hear like a big.
Okay, hold up. Let me mute it. All right, wait. I gotta figure it out.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. Yeah.
Oh, I got it wrong. Okay, this is.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Why does Cowboy sound like awful today?
Oh, snap! The whole time.
Oh, Ty, you gotta check that out. Now we can't hear you. All right, talk now.
The whole time.
That's even worse. God damn.
Oh, what is it? Louder?
It's louder now. Shit.
Oh, well, let me turn it down. My bad. Because people were saying they couldn't hear me before, so I had it up kind of loud.
All right, you're good now. I guess you're good now.
All right, wait. Is it too loud?
It's still a little bit too loud. You can still lower a little bit more. Then now the
damn, man.
Yeah,
I was trying to fix it because people said it was loud. I used to have it like that. I didn't even have it near me, but people were saying it was loud. So then I moved it. So hold up. You know what? All right, let me turn it down.
Okay, a little bit more, a little bit up more. Then you're fine.
All right. What about this?
A little bit, just a teensy bit more. Then you're fine. Teensy bit.
Hold on.
Let's see now.
All right. What about this?
Still a little bit low, but you're sounding better though.
All right. Hold on. All right. What about this?
I think it's good now. Don't you think, Trey?
You know what's crazy? I didn't realize all this time I was talking through the wrong
microphone. Yeah, that's crazy.
That's
it happens.
Crazy.
So what's up, Cowboy? Yes, I'm still part of Xbox. I'm not a PC gamer. I still have not gone to that point.
Whoa, you're not a PC gamer for real?
For what? I have a PC gaming, but I'm not a PC gamer though. I like to play on Xbox, bro. It's always better to play there.
All right, that's cool, man. That's cool.
Because let me say something. The other day, I even complained out there to the PC gaming community, and they got mad at I told straightforward, listen, the day Doom the Dark Ages came out. What's up, Trey? How you doing, man?
What's up, brother?
Well, the day Doom the Dark Ages came out, right? On my Xbox, I could have launched it at 8 p.m. 8:01 right away. I could launch it right there and play the game. On PC, I had to wait till the game to get unpackaged. And then after that, I had to wait till after they got unpackaged, I had to go in, update the drivers. So literally it took me like 45 minutes to play the damn game. So I said, you know what? I like my Xbox gaming that Xbox better. Screw that. PC gaming is not for crazy Lou.
It's crazy, but yeah, there's people who people who love PC gaming, but for me, I've been a console gamer since I was a kid.
It's easy.
And it's just I like to press play and go. But hold up, I got somebody else. Yeah, this is gonna be like Cowboy After Dark. So coming in is none other than he always changed his name, but I'm gonna call him Lion is in the building. What's up, man? It's been a minute.
There we go.
What's going on?
Yo, what's going on, bro?
Yo, man, how you been?
I'm good. Just getting out of. I was teaching a class, heading home from the teaching. That's it.
Nice. Hope you have fun in teaching the class, bro.
That's cool, man. That's cool, Lion. You know we gotta meet up one of these days, man.
Yeah, just let me know when you want to come through. We gotta plan it out. I'm assuming it's gonna be a weekend, and I gotta make sure that these guys are not traveling because they're always going to car shows. So
Okay.
as long as we coordinate for that, we can make it happen. We'll do a nice maybe 1 to 2 episodes with you or something fun.
Definitely. Wait. I just changed my mic over to it's this stupid NVIDIA broadcast app. So can you guys hear me good now?
Yeah, we can hear you perfect. Yeah, it's better. It's 100% better. Before you had a loud echo. We'll say,
yo, it's crazy. And FCAT said it in the beginning. I was like, what? But yeah, I had it on the wrong. I don't even know what microphone it must have been on. But
the cameras have a microphone to
it. See, PCs, man. See that?
Yep. So, Cowboy, what's up?
Anyway.
What y'all talking about? What are you complaining
So
about?
look, man, so listen. What we were talking about was we got into it a little bit about Xbox, right? And
what's wrong with Xbox now?
Well, just where they are today, right?
Good.
I personally think I got over the whole console war thing, right? I think Purple Haze said it best. She said no one likes a loser, right? And so unfortunately, listen, I'm gonna have to tell you the same thing I told my guy 5-0, and he's my guy. No one likes a loser. And unfortunately, Crazy Louie, you decided to choose the team that lost, right? Just so happens they lost the war, and you're a loser. And so I, did leave.
You what I gotta deal with, Louis? You what I gotta deal with?
Hold up. So I did leave Stadia and go back to PlayStation. And so I happen to be a winner.
And you know what winners say? Fuck the losers who can't take a joke.
Man the fuck up.
So Crazy, you just got to man up. You know what I mean, Crazy?
I don't know. I don't know what happened. I lost everything you just said. I don't know what happened because
what happened?
For a minute. Yeah, something happened.
Cowboy, tell me what used to happen when Genghis Khan conquered a village, a town, a city. He used to take everything
when
from there, right?
Khan conquers the village, you know, he pillages them. He takes everything. He takes their spoils, and then this is what happened. Crazy. They say, "Here, mighty PlayStation, take our games. Don't take our life. Let us live. Don't let us retire in console gaming. Just at least take this as an offering of our sacrifice to you winning."
So that's what happened. That's why the games are coming over to PlayStation. That's the only.
That's why the games coming over to PlayStation. They won the war, man. They won the war. Crazy. I would love to say you explain it differently.
Crazy. I ain't even saying none of that. He throwing extras on it, but you know.
Well, I didn't say you said that,
because I kind of find this funny because I mean, let's be honest. Who said that the Xbox games sucked? Who's buying them?
Who said what?
Who said that the Xbox games sucked for years and years gone by? Who said that? I mean, it wasn't Xbox gamers.
Well, you gotta think about it. A lot of Xbox gamers already have PlayStations. They playing their Xbox games on the PlayStation nowadays.
I gotta tell you something, right? I gotta tell you something. This is where you guys are, because this is what's happening. Because everybody keeps on focusing on the console war, right? The thing is, nowadays, everything has changed, bro. I mean, even PlayStation is not third party.
One side lost, the other one won.
Whoa, hold up. Hold on.
Third party, though.
All right, hold on. Before we do that, all right, we got to be fair. Crazy Louie, just hear me out. If you come on here, it got to be some legitimacy, okay? If you come on here and you say, well, everything has changed, that's fine, and I agree. But before you say everything has changed, you have to concede that you are on the losing side. You have to concede and accept that your side lost. Now, you could still look at the corner and say, no, they didn't. But your leader, Phil Spencer, said you lost. Your tried and true games that makes the platform a la Gears of War is coming to the competitor. If that isn't a show of losing, of loss, then I don't know what is. So before you go and do this whole little 2025, well, you know, things have changed. And, you know, the business is to make money. And, you know, we don't look at things. That's cool. But as far as the console war, because 5-0 said it earlier. So if you go a year or two ago, people's like, oh, we're going to get Indiana Jones. Oh, we're going to get Doom. Oh, we're going to get all this stuff out of ABK deal. They're going to be exclusive. They're only going to come to us. PlayStation won't have this and that. That didn't happen. So before you come on here with your nuance, your hippie attitude. Let's love the world and hug all the trees. Xbox is for everybody. You get a leaf. You get a leaf. That's fine. I'm cool. I think it's better anyway. But before you come on here and blow smoke up my rear end, I need you to be a man. I need you to keep it real, because this, however, is called keeping it real with the cowboy. And if you ain't keeping it real, then you might as well go back where you came to Xbox Central or flying a plane or wherever the hell it is that they get to lie to you to your face. Because over here on Keeping It Real with the Cowboy, we keep it real. So I'm just going to ask you to do me the favor of come back on here and keep it real, because the console wars are over. And there's only one person that won. And I want you to be real about it. And just so you know, I love everything, because gaming without limits, you play the games that interest you because you are a gamer. So again, I'm going to bring you back on here, but I would just give me the decency and courtesy to keep it real. You know what I'm saying?
But you cut me off in a minute, because I was gonna tell you something. Because here's the thing, though, you have not let me explain the mindset, though. I mean, it's been going on for a while, because it's kind of funny, because you guys, we did not see this, but it was happening since 2014, Cowboy. That's the problem. Now that we didn't see it, that was our fault. But the mindset has been changed since 2014, and then 2020, PlayStation did the same thing.
Oh, could I say something? I don't recall you sounding like that 2 years ago. If I could pull up videos. I could pull up videos of your channel.
Because here's the thing, though, Cowboy. Here's the thing, though, Cowboy. I mean, look, right? I'm tired. Like when you sit here and look at how things are happening, right? How things are happening so quick, because you got to sit down sometimes, take some cool time and figure out what's going on with the business, right? So Microsoft even started to change in 2014 when they started to put everything on PC. That was the first beginning, right? So then we head down to this road and we see everything that's happening. We see, okay, where is the money to be made with these companies? Because we got to talk on the business side of things. We can't be always console warriors. And that's why when you come to my morning show, you see it, that I keep on bringing it up on how the business is going. I'm focusing on that.
Crazy Lou, do me a favor.
But here's the thing, though, right? Here's the thing, though, right?
Okay.
When it comes to console sales, right? Let's jump into that. We all know what happened in 2014, 2013, 2014, when Don Matrick came out, said all the stuff he did. I literally took down the whole brand like it was shit. That's the whole truth. We cannot lie about that, right? So how do we grow? How do we make money? Should we just focus on the console or try to get the people to come back to the console? Cowboy, remember, we all started to build digital libraries. I mean, you still ordering GameFly, but a lot of us started to build digital game libraries on these consoles. And Xbox lost that console generation, right? Because a lot of these guys already built their libraries on PlayStation. Same as I built my library on Xbox, right? And I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you as serious as I can go, right?
No, so, you are, but you literally, this is what you're doing. You were, you said they lost that console war, and then you stopped and said generation. Just say console war. Just
no. I'm saying it last generation, because this generation, what we learned is not about.
Can you do me the decency of saying console war? Can you just can you not spit in my face and tell me? Can you not piss on my lap and tell me it's raining? Just look.
No. Hold on.
Hey, don't listen to him. Just look me in the face. Just look me in the face and just say it, bro. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. You and me.
I got a question. What? Okay, this is my question to you now.
Yeah.
What's the money making? Consoles or software? I got you right there. Where's the money making at?
Listen, you can have me all.
No. Listen. If you're gonna talk money, right? if we're gonna talk money in the business side of things, right?
Okay.
Where is the money making at? Is it in the console?
Okay, so listen.
I'm asking,
what I asked you to do is not be disingenuous.
Who's making more money?
Hold on.
Who's making more money?
Hold on. What I asked you to do, this is my show, buddy. You came on my show. I run the show. I pull people on and I kick people off. Understand? Now, what I asked you to do is not be disingenuous. You come on here running your console war mouth. Wait. You used to run your console war mouth. Now you're a tree hugger. Xbox and PlayStation is in harmony. Let's hug it out. It's best for business if the games go everywhere. Listen, I agree. The gamers aren't losing. But you know who lost? You did. Because you are an Xbox and an Xbox soldier. And you lost the PlayStation because you wanted to play that game. So I need you to be the man that you are, Crazy Louie, because I know you are. I know you could be honest and look the Cowboy King of Entertainment in his eyes and say, yes, I'm an Xbox fan, and yes, I didn't run the PC, and yes, I'm not an Xbox refugee. I put my X up, and I hold my pants up, and I say, fine, PlayStation, a la your master, your leader, your general, Mr. Phil Spencer, said you lost the most important console war. And the fact that Gears of War is coming to PlayStation, you damn sure lost this generation's war. So I'm just saying. Now, who's making the most money? I even say and back up Xbox and say, I asked 5-0 earlier. I said, dude, do you think it's better for Xbox to keep all those games exclusive and have them on the Xbox or put them everywhere? Which one you think is going to make more money? He still never answered. But obviously it's better for them to put it everywhere. You're going to make more money, right? But you can't look me in my eyes and say Xbox lost the war. And I didn't tell you to come on here, Crazy Louie. You walked your little self up in here and thought it was going to be sweet. But it ain't sweet over here when you're an Xbox fan, all right? And again, I don't care. I don't rep PlayStation, all right? I don't rep none of them anymore. I realize they just play us against each other. So what I do, I play what I want when I want. Most of my games I play on GameFly anyway. Purple Haze said it earlier. She said you're more of a GameFly guy, to be honest. Well, I am, damn it. So I'm gonna ask you again to come on here, Crazy Louie, and just keep it real for the people, because this is Cowboy keeping it real. I didn't say this was keeping it fake with the Cowboy. I said it was keeping it real. Now, I know you got your little morning show where you guys go, oh, I'm sipping my tea and my coffee. We're leaf huggers. We love everything. And technically, Xbox is doing better than PlayStation because they're making more money. That's fine and dandy. But the fact, Jack, is PlayStation is victorious when it comes to the console wars. PlayStation is now the victor. PlayStation is a winner.
And you know what winners say? Fuck the losers who can't take a joke.
Man the fuck up.
I'm just saying, man, well, you heard what Chucky said. So let me go to the chat real quick. And then I'll bring you back on. All right, so we got some people talking here. All right, so wait, Cubini. So it must be Cubini. Oh, I'm like, where's Cubini? Let me see. I was wrong because Cubini is the Xbox general. Crazy Louie thinks Sony should put PlayStation games on Xbox. I mean, listen, maybe they should. Highlight is 2020 Cowboy. Let me see. Crazy Louie, when ABK deal closed, though, everything besides Call of Duty would be exclusive. Just saying. Fact, Cowboy, he definitely wasn't talking like this 2 years ago. He wasn't. I'm just saying. Let me see. The money is in the consoles. He said, I got him. Okay, you're going to come back on. I still console war. I know you're still console war. I'll be tuning in from time to time. Wrong, Mama, you are so wrong. LOL.
Let me say Xbox International Podcast. Sony gets 30% cut of every single game sale, download content, microtransaction on top of PS Plus subscriptions and peripherals. The money is in the consoles, not selling one game. Ask Jim Ryan. LOL. Let me see. This guy doesn't even have basic business knowledge. And why you think Valve barely makes games anymore? Damn. All right.
Oh.
Crazy, you're back, all right? And
Okay,
even though bringing your support.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Quick.
Cowboy lost his goddamn mind.
Exactly.
I ain't lose my mind. I'm just trying to keep it real.
Because he takes me off because he wants to get his 2 cents in, right? And
because you're lying. You don't
even let me explain.
Yeah, you gotta let him. You gotta let him.
I'm just trying to hold him
all the way in. Well,
exactly. I mean,
Hey, Murder.
Let me be quiet.
So, Murder, the difference is, Murder, you're a real man and you keep it real. Crazy Louie, unfortunately, doesn't seem like that's the case. I'm just saying.
He definitely does.
All right, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let him go ahead and avoid saying console wars. Go ahead, man.
So I got a question. What is it? Is it the number of consoles you sell or how much money you make? Because that's the question I keep asking you. Is it about money or the console?
Okay, so the console wars, the measuring stick was who sells the most consoles. Okay. That was the measuring stick of the console war.
That was the console war, but it's all about the money because by looking at console numbers, does that make the money? No, the money.
Yeah, for Xbox, you're right. Looking at console sales isn't working for Xbox.
I mean, for PlayStation 2, oh my God. It's not about the I mean, dude, even PlayStation last, what was it, 3 weeks ago? They even came out and said we're looking at MEUs now. They even switched that.
All right, so let me ask you a question. Crazy Louie. I'm just going to ask you a question.
What's the
All right?
What's the
question? You ready?
If you're going to kick me out for the camera again, I want to answer.
No, I'm not going to kick you out. I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask.
And Ruma Mamba, look what he just killed himself right there. Sony gets a 30% cut.
Listen,
software, right? Say game sales, DOC microtransactions.
Listen,
oh my God.
I'm gonna ask you a question. That's all I'm asking you a question. I know you got this tree hugger leaf mentality. You know, hey man, you know you're a hippie now. Here's my question. You said you still console wars.
No. Because here's the thing, though. What the problem with you guys is the narratives that you guys bring up. The thing that got killed out here, that got destroyed, was the dumbass narratives the fanboys were going out there and saying. That's the part I enjoy when they come up to my channel every day. Oh, the Xbox is dead. Look at the revenue. How is it dead? Explain that to me.
No, that's not.
Wait.
But you never answered my question.
Hold on. Xbox game sucks. Y'all are buying them. What was the other one? Xbox didn't have power. Xbox One X came out. Then it came to exclusive talk. And then y'all started to bring up the whole exclusive conversation. I got a question for you. In the ABK deal, did Jim Ryan fight? What did Jim Ryan fight for? Exclusives or did he fight for Call of Duty? What was his number one fight? So the question is, what are the games that actually make the PlayStation money? It's not no damn Last of Us. It's not no damn none of that. It's freaking Call of Duty. It's freaking Minecraft. It's freaking GTA. It's freaking Fortnite. Those are the games that make PlayStation the money every single month. Oh,
so can I ask you a question? Are you ready to answer this question now?
Go ahead. What are you going to ask me now? Go ahead.
Is the console war over?
It's been over for years. I know.
Oh, it's been over for years. Okay, yeah. So who won the console war?
Who won? Oh, you want me to say who won? Nintendo Switch won. If you want to say, oh, is that a lie?
Get them up out of here, man. Get them up out of here. We can't deal with losers like that. You know what, Crazy Louie? Invite me to your thing. When you want to go over there and be disingenuous, I'll come to your channel where you get to run a BS program. That BS program that you run over there where y'all get to lie and hide behind stuff. But over here, the Cowboy King of Entertainment, we keep it weird. This guy, Murder, you hear him? You hear him?
Are you out of your mind? What are you doing? Louis, hey, he's good people. He just, you know, he
Murder.
Like no, like I listen, and I me personally behind the scenes, you know, I listen sometime. I haven't been up recently, but I really enjoy Xbox International. Cypher,
Crazy Louis, my dude. I enjoy it too.
Yeah. So you doing that to them? Don't do that to him.
What? He's up here lying. It's called keeping it real with the Cowboy.
You gotta let him talk though. You know, you gotta.
But he's not keeping it real.
All
right,
man.
You can't be up here keeping it fake with the Cowboy.
All right.
I'm trying to run.
Yeah, it's you, man. I might not agree with what I feel like for me is what Xbox should be doing. Just for me, not for everybody else. But I still respect what they got to say at all times, you know. And I'm disgruntled, and I'll jump in. I used to love pulling up to Xbox podcasts and stuff like that, and it's just now it just seems really delusional when I pull up to them. It's like, okay, it's just one day we were fighting that war, and then one day the general just said, we're exclusive or nothing, and we just do what Phil Spencer has to say, and I just don't feel like that, and some people do, and that's good for them.
Don't go nowhere.
But as far as that, it's like I still love hearing what Louis has to say. Like, yeah,
crazy. You hear what he's saying?
What?
And he's an Xbox fan too. Do you hear what he's saying?
Yeah, but that's just like I've always said. That's just for me. I'm not gonna turn around the way Louis. Hey, as somebody who I've had an Xbox since day one. I love Xbox. I used to be in your podcast, big in Xbox stuff, just like all of them. And I waited for all these games.
Saying he never did it. He's saying he never bigged up Xbox. No, Xbox. What do you mean? I said Xbox is supposed to
love
get the
Xbox to death.
For years.
Hey, love Xbox to death. But as somebody who's always been there, has been fighting those fights, I'm entitled to feel like I feel. I waited. The Bulldog is behind me. If you guys hear growling, I'm sorry.
Here's the thing. Crazy.
But, I'm entitled to feel the way I feel, and there's a lot of Xbox gamers that aren't okay just because Phil Spencer said, "Hey, exclusives are not cool anymore." Apparently, they work for other companies because they're beating them almost in every metric besides money, and in some instances, they are beating them in money.
Oh, he brings
so Murder. Hold on, real quick. So crazy.
Look it up online though. Sony's having record years. They're selling both consoles and video games.
No, hold on, real quick, guys. So crazy. You think you could escape? You think you could escape? See, now you're not on your home turf. And what you did wrong was you walked in here because coming in live and hot is none other than
what's wrong with
Purple Haze is in the building.
You're gonna face me with Purple? Oh Lord.
Hey, y'all hear me?
Purple. Loud and clear, Purple.
Oh, okay. I just want to say, I was in chat earlier. I saw Louis was here. I was like, whoa, Louis, Murder, Cowboy. I had to get on. So,
hey, Purple, you hear what this guy is saying over here? Louis talking about, what do you mean? I always said it was great for Xbox to put their games on everything. I always thought it was just amazing if Xbox would just be cool with everybody.
That's the funny thing. You didn't even know me back then because I even called this in 2019 when they did the Azure thing. I was saying
it didn't sound like that when I was on your show. You didn't sound like that when Purple was on your show.
I didn't sound like that, huh?
No.
I mean, when I talk on the business side of things, I'm being honest. I have to be honest on the business side. Now, if you want a console war, then let's fucking console war. Your narratives have been destroyed. That's what you want me to say?
And Cowboys sit there and tell everybody that he don't be console warring. Listen.
Exactly. He can
Y'all want to do it? Y'all want to do it?
A pony for
Y'all want to do it? Listen. Less console war. Wait, console war is over. Xbox already lost the PlayStation. There's no need the console war because it ended already. Newsflash, Phil Spencer said it ended. Newsflash. Gears of War is coming to PlayStation. The console war is done.
Oh, wow.
Just saying.
Okay. So I think that's like the ultimate win? Okay. All right.
It's over, baby. But Crazy Louie, if you think the console war, if you think Xbox didn't lose yet, then let me know why they didn't lose.
But where's your point? Where are they? I'm trying to understand. What do you mean they lost in what? In the console sales? They lost in console sales 100%. I never said the console sales have been growing. Did I say that, Trey? Did you hear me say that somewhere?
Nope.
Exactly. I mean, I know that for a fact. Now, this is all about money. Now, who's making money? That's the big question right now. Who's doing
they
the
both
best?
are kind of making money.
Exactly.
Like, if you look it up, Sony's having record years. Like,
exactly. I mean, they're making a shit ton of money on both sides.
Right.
Strategy has shifted on both sides. PlayStation started to port their fucking games to PC in 2020. They had switched their side because remember, I don't know if you were there in the early 2000s. What was the PlayStation 2 slogan? You got a PC where? In your what now? In your living room. That's what they said. That's why Microsoft decided to make a console. Did you forget about that? God damn. Oh, Lord.
Yo, you know what's crazy, Louis? Here's what's crazy about it.
What's up,
bro? I could easily pull a video.
But you want a console war. But I'm trying to understand because you asked me a serious question right now. I'm talking serious, right? If you want me to be the serious Lou, I can be the serious Lou. If you want me to go to console war, we can console war all day. I mean, hell, we'll be happy and we can console war. I can talk about your a bunch of the PlayStation narratives have been destroyed, and right now. Who's looking stupid right now is the one who came up with all the stupid ass narratives. We can do that all night long. We can even. I'm telling you.
Wait. I never. Hold on. Your channel. Hold on. Wait. Your channel never pushed Xbox narratives.
I always push every narrative there is out there. Don't you listen to Don't you listen to my No Wonder Show? Or are you lost?
Don't
you listen to my morning show? I guess you haven't been there for a while.
Man, this guy, bro. You know what, man?
Here's the thing, guys. Look, Cowboy. Look. Okay, and I'm gonna be serious. I'm talking seriously. All right. We console warred a lot back then, right? We had a lot. We had our fun. But remember one thing: we got to treat this as fun. We had our fun. This was a fun. This is a fun subject, not to take everything personal, because that's what I tell everybody. I tell everybody, don't take this shit personally. We can troll, we can have our fun, we can have our jokes aside and everything. But when it comes down to everything being serious, I sit there and I talk about all the serious stuff. Like, for example, look at PlayStation canceling all those games. What should have PlayStation done different? I talk about that in the morning. I said, man, I hope PlayStation can pick their ass up because we need this competition. We cannot let this one machine right here, because listen, at the end of the day, you got this monster out here that has all the money in the world, and especially after Purple told me something, made me realize, like, oh shit, I never saw it that way. I never like actually sat down and thought about it that way. Purple one day and I was like, shit, I hope these guys keep on competing. I hope these guys keep on making games. They try to do what's best out there for business. I hope they can evolve instead of being in one place. Because if they do evolve, right? If PlayStation does evolve, put their games everywhere and all that stuff, they're gonna rack up all that money. Because trust me, there's a lot of people on Xbox that want to play PlayStation games. There's a lot of people on PC that want to play PlayStation games, right? I'm not lying to you. That's the truth. Because even though you see all the hate and everything that's happening out there, you got to get these companies running on money. And right now, you know how the industry is, and this is no joke. The industry right now, like. If we go and we keep on with this console war stuff and not keep talking on how we can get this industry to keep on going and talk positive about it, we're done.
Okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem, Crazy Larry. Here's the thing.
What's the thing?
What I'm not willing to let go yet is you trying to. You know what? You're worse than the Xbox refugees. You're worse than the guys who run to a different platform. You're the guy who stays with the sinking ship and look the people in the eye and be like, you know what? At the end of the day, I've been saying this. I've been. No, hold on. Here's what's crazy. Now you want to be we want to be legit. Now listen, let's just keep it real and then we can move forward. You lost with Xbox. Purple said something really important before. Purple came on this show and said no one likes a loser. You and Xbox lost. Now, if you could take so this is what I said. Again,
hold on. Did I lose money? Have I lost air? Have I lost something? I'm trying to understand what am I losing here? Because you know what? All I'm doing is playing video games and having fun.
I agree that this. Listen, if you had the same energy, I would be like, oh, you know what? That Xbox International, they're the guys that's like, hey, nothing really matters. It doesn't matter. But you had a side. You call Xbox International. You put the X up in the air. You thought you were winning.
I keep on putting it.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. At the end of the day, everybody chose a side if you console war. You just thought you was going to pick the winning side, and you picked the losing side. I didn't know, and you didn't know. But the fact of the matter is, as we stand here today, Xbox lost the console war, meaning you are a loser.
But what am I going to win if Xbox wins? Where's the winning key to this? Because that's not the point.
I'm not trying to hear that. It's just like whenever I talk about business, the murderers are like, ain't nobody trying to hear that about business.
Ain't nobody trying to. Well, then what do you want to talk about? Games, or you want to talk about what? Because I'm trying to understand.
No, I'm just here to have you say. Because you came here, I didn't call you here. You thought it was going to be easy to click that little "let me join" button, but you thought wrong. You thought wrong.
First off, I came out here to say what's up. How you doing? That's what I came out here.
How you doing, Louis? Let's get past it. How you doing? I'm doing fine. I'm doing great. I'm living in Florida, living the dream. Now we can get past that. Now, what else you came on here for?
No, that's about it. I just came in to say what you're talking about. Let's talk about something. That's it. That's all. No, I'm being serious. I didn't come here to.
You know what I want to talk about, Crazy Louis? Is how
Cowboy lost his mind.
Yeah, you know that, right, Trey? You see that? He lost. He's trying not to push me to get me back, but he's not getting there.
I'm not trying to push you. I'm just trying to keep it real because the thing is, listen. I always mess with Doc Dark, right? Whenever Doc is doing a video talking about I'm a PC gamer, I was like, bro, I don't want to hear that. You ain't no PC gamer. You're an Xbox. I will respect you more if you say I'm an Xbox and I upgraded my Xbox to PC. Blah blah blah. But you.
Hold on. But Dr. has a Walmart PC though, so we can't take that.
No, not anymore. No. Somebody gifted him a $2,000 PC.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah. He's had a powerful PC for a while now.
That's the funniest one out of them all.
Hey, Purple, what's going on? Purple, you there?
Purple's is it there? What's Purple?
I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
Yep. Yes. So Purple, what's going on, Purple? Let's hear from you. What are you up to? What's going on?
I just came here to say what's going on. I saw Louis on.
All right, what on Purple? I know you didn't have much to say, so I got a question for you. How disingenuous is this console warrior guy that all of a sudden now? What do you mean? I was never in the console war. I never ever said that. I was always saying Xbox should share and play.
Cowboy does look crazy.
Cowboy, so here's what I'm gonna say, Cowboy. This is what I'm gonna say. With that, because you're doing something the exact opposite. Now, Murder was here during that time, and you mentioned you left Stadia, but what did you rebrand your channel to?
Oh shit! I'm out of here now.
You rebranded your channel to something that sounded a lot like you had this long statement about game wherever you want to game.
Mm-hmm.
And so now,
I'll do you one better, Purple. Gaming without limits. Play the games that interest you because you are a gamer.
That's what you did. That was your pivot. Mm-hmm. And then you started saying you would always bring up GameFly. You would always do that. So what you're actually doing right now is you're trying to jump on. You're actually bandwagoning off of PlayStation at the moment.
No. Here's what I'm doing. I literally said I could give a damn about PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo. I have evolved past them. I have evolved past them. Listen, when I left Stadia,
real quick. Why you loser? Why are you calling me a loser out there?
When I left Stadia, that was the last time I vowed that I would be any specific anything, right? I gave my all to Stadia, and when I left, I was like, you know what? I look stupid. So what I'm saying is, since I look stupid, it is what it is. But I'm calling Crazy out because I didn't tell him to come on here. He's not keeping it real. He's like, what do you mean? I always said Xbox should just put their games everywhere. And, the ABK deal should have been, from the start. Their games should went everywhere. So I'm not repping PlayStation. I'm just giving PlayStation credit because they won the war. But I'm not a team PlayStation guy. Now, do I play on mostly PlayStation? Yes. But I don't rep PlayStation. I'm not calling myself PlayStation anything.
You are a team. You are a team
by
PlayStation.
by default,
You
I
just,
own a PlayStation
Cowboy,
5.
earlier today you said we won.
You can
Well,
rewind the whole last hour and see. They can
I
make
was
a
just
whole
told.
clip of you going PlayStation.
I mean, listen. At the end of the day, listen. I was once an Xbox fan. I was a PlayStation fan. I was a Atari Jaguar fan. I was I'm a gamer. I was not Neo Geo. Never had that. I was a TurboGrafx 16 fan. So yeah, but at the end of the day, I'm just giving PlayStation credit. They won, and I think the people who lost, because Purple, you said it. No one likes a loser. That's what's your word.
Nintendo won. Nintendo has 150 million consoles. They keep all the money in the world. What are you talking about? Nintendo, whatever was. So am I saying a lie? I mean, who sold the most consoles? Did PlayStation sell the most consoles? Was it Nintendo? We cannot lie about Nintendo selling.
Hey, Lou. From one Xbox person to another. Sorry, I'm in my living room today. I'm not back in my little studio.
Oh, that's okay. No worries. What are we gonna argue about? Come on.
No argue. Like from one Xbox dude to another.
What's up?
You know, I watch your guys' shows. I've been a fan of Boom and them for years. I'm in the chat, or I used to be.
Thanks, man.
And I really, really appreciate like everything, but just seeing the whole just quick pivot, as somebody like you, does it not hurt you? And I'm not doing what Cowboy do. Does it hurt you to be like, it doesn't hurt you from like a business standpoint or anything like that, but as a longtime Xbox gamer, to see Xbox like bow out like that after promising us so much, to just shift every way he want, and just expect every gamer to feel that way. Does it? Do you really? As an Xbox fan, seeing Gears or Halo on another platform, I know it makes sense as a business thing. I'm 45. I own my house. I'm not naive.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's like as a fan, and I still have my fanboy inside me. It just don't turn off because Phil Spencer said so.
Yeah,
and so that's the point I come from, and I love Xbox.
I get what you mean, but here's the freaking thing, and this is the part, right? Because look. And I gotta be honest with you, and I'm gonna be serious. I hope Cowboy doesn't kick me out, but I'll be as real as I can be. Look what console wars has gotten into us. I'll be honest, like I said, I do it for fun. I console war for fun sometimes, right? Because we gotta chill.
All of us.
I even tell everybody, listen, I'm not being serious. I'm just joking. Hope you don't take it serious. We're just joking. We're having our fun because this console. But with this console, look what's happening out there, right? It's crazy. This console wars, what it does as gamers, we've been so divided, it's insane, right? It wasn't like how it was with the Super Nintendo, with the Sega, which those back in the day was a fun console war type of thing. It wasn't as crazy. We were out there saying, we have blast processing. We have all this. We don't even know what the hell that was. It was a fun conversation, right? But nowadays, like people take it too serious. And to be honest, though, like for example, a lot of people go on hating on this game. It's like, I'm happy Gears scored over there. I hope these guys give it a go. Forza Horizon 2. As a video gamer, I feel happy. But I do get your point as an Xbox fan, because for years we've been dealing with the PlayStation fans saying, this, all this shit, all this stuff. But look, where we say we as an Xbox gamer, how they win, and this is what I say, is when you see them go out there and buy it and play it and say, man, this is a good game. Games they've been saying suck for years, and it sucks that they've been saying that, because remember the whole rinse and repeat with the Xbox exclusive. Oh, it's Gears, Forza, Halo. Gears, Forza, Halo. They've been saying that for years, and now look, Xbox is delivering games right over there. At the end of the day, it's actually helping the PlayStation business to even sell more games. More games on the platform. That's a good thing for them, because that brings in more money for them. Especially with all the shit that's happening over there, business side of things is not doing as well. And I keep telling people this, right? I keep saying that I do hope that one day PlayStation actually shifts up and does something, because hell, Xbox has been evolving behind the scenes. And when Purple said something the other day, and I keep saying what Purple told me about Stadia, that even left me with my mouth open. I was like, no way. Because, for example, when Stadia came out, I wanted to get my hands on a Stadia. I was like, I got to try this shit out. Because I remember I told all my friends here in Dominican, I was like, man, this is the future. This is awesome. This is fantastic. This is cloud. I want to see how this shit works. I want to try it out. And all of them, you know what they all said? They were all PlayStation fans that said, no, Stadia's not going anywhere. Stadia's going to be bust out. It's going to ruin. That thing sucks and everything. And so look what happened. And then they come around and say, see, Lou, I told you, see, I know my things. I told you. And I was like, oh, you told me? But at the end of the day, what's going on? Why did Stadia fail? Explain that to me. and they couldn't explain. I didn't even know until Purple pointed it out. And so now we got this company that's $1 trillion company, right? That it's a monster. And it just won. Finally, the FTC took everything down. Now they can go on a buying spree again. What are they going to buy next? I do not know. But the thing that scares me out here is that in a way they can actually kick their competition out of the way by pretty much gaining ground and everything. So that's what scares me. I don't want competition to disappear. Because for Stadia, for example, what Purple told me is that Microsoft went in there and bought everything Stadia had to deal with. Pretty much. They went in there and bought everything. That's why Stadia. And so that's a scary thing. And at the end of the day, if you leave one big guy out here, what's going to think is going to happen next? All of them might have to change it up too or die. That's what scares me out there, you know? But at the end of the day, you know, even though we can console war, have our fun, like I said, right? But when it comes to business, you know, it's always good that we always try to, you know, always bring out the positive, always tell people, you know, the business, you know, what's happening out there. What can they do to get better? Like, for example, I keep saying PlayStation, give me fucking Twisted Metal, give me SoulCon, give me something, you know, to turn on my PS5. Because I do have a PS5. I'm not turning it on as of late because, you know, with Game Pass, I've been flooded, right? Give me something for me to turn it on. I keep on saying it. Give me a game I want to say, okay, not all these remasters, remakes. Come on, do it. And hearing Yoshida speak the other day, I was like, oh, damn, this is not a good thing. Like, you know, we're making these remasters, remakes, and everything. I was seeing it port a PC, and they're not doing as well as they're supposed to. So,
yeah,
let's see how it goes. Because at the end of the day, right, like I said, we can have our fun. But listen, right now, the way the industry is, I mean, shit, what are we going to do? Keep on console? Keep on calling one a loser? No, what I want to rather do is try to get people to game more, buy more, rent more, whatever they want to do, right? It's just
because we're all winning.
That's the whole point. We're all winning. That's the point. We're all winning. We're playing the games. We're having fun. That's what it matters. You know.
Yeah. It just shocked me to lose the turnaround. You know, just like I said, being in that field like that. You know, and being there every day. You know, loyal. Being up in here. You see Cowboy. See what I got to deal with, but he stays not. He's not like that.
Yeah, but he's trying to get me to succumb to something, but he's not gonna get it because he's trying to console with me. I'm like, I just came here to say, how you doing, man? What we talking about? You know, have some fun. But he's trying to like say you're a loser. How am I a loser? What did I lose? You know?
Just being on these different podcasts and just being around and just at least just being in the crowd and just being promised all these things, you know. And then when you know, okay, we can't. I know it's cool. Everybody's like, man, Xbox got all these games. Okay, about time.
Yeah, it's about time. Yeah.
We've been waiting since 2000, maybe even longer. You know, okay, cool. They have a good 6 month to a year period of where they're actually giving us games. Hey, it's about time.
But I gotta be honest about you with something. This is another thing that scares me because look at the prices going up, man. That's some thing that because people, for example, me here, for example, it's like how I tell people. I do the currency thing, right? I tell people, man, you had to pay $5,000 for a game because for me it's 5,000 pesos.
Okay.
So you get my point, right? I tell people that. So Game Pass for me has been a savior because shit, I'm paying what $1,200. Imagine you have to pay $1,200 for a service. So that's a plus. You know, it's something that I love and I take for granted. Like shit, this is the best thing. I mean, I hope this is copy something like that so and get his PS Plus users up and something like that. I'm not saying do the same thing, but at least put two or three games on there, you know, to get people to sub to it. So people say, man, we got 2-3 games dropping in day one, $80, you know, it's worth, you know, spending on it, you know, it's to motivate people to be there.
Right.
But it's just that the thing is console war, like I said, it's all about fun, right? At the end of the day, we have fun, we troll, we do this, but at the end of the day, though, the way things are going, I'd rather, you know, try to boost the business and tell people, hey, dude, go play. Like, for example, Astrobot. I said it for Astrobot. I said, I hope Astrobot, especially that game, because shit, I saw the game. I played the little demo game, right? And I had fun. I was like, man, that looks like a game that can actually go out there and, you know, put a fight against Mario or something. And I hope that thing sells 10 million copies. Yeah. And also 1.5, I was like, oh, what the hell are they doing over there, man? I mean, I was like, no. I mean,
not everybody's into platformers though either. That's like that's a niche kind of thing, you know. And that's like it's got Ori. You know, I'm not saying that's anything special. It's got like Ori numbers, you know, and you got a Game of the Year award with it, you know. But
exactly, they did pretty well.
It's not for everybody, you know. So I don't think any. I mean, has there been any game recently on the Xbox that's sold over like 3 to 5 million?
That's a good. I don't know.
Yeah, it's been a long time, so them
Because
numbers really,
that's the thing.
But with Game Pass, it's kind of, it's understandable.
It's understandable, yeah. But it's
no, Call of Duty, my favorite game of all time. It always does.
It always does the numbers though. Call of Duty always does the numbers, and that's
maybe
that's
Diablo,
mm-hmm.
maybe.
But here's the thing, though, because this is what I tell people nowadays, that I keep saying that I hope PlayStation does this, because, for example, remember what I said earlier, that I hope that God of War goes over the business. I know there's going to be people buying God of War on Xbox.
Don't it make you feel weird to say that though?
What? Me saying that nowadays?
Because yeah.
Here's what's funny.
You want God of War on Xbox?
I mean, hell, if it's going to give them money, hell,
you know you could play it on your PlayStation if you wanted to.
Oh, I know, but I wish it did come over there.
But it don't even sound right. Just like Gears and Halo going to PlayStation don't sound right. But it sounds good for the podcast and stuff. But I'm talking about how you really feel.
As a fan, I understand that point. But here's the thing.
That's the only point I be talking about. All the other stuff is.
But here's the thing, though. How many people on Xbox actually love Gears? How many people on Xbox actually love Halo? Like
a lot.
That's like let's say 5 million, 7 million people. Okay, but especially with these games now costing Avatar budgets, because I keep saying that. You remember the movie Avatar? It cost $200 billion to make, and these games cost Avatar budgets. So, how are you going to gain that money? I mean, what are you going to do? You got to put it out there to get that money, and to get that. For example, there could be some Halo fans on PlayStation. Remember what happened with Square? I mean, Square had a good business, right, with PlayStation at the beginning, but all of a sudden, when they got to that budget, now they weren't even breaking even. So what I had to do, they said, man, we can't keep putting exclusive. We got to put it everywhere, because, hey, listen, there's Final Fantasy fans over there. There's Final Fantasy fans over here. And not only that, another thing I realized is there was even a show, and I keep telling people on my show, we had a show with a developer called Elaine. She's really good, and she brings up good conversation. I asked her this question because I always thought that keeping a game on one place was actually the deal. She literally told me, no, it's putting it everywhere. That's where you get it. Why? Because, for example, there could be a fan over here, there could be a fan over there. Now, this fan only can afford a PlayStation, right? And can't afford an Xbox. So that game comes over there, he sees it. Oh, I like it. Okay, let me go buy it. There's a fan right there. So at the end of the day,
that's how it's always been, though. I can't afford a Lexus. Exactly. It's just life. That's just how things go. It's like that's still what somebody being able to play Xbox on their toaster doesn't benefit me nothing when you're trying to kill the console. And I happen to be a console-only gamer.
But that's
another thing, Lou. I'm just speaking from a straight console gamer.
I don't think they're gonna kill it now. I mean, it's gonna take them years to kill, because I mean, when I look at these consoles, it's like I look like, for example, I keep showing the people the DVDs and Blu-rays I have down here. I have these DVDs and VHSs. They all work. All of them work.
I have a Blu-ray collection back there too.
Yeah, and they still work. They still
got them.
They still work. Those things still work. It's incredible how they still work. But now, for example, like I think it was Best Buy, Walmart, that decided to take the Blu-rays out, that they're not selling anymore. Blu-rays, Blu-ray things. I think OG decided to quit making more Blu-ray players because everybody's streaming. So what I think is going to take them years to leave this console space. And what I see is Xbox is preparing for the future. That Stadia was way more advanced into that. That was the thing I always saw in Stadia. When I saw Stadia, I was like, this is the future. This is the business right here. Because at the end of the day, because there's something that Cowboy needs to hear from me, and I'm being honest. You're a console player. I'm a console player. Purple's a console player, right? But hey, how old are we? Are our kids gonna grow up and be console players too at the end of the day? I mean, my nephews play on tablets. My nephew plays on stuff, and are they gonna be console players? They're not. So I'm seeing this every day. Like my nephew, on Christmas he asked for a PS5. And then I asked him the other day, I said, I got a question for you. And this was like a year later after he got his PS5. I asked him, what do you play more, on your console or your tablet? He said, I can play on my tablet. I said, why? Because all my friends play on the tablet. And we get more games on here. I'm like, more games? I was like, hold on a minute. And then I saw his game and said they were all free-to-play games. Just simple free-to-play game stuff. That's what the future's going to head towards to.
My son has a PS5 and a Series S. I keep him balanced. I tell him one day, hey, you're not playing your PlayStation. He don't play it for a week or two. I'll be like, I'm gonna give it to somebody else who wants to play it. He be no. But then I'll do that with the Series S. I'll be like, hey, you ain't playing your Series S this week. What's going on? I'm gonna give it no. So I keep him balanced.
That's the thing. We're going extinct. I mean, all of us are going extinct. So at the end of the day, we that's why I try to push people to play as much as they can on the console. But at the end of the day, they're gonna. That's why one of the most successful things about the Switch was like I keep telling people this on my show. I said the Nintendo Switch evolved, right? It evolved.
I have 3 of those, and I don't play them. They're around here somewhere.
Yeah, it evolved because why did it evolve? Because hey, you got a console plus you got a handheld, and that's why that thing sold like crazy. I mean, they did an awesome job with that, and that's what I'm saying. Xbox is gonna do it soon, and I heard that PlayStation rumors that they were gonna start doing that too. Because look, the other one that had actual growth on consoles was Nintendo. I mean, the last console they sold a lot was a Wii, right? Was a Wii, 104 million. Now with the Switch, they reached up to 160 million. That's crazy.
Right.
So yeah,
I'm just not there yet. I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
It's still. I know. Phil Spencer says it's okay, and I'm just not with.
I know.
Halo Gears. I know, but really, do I care? Because I own all the consoles.
I got you. But
for talking purposes and just being real on how I feel, not being like how this person says I should feel or whatever. But I care at the end of the day offline. Hell no. I'm gonna play everywhere, but I still don't like it. What PlayStation does, PlayStation every day does things to try to choke Xbox out. Still, with Xbox giving them their games, and it just shows it's some kind of weakness to me, and I don't like that. And it after going through what it just.
But here's the thing though, and this is what I always see on PlayStation though. I always see that they're playing chess, right? They're playing a chess move. Because remember, it was like before it was all about console sales, right? Then all of a sudden, they've been talking about it, right? But now they actually said we're not looking anymore at sales. We're looking at monthly active users. I'm like, okay, what's happening here? Are you guys? Because here's the thing, though, they don't tell you stuff. All of a sudden, they just go ahead and do it, right?
Right.
Like, for example, when they started to put the games on PC, they started in 2020. I was like, PlayStation, why are you doing this though? I mean, I was trying to understand why they decided to drop their exclusives up to everywhere. I was like, what's happening out here? I mean, I was like, I don't know why they did that though. And I always felt weird with that one because for PlayStation, I felt weird because with Xbox, they've been doing this since 2014. But PlayStation, why are you putting on PC? Because PC, on the end of the day, I mean, people build a PC to play the actual game on PC. They're not going to look at your system. And I know the fans were like, no, there's still people going to buy a PlayStation. I'm like, dude, if you got a PC gaming, right? I mean, and you're going to spend $500, you'd rather spend it on your PC to evolve it instead of spending it on a console because PC gaming is not cheap though. That's how I see it. So how are you going to get that customer to say, okay, I got a PC, let me jump into PlayStation now? How are you going to do it? I mean, there's people out there who keep on saying that, but how? I mean, I asked myself, how are they going to do that? By putting all these things exclusive or doing? I don't see it. I mean, I just don't see it. I don't know how they're going to do it, but I just don't see it.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I never minded Xbox PC or PlayStation PC. It's just putting them on competitors that are directly across each other.
No, but I know what you mean because here's the thing, though, right? Because we gotta see the truth out here, and that's something that that we need to understand what's happening out there. And these guys, what they're trying to do is gain more customers through their software more than to their console. And that's what these guys are doing. Well, that's why PlayStation decided to go to monthly active users because they're trying to get more people to jump on the software because that's where the money's being made. Because look, hardware is getting more expensive, and that's true. We're seeing that all the time.
Oh yeah,
I mean, look, and this is something I saw this generation that I even felt weird. Why isn't there a drop price? Like all this happened this generation is they're gaining more on the prices because remember, I think the Expo was at 400 or 300 something, then it went up to 350, then 550 or something like that. And all of a sudden now they went up to $600. I was like, what the hell is happening? And now PlayStation actually looking at to elevate again. And I was like, nah, this can't be real. I mean, this generation is like it's more increases than decreases. It's been insane. Games have too. I mean, we're gonna start like for example, Cowboy has his own game Fly, which is funny.
Yeah.
But
the best value in gaming, he said.
I don't have GameFly in Dominican. I have to use Game Pass.
2 games a month at $17. Well, I mean, anyway. No, me and him, we had our little go around earlier about that.
Yeah. No, I get it. There you go. You see,
my Game Pass though. That's never, even though I'm disgruntled about the situation, and I keep it simple. But I mean, I'm not out there burning my Series X or both of my Series S's. I still have Game Pass between 3 people.
Well,
you know, I still support them just through there. But as far as this generation right now, I won't buy my games through there. Why not? I have a PS5 Pro, and it plays it better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it just does. It sucks to say. You know, if all my Xbox games that I love are coming to PlayStation, why? You know, because of Game Pass. I mean, I get it. I keep it, so I can always. But that's not the main reason why I have an Xbox. If I want a game, I'll go get it. I'm a grown ass man.
I get you.
You know, just like everybody else. You podcast with people, and every time they're talking about game prices, but hey, I got the $100, $50, I got the $150 exclusive edition every game. But they're complaining about prices. Like, I mean, so it's all capping. You know, so I mean, we're grown ass men. If we want to buy a game, we'll go get a game.
We'll get a game, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Really, when it comes down to it, give me a reason to own your console. That's all I'm asking you to do. Make me feel like I'm a priority a little bit.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. I mean, right now, for what I answer my point of view, and this is something that has changed in me, that I keep on saying this. I think that the next console, what people are going to worry about is where can you access your games. That's what we're going to have to start.
So PC players are going to switch over to an Xbox because they have Steam on it. That's the plot. That's the plot. If you have a high-powered PC like everybody does, why the fuck would you play on an Xbox when you got that same game on your high-powered PC?
Yeah, I get you. But let's see. I mean, like I said, next generation is going to be an interesting
It sounds good. And all the people that are trying to sell everybody on a new Xbox console don't even play on the Series X or S anymore. They're all on here talking about how great Xbox games are on a PC.
Oh, yeah, they do that. Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
And like I say, you understand you're a console gamer. That's it.
As
far as Xbox, I want to feel important too.
I don't. That's what didn't you hear me at the beginning of the show? I even bitched about something. I even said it on my show. I said I don't know what people find so great about PC game because hell, I mean on my Xbox, all I had to say, I had to just click and play. That's it. I don't know.
Right.
That's it. I gotta just click and play. I don't know if I said on that.
Nothing against PC. I just don't play on it, and that should be. And once again, that should be okay. You know. You sit there and tell somebody you don't play on PC, and they're like, "Oh my God, you're stupid! Oh, you could be getting 79,000 frames a second." I don't care about that.
I don't care about that either.
Good for you. You know, good job. Hey, cool. That's for you.
I don't care about that either because hell, we're playing the same damn game. I mean, if you hit forward into the Dark Ages at the first level, and you hit forward on the PC, okay, your graphics probably look better. Okay, cool. But at the end of the day, we're playing the same damn game. What's the difference?
Right. And respect to them, I just don't play like that. You know, and it just this generation, you know, I bought in day one for my Xbox. And I got sold a bunch of bullshit for a long time. And after a while, I was like, you know what? I'm a grown ass man. I'm not gonna, you know, I don't like being lied to. You know, over and over again. You know, cool. Microsoft is making more money by giving their games to PlayStation. Cool. The PlayStation is still saying fuck you.
Yeah, they're still saying fuck you.
And they're still making that money off the Xbox games too. It ain't like they're just on.
But pretty soon, man, they're gonna have to do something because you know what? It's like the other day. I was actually impressed by this news. Shift Up, for example, the guys who make Stellar Blade, they were like, "Wait a minute, what happened here? I mean, we're blocked in 180 countries. Why?" They're asking that question. Why are we blocked, though? You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll still feel a kind of way for PlayStation guys. Mm-hmm. The day I see God of War come to Xbox, I'll feel cool for gamers. Overall, no problem, no doubt about that. But I'll still look at it side eye like.
But that's the thing, though. Nowadays, these people, everyone we're trying to do is to get people to talk about their games or get more fans to be a part of the game. But by locking that up, that's not going to work because it's the budget, man.
Is that because Phil Spencer says so, though? Because
no. It's because of
Nintendo will tell you bullshit, and PlayStation will tell you bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. But it's all about the budget, though. I mean, if they're spending. Like, for example, when the Spider-Man 2 leak came out, they said we had to sell 7.2 million to make profit. I was like, oh hell no, you know. So that's that's a lot of
crazy, man. But I love gaming, man. I just like I
said,
I'm not hurting my Xbox. I'm not doing none of that. But I'm just gonna switch on a dime and just be like, okay, exclusives don't matter.
What we gotta do is stop hating and play more games. That's what we gotta do. I keep telling you. Yeah, that's what we gotta do.
Yeah. I'm active on both of them. I don't play my Xbox as much.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, it's still there.
It's still there.
I still love it. I might be just struggling with the business plan, but that don't mean I still don't. You know, the heart's still green.
I
You
play
know,
my
but
Xbox every day, man. When I can, I play. I play on my Xbox every day because hell, I got my Game Pass running. I feel great getting my games on there. You know, I can have the option to play early by just playing $30 and get the deluxe edition and everything. I mean, hell, it's looking wonderful for me over there. Why am I going to go out there and complain or be like, oh man, what the? I mean, as still as Xbox, like I say, part of the platform, I still feel good because hell, look how much money I'm saving, bro. I mean, shit, I'm saving money. That's what I care about, money. At the end of the day, we gotta save money in order to survive. And gaming is a hobby. That's all it is. That's why I say that I don't take this console war too serious. I can troll, I can have my fun, but I don't take it serious.
Hey, Louis, that's all I do. At the end of the day, you're talking to me directly.
Yeah. And Cowboy trying to war with me. Cowboy trying to put his fist up with me, but he ain't gonna get it today.
Cowboy, wow.
I
I've been battling with that dude for years, and I finally seen the light. I finally seen the light.
Cowboy, I hope you play Gears so I can chase all your ass.
Man, listen, here's the crazy thing. I played and beat Gears of War when it first came out, so I will not be buying that game. Like I played and beat every Gears of War. Every Gears of War.
I did too.
So I mean, it would be no point for me to now. I think it's I think Gears of War is a defining game, right? Like in gaming, so I'll be 50 next year, right? So I've been playing games since Atari, right?
Damn.
And in the history of gaming, Gears of War, that was when that came out, like gamers was like, what is this? You talk about third person, hugging the wall, shooting over, chainsawing people. Like as far as gaming, it was like as a gamer, you were like, I got to play this game. So if there's gamers, maybe they're younger and they missed it, and maybe they only have a PlayStation, right? So for them, cool. Maybe somebody was diehard in the console, like I'll never get an Xbox. But you looked and was like, damn, Gears of War was a cool looking game. So for those people, man, they'll finally get to play it. Now, hopefully the remaster is really good, because then it's like when you don't play certain games and they remaster it, and you're like, oh, but remaster is stupid. But then you play the game that you never played, and it's like, oh, well, at least it's up to date looking, right? But it wasn't no point for me to get Gears of War, because like I said. But I just, you know what it is? My thing is this.
What's up, guys?
I love the showmanship. I love the bravado, this trash talk, the blah blah blah, right? So I just wanted but this is honestly though, what I see with people call it extras, refugees, blah blah blah. What I see is a lot of people do what you do. They act like they never the truest Xbox fan I know is 5-0. You see the way he acts? He acts like a person who said all this stuff. If ABK deal wins, we're gonna get all these games. We're gonna be above PlayStation. That's how a real person acts when they're like, "Damn, I feel like I was lied to. Damn, I feel like it didn't happen the way I thought." You remind me of the person that's trying to save face and acting like I never said that. What's good?
But no, I know. But I never, like for example, I never said that Call of Duty was going to be exclusive to Xbox. That would be the biggest mistake out there, ever. That would be. I mean that. I mean, there's the business 101. I mean, I opened the books and I said, wait a minute. PlayStation's got what 10 million players, for example, Call of Duty, and those 10 million players spend all this money on them. The revenue is real high. I mean, hell, why would I block them? I mean, that's you think that's gonna help? You think that's gonna get people?
No, I get you, but my question is, so when the ABK deal was going on, and they was gonna get all the likes of all the new games. You're trying to say that you thought it would have been cool for all those games to go to PlayStation?
Like, for example, all the games in general? Because, look, back in the day when we were in the exclusive top, we thought like all the games of ABK, like the majority would have been exclusive.
Louis said back in the day. Yeah, like 2 months ago.
Back in the day, because hell, we had to change our mindset. That's the truth. Because I mean,
listen, Louis, I agree with you. Yeah. I agree with you. Like, if you watch the show, I'm always taking up for Xbox. I've come on record, even Purple and me disagree. I've come on record and say I think Xbox is going to be around longer than PlayStation. People look at me like I'm crazy, but I think what they're doing is future proof. I got to live Stadia. I fell in love with Stadia. I've got a Stadia day one.
I'm sad that Stadia didn't work, man. That think killed me, man.
I think what Xbox is doing is future proof. But
What?
When people like you come on here and act like I was thinking that too. I'm like, hey, bro, this drives me crazy because I would thought you would be like 5-0. You'd be like, you know what? It does kind of suck that Xbox, you know, like he said, kind of lied to me. They said, oh, it's only be 4 games, and it was more. But you're like, you know what? It is what it is. No, you're like, what you mean?
No,
I thought I said that. I said that back in the day.
Cowboy, here's the thing, though. I even told Trey I get him because, of course, you know, of course you want to sucker punch a lot of PlayStation fanboys, you know, like sucker punch, like, yeah, I got this. You don't have it. I get it. But the question is, right? After you, like, when you put on your disc and think about it, it's like, does that actually work? Because we're seeing everybody shutting down everything that's happened. Does that actually work? I mean, where are we going?
Listen, I get that you're saying that now, but you had to start thinking that way because what happened. You're making it sound like you're making it sound like you on your own was like, you know what? We need to start doing. No, you had to think that way because of what Phil Spencer did. Right. Because he made y'all think it was only 4 games and then kept being more and more games. Now you had to be like, oh, you know what?
Cowboy, when in 2019, when I heard I wasn't even podcasting at that time, but I got in a huge argument about that with some PlayStation fanboys. I told them this, and they went against me about this, right? And I always thought, and I always had a feeling that was going to happen, not this gen, but it was going to happen like in next gen or future gen. And that was an ammo. I mean, if I could find that conversation, I can show it to you. But I told them, I see something happening in the near future. I see that Xbox is going to start putting these games over there, and I see the PlayStation going to start doing this too. They're like, you're crazy. Xbox will never put their games over there. I don't see PlayStation. I was like, I kind of do. I don't know why, but I have this feeling I kind of do. But then, like, along the way, I started to see more of what I'm saying. I was like, man, I said this in 2019. And so, like, for example, like I said, for the console war stuff, I do it for fun. I mean, hell, if a PlayStation guy comes on my show and starts talking about PlayStation, you know, if he's like debating me in a positive way, I acknowledge him right away and I'll debate with him, you know. But,
you were delusional as hell too. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
I might be just wrong with what Xbox is doing, but I'm not no goddamn pony.
Exactly.
I still will go to war over delusional bullshit.
What I do fight, Cowboy. Now, what I do fight is the narratives. That's the thing I fight to the top. Is the crazy narratives that have been thrown out there. Now, the console war stuff, it's like when I set this generation, right? I was thinking, let's see how Xbox sells. You know, they have the most powerful system. Let's see how it goes. But then, you know, there's brand recognition.
Hold on, before you even say that though, Lou, but they never even gave it a chance.
The way what?
Bro, say that again, 5-0. You got low.
You got low. What's up?
I'm saying, before you say that, just realize that Xbox never even gave it a chance. Never locked in. Hold on. What if everything was reversed? And everything that's been coming out since Bethesda was acquired gave you a reason to invest in that.
I can't hear that. Can you
5-0 is breaking up.
Yeah, it's breaking up. I can't hear what you said, bro.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah, we hear you better. Yeah, now we hear you better.
Okay. I was gonna say what I walked out back real quick.
Okay. Reversed.
Just say if everything was in reverse and it was all different. Okay. And since the Bethesda era, when we were promised, you know, year go by, no games. And all of a sudden these games and this momentum is locked down to your platform.
Mm-hmm.
To battle back and say, okay, PlayStation, we're serious about this.
Yeah.
Would it be different? Or would you still be like, no, man, forget, you know, because I remember I listened to Boom and them. Everybody was championing exclusiveness until one day Phil said, think different. Would you, I mean, people talk about console sales, game sales, this and that.
Yeah,
you don't think it's just some of those games, not the multiplayer games like Diablo. And I'm talking about new games coming out from these platforms and these places.
What
if they were exclusive to Xbox to make it more enticing, a competition? Would you be against that too, or would you still be going, nah, man, that new E-Day needs to go to PlayStation?
Well, I mean,
you wouldn't be saying that.
But here's the thing though, because look, right at the end of the day, you know, because the thing is, a lot of people champion the whole exclusive topic because we were being punched down by the PS fans.
I'm saying Xbox would have a chance.
We'll have a chance to get out of the exclusive talk. You think?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those games were. If they said, "Hey, we want you guys to come over here. We want you to play on our platform," it's going to be on Xbox and PC, just not on PlayStation. Just like PlayStation does to Xbox and still does to this day. You don't think it would be a little bit different?
Because the question is, like, for example, because here's the thing, though. We have media feeding us this mindset.
Why are you avoiding his questions, bro? He's asking you a question. You're trying everything in your power not to be honest.
I'm not
You're trying
avoiding
everything in your power not to be genuine.
No, like
it's crazy.
No, I'm not trying to avoid him because I'm trying to analyze what he's saying.
I'm just listening, like, and I'm watching you squirm in your chair, like.
Okay, go ahead, ask it again.
That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just
no, I'm watching him. I'm just saying. I'm watching
Xbox didn't give exclusive a chance. Once we finally got games after waiting 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, we finally get some games, and you come and say, "Hey, we're giving them the PlayStation," and PlayStation's over there smiling with the middle finger, saying, "We ain't giving you shit back." You know, it's like I'm not overnight gonna be okay with that, and I think people that are okay with that are fake.
That are okay with what, like for putting games over there?
No, not just any game. I'm talking about those games. But I get it from a business standpoint. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, because that's the thing, though, because it's a tough question to answer. Because I mean, if you look at like a fanboy side of thing,
and they say it's working, but Xbox, no matter how much money Microsoft got, they're still in third place behind all those other people that got it. So it's not working for PlayStation and Nintendo. It's just the exception for Microsoft.
Because look. Yeah, like I said, it's a tough question though, because I get
it. Is it a tough question though? Is it a tough question?
Yeah, it is, because it depends on so many factors though. Because look, right? The thing is, when I look at the word exclusive, like for example, tell me one place. I'm gonna use Nintendo on this one. Has there been a PlayStation game that's actually been like a Mario-like game? Like, okay, it comes out in a month, it sells 20 million copies, and just one smack of rules right there. I mean, and that's the thing though, because for like 8 years, I thought like the exclusives were important. But then when I saw the ABK deal come into shambles, I was like, wait a minute, why is this? Like I saw Sony just go out there and just fight this. And you all know how much they fought for it. I was like, why is Sony fighting so much for this game? And then, you saw Jim Ryan come out, because that was one of the things I always said, Jim Ryan, shut up, don't speak. Shut the fuck up. You shouldn't have spoken in this ABK deal. He came out and said this. He said, hey, with Call of Duty, we make exclusives. With Call of Duty, we do this. I'm like, huh? Wait, aren't you guys at the powerhouse of selling exclusives? And now you're telling me that this game is the game that gives you the money to make these games? I mean, what the hell happened here? I was like, like I said, there's some things in the business that I sit here and I just like, what's happening? I don't understand. Yeah, it's a tough question. Like to say, would it work? I mean, I don't know.
You know, crazy Lou.
I don't know.
If he asked you that 2 years ago, it wouldn't be a tough question.
It still is a tough question today, though.
Nah, 2 years ago, you would have answered that question before he.
It is a question today because right now, PlayStation actually porting their exclusive to PC too. It's a tough question to answer. I mean, there's something out there that you're scratching your head like, what the hell is happening? The only company that's not supported any games anywhere and actually keeps the word exclusive is Nintendo. I've not seen Zelda on PC. That Nintendo said I'm putting it over there.
I got a Mario Kart game on my phone. So, but
okay, but that's a game that they put on there. But I have not seen them say, okay, let me port. Let's say Mario Odyssey and port to PC now, or let me port this game over there.
Here's my thing, Crazy Louie.
That's the thing. I
watched many of your podcasts. I was a guest on there. I know how you operate.
Hey,
so
I love their podcast.
It's different. That's all.
Oh, because we troll and have fun, man. At the end of the day, it's all about the fun, yo.
Why ain't trolling and having fun no more? Seems like you can't do the same trolling, huh? That's strange. I wonder why.
I keep on trolling because the guys that come up with these narratives, I'm like, wait a minute, what are you talking about?
I'm saying the old narratives. I want you to defend the old narratives that was.
What do you want me to defend? What do you want me to defend on narratives since everything has been changing, bro?
Louis don't got to defend the fucking $3 trillion company or any other company. That's not it. It's just like I said. My views are just my own only. I'm honest about it.
I get you.
But at the end of the day, do I care? No, I really don't.
I'll be honest with you. I wish, like for example, Doom the Dark Ages came to Xbox only so I could say, "Ha, we got Doom." Right. But on the business standwise, though, would have been a flop thing. Let's say, okay, it's on Xbox. It only sold 3 million. And then all of a sudden, we see that IDEA software shuts down, I'll be fucking depressed, bro, if that happened.
Right.
I mean that.
Here's the thing.
I'm just saying,
In all honesty, the reason why
kill me that happened.
Here's the thing. The reason why that would have been hard to do, right? The reason. So here's the double-edged sword. Game Pass is a double-edged sword, right? Because they could have got away with that. Doom could have been an exclusive, but the problem is it's also Game Pass. So people would have just got it on Game Pass and they wouldn't have bought it. But if Doom, listen, Doom is also a game that many gamers heard about, right? It's a made game. It's a game that you know of, right? If Doom was exclusive somewhere, it would sell. The problem is on Xbox would be hard because they already got Game Pass. And once they made the statement that their first-party games will be included in Game Pass, it's a double-edged sword. Because why wouldn't I get it on Game Pass? Why would I spend, the money? But if it wasn't on Game Pass and it was exclusive to listen, I'm a Doom fan. Doom Eternal was my 2020 game of the year. I'm one of those people to be like, bro, I gotta play Doom. Then I would have an extra reason to buy an Xbox. I would have bought an Xbox to play Doom. That's just me, right? I would have been like, if I can't get Doom, I would have been able to. I would have had to play Doom. I would have had to.
PlayStation Cowboy, stop hiding. You're so front.
No, I'm telling you, I'm a Doom fan. Like Doom Eternal was my 2020 game of the year. I said it on your show when I was a guest. So for me, I feel like, man, Doom is a big deal, to some gamers. So, but again, they couldn't keep that because again, they kind of like they shot themselves in the foot by saying all of their first party games will be on Game Pass. Now, if they said some, then they could have picked and choose. Like, well, Doom is going to be exclusive and it's not on Game Pass. And then gamers would be like, okay, here's my scenario, right? I made a video and I said, this is my scenario, right? Is that imagine if Xbox, this is just, my scenario. Yeah. Imagine if Xbox, they got the games going everywhere, right? Yeah. And gamers get to play games like Gears of War. They get to play all these games, right? That like, let's say PlayStation gamers get to play Gears of War. They never got to play. They're like, oh, I want more. And imagine you got Call of Duty, you got, Doom, you got all the games under ABK, Bethesda, all the Xbox studios, right? Mm-hmm. And imagine, let's just call it 4 years from now, the new Xbox come out and all those games are exclusive. Mm-hmm. But they make a statement before it comes out, before a new PlayStation come out, a new Xbox, they come out and say, Xbox is gonna get more into the console and more into their own ecosystem, and we're gonna make our games exclusive to Xbox, and they will also be on PC, right? You can purchase them on PC and Xbox. However, they won't, they all won't be in Game Pass, right? It just depends. And they make Call of Duty exclusive. They make the next Doom exclusive. They make next Gears of War exclusive, next Halo exclusive. But certain games.
Hold on, real quick. You're saying Xbox and PC or just Xbox alone?
No, I was throwing in the PC. I'm throwing in PC.
No. Exclude PC. Let's just say Xbox.
Okay, let's say Xbox.
Because that's the thing though, because that's the part where this happened in 2014, right? And I keep saying this, like we saw it in front of our eyes and just didn't hold up real quick. This is the handset that the camera zoom out. So what I'm saying is, right, we saw that happen on PC, but why? Because I sit there and I was like, why did they start to put the games on PC? Because at the end of the day, it's like, okay, pretty much the Solus the idea is part of the ecosystem, right?
Right.
Okay, because they have Windows and they're trying to do this and all this stuff. But I'm like, well, why are they doing this? Because that will affect the console, though. Because the majority of these guys who do these podcasts and everything, they game more on the PC than the Xbox. I mean, look what you just asked me today. You're like, where do you game? You game on PC or the Xbox? I'm like, no, I game on my Xbox. That's where I game. That's where I generally game. Unless you don't want to stream a game, and then I stream it on my PC if I can, stream it. But that's it. But I game on that's where I play my.
So I think so. Okay, let's go to my scenario. So just imagine 3 or 4 years from now.
Yeah.
All these games, majority of Xbox games, they got all these studios. Now they got more studios than ever. They got more top tier games than ever. Call of Duty. Well, I know they got a 10-year Call of Duty deal, but let's just say, right?
Let's go to the Xbox, right? Yeah, I get you.
Right. Dude.
and again, it got to be in the before they got to make the statement before the Xbox is for sale. It got to be like, oh, Xbox coming out in 6, when they finally put the date out. Oh, new Xbox, new PlayStation. They always come out around a month apart. And you find out that all those games will be exclusive to Xbox. When you have to choose, like, okay, which one do I buy? It'd be like, well, and you got Game Pass, but again, they have to make a new statement. They have to say not every game is going to be on Game Pass. Maybe the $40 games will be on Game Pass. Dude, that would be a compelling argument to choose.
I get you. But that's because here's the thing, though, Cowboy. That's the part where I like nowadays. I don't understand like what actually works out there because look, you got these studios that are making these games, right? They're putting it everywhere. All of a sudden, they put it everywhere. They shut down. You're like, well, what happened? I mean, what's going on? And then you got layoffs, and you got all this stuff. You're like, well, what's going on out here? Like, for example, look at WB. WB. But you know what I mean though? Like what actually works? Does the subscription service work? Does this work? Does that work? I mean, look at Ubisoft for example.
Here's the thing. I think one thing a lot of people never bring up. One thing that is an issue for today was COVID. Here's the reason why.
Oh, I know.
People a lot of things made so much money in COVID. All right, so let's look at this. Let's look at the dollar. So pre-COVID, let's say if the dollar was here, right?
Yeah.
You're making money and it's here. Let's say COVID happened and it goes to here.
Yeah.
Now COVID ends. These companies want to keep revenue up here. People who got raises, people who, they want to keep it here. So they got to raise, they got to do all these things to keep the revenue from going down. What's happens? A lot of stuff go out of business. Some stuff can't hack it because the revenue, like you're not going to look at the head of the board and be like, all right, I know you got a raise when COVID was around, but you got to go back down. You're like, whoa, we got to cut some other things. I think that's a big thing that happens too because of COVID. But listen, everything you're saying, all jokes aside, I'm with you. People don't like when I talk on here because I'm behind Xbox because I do feel that the cloud gaming will be the future.
Oh my God!
Regardless if you want to hear it or not, it's gonna be the future. And the thing is, Xbox to me, when people ask me, "Oh, what cloud gaming service you like?" Me and Purple even disagree. I say if it was me, xCloud all the way. One, in your subscription service, you're getting games and the service itself. GeForce Now, yes, great. But GeForce Now, you got to pay for the service and
the game.
Xbox xCloud for me is number one. Now, everybody also heard of Xbox, right? The brand, the name, so you know what an xCloud is. In the future, the problem is cloud gaming isn't popular right now. Regardless, people get mad; it's just not popular. But when it becomes popular, right? When it becomes popular, you're already going to know about xCloud. You're already going to be like, and they're already going to have a plethora of games and a subscription service that backs it. So I personally think Xbox has a great future ahead of them. Now, the console war stuff, people don't want to hear it. People want to say they lose. I personally, all jokes aside, I think they're the winners because when we talk about money, everything you're saying, I just wanted to hold you to your words. That's all. I want to say. No. You want to keep it real. You didn't keep it real, but I'm with you. At the end of the day,
it's all about money.
Xbox is winning. Every game that's on Xbox, here's the thing. So we know that companies lose money with console sales, correct, right?
Yep.
So think about this. They raise their price of console sales, giving you more reasons not to buy it, right? They're not making as much money as the other companies. It's almost like they don't want you to buy the console. Guess what? It will benefit them if you didn't buy the console so they won't lose money. And then the money they will make will be on PlayStation and PC.
Exactly.
So they're already going to get their Game Pass people, right? Make this subscription look good. They're already going to make the extra money that they would have lost on a console. They're going to make it on PlayStation. So it's almost like a genius move. But anyway.
I get you. I know, but I know what trade means, though. I know what it means, though, because sometimes we want to go out there and fight. I get it.
We debate about this all the time. Listen,
and for the record, I agree with Louis too. I'm just saying. I'm just telling how I be feeling. I just be like, man, I should make a podcast. Disgruntled Xbox dude.
I mean, I don't talk about Xbox. My head and I look at things. I'm like, what is working? Because every time it sucks that every day I go on here, right, and I have to go through the news like to talk about something. When I see layoffs or shutdowns, I get depressed, bro. I'm like, why? No. Like I said, for example, if it as software, like would just all this was just in Xbox in general, I mean, I would have been like, nope. I mean, this is not gonna go good. I mean, it probably would have gotten like what 4 to 5 million players, so people would have bought an Xbox, play that game, okay, whatever. But Doom has a top, right? Doom has like a top, like for example, what's the most Doom sold? Let's say it sold like the most copies, 7 million copies.
Okay.
So it's just 7 million players that love Doom. Now to get the new ones in there, they'll probably get like a 1 mil or 2. But at the end, though, is it going to benefit them, especially with these games costing $300 million, $400 million, $500 million? You know, with the market and everything, is it going to benefit them? Because that's
so if I say Nintendo, then what you're going to say is Nintendo games cost less to make. Is that your answer?
Sometimes, like, because remember they use the Qualcomm chip and everything, that they use the whole chip thing. I mean, those cost probably less to make compared to. But not only that, but also you have a character that really won everyone's heart, which is Mario. You got Mario, you got Zelda. When you release even Pokemon, I mean, Pokemon has got cartoons. It's Pokemon.
Yeah, Pokemon is like the #1 IP in the world. So.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how popular that thing got. But I mean, but that's the thing though, like Nintendo's business and how I always say like Nintendo has the best business in the world. Not only that, you buy a hardware of theirs, like Purple, for example, she has 2 of the clocks. I told Purple, save one, because you know that in like 15 years is going to be like $10,000 worth. It's crazy.
I mean, you know what's crazy? I said that I think Nintendo is smart by not trying to compete with PlayStation and Xbox. When PlayStation and Xbox do the whole hardware thing, it put a target on their back, right? Nintendo plays it safe by not making their hardware that high up, right? So they focus more on the game and the fun factor. So for them, it's more like, and I give Nintendo a hard time because for me, I feel they're not catering to me. That's why I give them a hard time. But I'm intelligent enough to know, like, man, they're doing something smart. Now, what I don't know, though, is the Switch gave you something you didn't have, right? It gave you a console that was also a handheld. The fact that now you could get a Steam Deck and all this other stuff to do the same thing and more powerful, I personally don't know if the Switch is going to do that good. Now, out the gate, the Switch is probably going to sell like crazy in the beginning. But I think gamers are going to question, okay, why am I getting this when I could get that now? And all you're really giving me is Mario, which is fun, but I could be honest, I could play that on the Switch 1.
That's Purple. Because Purple's going to bring a good.
Yeah, no, I got just so many things I was saying. I was just saying I'll go. So I actually don't think those are the same gamers, personally, Cowboy. I've said this before.
Okay.
Yeah.
PC handheld gamers, there is some overlap, right? Like a Maker of Chaos. I'll use him. I don't know if he has PC handheld, but he's gonna get everything. That's about where the overlap ends, right? And you can look at a very simple fact that roughly half of Switch gamers are women. If I look at half of handheld PC gamers, it's like something like 95% are men. So just that off alone is a different thing.
Wow.
But the thing that Nintendo does really well, and why a lot of people are really bullish on Nintendo, is because because y'all are talking about business, but the actual business that Nintendo has is twofold. One's the storefront, and I noticed this when I was over by the game studio. Right, it was a very business conversation I had with Nintendo. Because I'm selling a third party on their storefront. Nintendo brings in all those players, and they're able to, when they bring all those players with their first party, the trickle down is selling the third party. So that's why you now have all these third party developers coming over there and saying, like, yo, we want to put our stuff over there. That's free money for Nintendo.
Purple. If that was the case, why wasn't they there on Switch 1? Please answer that.
No, Switch 1. What was Nintendo coming out of the Wii U? Like you people forget this, but as an investor, I do not. Wii U nearly bankrupt Switch. Back in 2013, 2014, we were talking about that Nintendo may not survive.
Oh yeah.
Right? But when the Switch 1 showed that it was here to stay and made all the money,
when did they do that? When did they do that? Because when Switch 1 first came out, Switch did one thing. When Switch came out, it did not get rave reviews, right? It said, oh, this is very unique because what Nintendo did was combine two of their product lines. They combined their console product line and their handheld product line.
Yeah, that was awesome. For me, that was
the first time. People did not think that, they did not know how that was going to go. So 2017 came around, Zelda Breath of the Wild happened, and that was the first time a Zelda game had sold over 10 million copies.
Yeah,
Zelda was not like that before. Okay? That was the first time that a Mario game did not keep up with the Zelda game. And so then you're now coming out of what was the top selling games from Wii and Wii U. That's the Wii Fitness series. So when you go back 10 to 12 years to think about what Nintendo was facing and where their trajectory was, it's easy to look back to say, oh, look, Nintendo dominated. There's a good case to be made that COVID helped Nintendo more than any company because that's where people stay home.
But what my question is, if I'm a game developer, and there's a platform that has that many players and sold that many, why is so many third-party companies didn't put their games on Switch?
Because initially that was not the key. Initially they did not have all those players. They started getting all those players. If you look at the sales of their consoles, they have like this tremendous trajectory that happens in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. That's 5 years where they essentially sold close to 60 to 90 million consoles, depending on how you look at it. That means that traditionally, what they were looking at back when COVID first started, they had less consoles sold than Xbox One. I asked the same question from a person.
Is an easier answer than that?
No, you could say the power narrative, but
it is hard. Purple is hardware. If you look at games that try to think about it, it's hardware. So not every third-party company is the little indie company, right? There's AA games as well, right?
100%.
So the Switch just didn't make for like I said, I think Switch is smart for sticking where they're at, right? So the good thing with the Switch 2 is now it's going to have more power, right? So if it could compete with an Xbox One and a PlayStation 4, which PlayStation 4 still get games, that's perfect, right? But the Switch 1, the power was, you couldn't compete.
But I think we're talking two different things. Like, right?
We could be. I'll talk about my thing. I'm just
I get what you're saying, but the conversation is about Nintendo and about like what makes Nintendo unique. Now you're going back in time.
No. I didn't ask what. So what I asked was when we brought up the sales, I said, so what made third-party companies not put their games on Switch? That was my question.
It's twofold. There's twofold. One, third-party games traditionally were not on Switch. Were not on Nintendo Wii U.
Okay.
Right. Nintendo made a strategic pivot away from third-party. Right.
Wow.
Right.
That's why TK9 will talk about this. We could compete on third-party. Then the Wii U came out, and that's where we had the Wii U Sports. So, like, you got to put it in context. You just saying the power narrative, but you're forgetting the strategic pivot that happened.
But my question is, so are you saying the power narrative isn't part of it?
I think the power narrative is part of it, but it's kind of like that's not necessarily cause and effect as much as that.
I'm just saying that we can say that yes, like I get it, right? I always say video games popularity contest. So if you wasn't with something then, why would you be something now? Like when Xbox announced they got the most powerful console, but I was like, even watching it from Stadia, when I wasn't going to get either, I was like, but what would make more people get an Xbox and a PlayStation when more people already had a PlayStation? It'd be crazy for you to just you have to give me something more to switch over. That's how gamers are, right? So what I'm saying is, yes, I get it. If the Wii barely focus on third party, which again, I stopped. I didn't want to go forward from the GameCube, right? From Nintendo, that's when I dropped off, right? So, but I'm just saying is that as a gamer watching it, and again, I was that gamer where, because some people forget that this was a thing. Nintendo, it was 8-bit, and then he jumped 16-bit. Everything doubled, right? So I watched everything doubling. When I watched Nintendo after the GameCube stop doing that double, I was like, whoa. You got PlayStation, all this other stuff, and the power didn't jump up. So that's all I'm saying.
I get it. I guess what I'm saying is that to me, it's kind of like I get the point you're making,
right?
But I think the connection you're making is like a false connection, meaning like because I don't think like 2K, for example, is like, oh, our gamers are on Nintendo, because at the time, 85% of Nintendo sales were first party sales. So it's like, why would we go port a game to Nintendo when our audience isn't on Nintendo? Same thing with ABK, right? Why would ABK send? So that's what I'm saying. Like Nintendo.
So now here's my problem. You literally said now more people are going to port their games to the Switch 2, third party. So now everything you just said is almost like, wait, but you just said
because they pivoted, they turned a corner now, right? So now so that's what I'm saying. Nintendo's unique proposition, they think of it as a storefront. Like that's what I'm trying to just pivot the narrative, because you're talking about business, but you're talking from a gamer standpoint. I'm talking literally from a business standpoint. Nintendo right now, if you think about each of the storefronts as a mall, I always talk about it as a mall. Nintendo has the most customers in their mall. That's what they were able to do this last generation. That's why they technically have won the last console generation and most likely are going to win this console generation, because they now have over 150 million accounts. No one else can say that. And so now everybody's like, Nintendo's like, all right, how do we make more money from that? We already can make money from our first party. So how do we get more third party? Now that's why they then launch a more powerful console. Nintendo's console was Nintendo launched a mid-gen console that was not more powerful. Think about that. If it was purely about power, Nintendo would have done that like 4 or 5 years ago when they did the OLED, but they didn't, because what Nintendo did is Nintendo said, we're going to make sure we have all the players so that when those third parties come in, yeah, maybe 1% will buy, what is it? Cyberpunk. But 1% of 1.5 million or of 150 million is 1.5. I can guarantee you 1.5 didn't buy it on Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of like, that's the math. That's the trickle down. So like, yes, they incrementally increased it, but they focused on the player. They focused on getting all the numbers first. So now, yeah, to your point, okay, the power narrative, they weren't powerful because that's not what they were aiming for. Now, their players are demanding an increase, just like if you have an iPhone, just like if any people have said, like, oh, we want a more powerful XYZ. Now they've done that, but because they squeezed everything that they could have out of those ones.
Nintendo Switch 2 isn't demanding in power either. You got that console
from a Nintendo Switch 1. It is. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. From a Nintendo, it's just like me saying an iPhone. An iPhone's not more. It's never been beat a Samsung in power.
Hey! Don't make fun of my iPhone now. Hey,
no, but it's true. Like since the first iPhone came out, it did the whole little YouTube thing, and it looked like an iPod. Samsung, HTC, Huawei, all those who went in with Android always have more powerful cameras.
Hey, they still say iPhone's got a better camera.
Pixel has the best camera, but that's a different story. But no, but still, all of them would say the processor is more powerful on all those other ones. They would say the screen display is more powerful. But what did Apple figure out? Customization is better on the other ones. Apple figured out people want something simple and easy. And so, like, what Nintendo has done is it's taken the basically the formula for the best hardware company, which is Apple, and the formula for the top media company, which is Disney, and put it into one.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Nintendo it's just kind of in its own unique path, because they really have built this wall. Now, Xbox, on the other hand, I'm going to be very honest. I think Xbox, when they did their due diligence and they realized when they got ABK, they realized that was the key to get out of the conundrum that they were in, which is they were spending more and getting less back in return.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually now have, and I'm going to probably make a video on this.
Oh,
I think Xbox looks at Game Pass as almost like that's an evolution to where they want to go, because I think Game Pass is not the most successful subscription service Xbox has.
Hey.
No, it's nothing bad about it. But if you look at how much money they spend on it versus how much money comes back, it has nowhere close to the competition that World of Warcraft subscription has. Numerous people have come on have said that. And so I think, and if you look at the World of Warcraft subscription, that's probably more or less where Xbox wants to take most of their properties. And so that's kind of like where we talk about like why, and I get where Murder's coming from. He's like, yo, y'all switched this on me. But they were trying to switch it on you 10 years ago.
Yep. Oof, long time ago.
Right? They made they did a whole documentary about that. Where they said, yo, we're trying to pivot to something else other than gaming, blah, blah. Then gamers all complained and blah, blah, blah. So then they did this whole marketing campaign to say we love gamers, blah, blah. But deep back in their mind, they already knew there's no way gaming brings in the type of money that the investment requires.
So
now it's like, all right,
whenever I say I think Xbox is gonna be around longer and PlayStation be the future, I get pushback. Because you definitely gave me pushback and said,
because I don't think like everything I look at says what they're trying to do. Even with you said, oh, we're gonna say Doom is an Xbox game. I'm like, no, Xbox don't even say Doom's an Xbox game.
Dude.
If you look at those Doom trailers, you see Doom everywhere, and then at the very end, you'll see Xbox. And eventually, I think you're going to just see Doom. Call of Duty doesn't even do that with its Xbox property. We're forgetting actually what makes ABK super valuable in Candy Crush. World of Warcraft, you can't even get on Xbox Game Pass.
Not yet.
And you probably won't.
Well, I hope so.
Well, World of Warcraft isn't on consoles.
No. Exactly. So.
But it's a PC Game Pass?
Verbal, hold on. I gotta know. When are these Nintendo games coming to Xbox?
Nintendo, but they're not going to do that because Nintendo, they're playing two different games.
Remember, exclusive. It's not fair. All games should be everywhere.
No, that's not Nintendo's not. Nintendo would not. For one, Nintendo's not.
It works.
A lot of people don't know this.
So
Nintendo is the richest gaming company.
Yeah.
They're not going to break something that's not broken.
Why not though? Remember, that's the new rule. That's the exception.
No, that's Xbox.
That's what Crazy Louis saying. That's what Crazy Louis saying.
But no, but that makes sense.
Well, Nintendo's they're the old guy in the room.
Don't nobody give a damn about that. When are they going multi-plat?
They're not going to do it. I continue to say these are three.
So that's a good business model for them, right?
I mean,
PlayStation should be able to do
because here's the thing though, Trey, because it's kind of funny though, because look what Purple's saying, right? If it's not broken, it won't do it. Because and then I jump into PlayStation, right? I look at PlayStation, I'm like, well, wait a minute. When Purple say like if exclusive is not broken, because PlayStation used to be the exclusive box, right? I mean, they had, for example, Horizon was just on PlayStation. But wait, 2 years later, it's coming to PC.
Am I missing something?
The one thing I'm going to say about PlayStation. The one thing I'm going to say about PlayStation.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead, Trey.
Hold on. Let Purple get her point out.
Yeah.
You're far away.
Yeah, hold on. Go ahead, Purple.
The one thing I'm going to say about PlayStation, and I forget who it was in my chat about PlayStation. The thing about, or maybe I was in someone else's chat.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard for us to see where PlayStation's going because, like, one of the biggest things that a company can do is change out its CEO. They did that last year, and it's just like what happens when you change out a coach in sports.
They change.
Usually, the team's gonna tank. They're gonna try to get everything out. They're gonna try to do a rebuild,
right?
Because that new CEO is gonna take it in a different direction. So everybody who's talking about the multiplayer strategy, that was under Jim Ryan. I also, if you ask me, I personally think the sending games to PC, everybody's like, oh, that's going to speed up. I actually think that's going to start declining and stopping because that is in my opinion, I know Louis.
They're not doing well. They're not doing well on PC.
It's
either.
not doing well.
I don't know why. I keep scratching my head, but I also think because one thing that's really affecting them, Purple, and I'm telling you this because I've said this on my show plenty. I mean, my throat hurts by saying this, right? I mean, Purple, I have a PS5 right here. It's like literally, it's right there.
You always do.
I always do. It's right there, right? So how come if I go onto Steam and I say, okay, Steam, I want to buy God of War Ragnarok, all of a sudden it says, hey, it's not available in your region. I'm like, dude, come on, you got to fix this. And they also did it with Helldivers too. It's not available from my region. I mean, I've talked about this so many times, and that's one major problem because, for example, here, Purple, if you go outside here in Dominican, right, and you talk to these guys, I mean, literally, even my nephew thought the Xbox was a PlayStation. That's how big PlayStation fans are on here. Now, if they start to bring out to PC gaming, right, there's people out there in PC gaming, right, there are PC gamers. Right nowadays, because people are just shifting to PC, a lot of them are going over there, right? They're building computers and everything. So if I want to buy a PlayStation game here in Dominican on the PC, I can't. I have to go ahead and buy the console. But imagine I had to spend $800 on that console because that's how much it costs here. $800. It's not $500. It's $800 here for me to play just one game on PlayStation, plus pay a subscription service, plus all this stuff. So you're blocking the option. That's what's sucking about PlayStation. They gotta fix that.
I'm gonna be very honest with you. I'm gonna be very honest with you, Louis.
Yeah.
And this is probably a reason for you to cheer for Xbox.
Yeah.
And Nintendo does this as well. You're not an important person for them. You're not.
I know that. I know that. Why do you think every time when Nadella comes on and talks about cloud on Twitter, I go to Nadella and say, hey, Nadella, remember, put cloud over here because I wish I had cloud here. I was complaining.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? What Purple and I got to watch was when Stadia was on. It was cool. We got to really rub hands with developers and all that, indie people. But we got to literally see Stadia go from place to place, and they try to decide where to go, and they explain, going in this region. And unfortunately, some regions just isn't.
It's not worth it.
That depressed me because I even told Purple this. I mean, when I heard that the Stadia came out in the States, I was like, I hope they start expanding. I really want to get my hands on this. I want to try this out because hell, I'm a guy that likes to see new tech. And for me, that was new. I was like, man, cloud. I mean, I've used remote play on my cell phone for the Xbox, right? And it's awesome. But hell, I want to try cloud. I want to really see how it works. And I did try one day with the VPN, but it was slow as hell. I was like, this is slow. Yeah. But man, I really wanted to try it. I was like, man. And when I saw it felt bad, that like broke my heart because I was like, man, finally there's a company out there that's a beast and I can actually go fight against this because, shit, it's $1 trillion company was a $1 trillion company.
What died with Stadia? So here's what's cool. When Stadia was dying, I was like, oh, it's done for cloud. I've really thought like once Stadia, you got Google. And if they can't do it, everybody else was going to fold. What I didn't realize was everybody else didn't fold. But what the most important thing that died with Stadia was innovation. Yep. Stadia was very innovative. What Stadia did, and Purple, could attest to this, none of the other ones can do it the exact same. Now, Xbox to me is getting there, and what they need to do is they need to make every game you purchase on Xbox, I guess, app or whatever, you could play on the cloud. If
they're doing that. Play anywhere. They'll play anywhere. They're doing that. The Xbox.
I honestly don't.
I said every game. I
honestly don't think. I think cloud is pivoting. I don't think we'll ever see that. I know a lot of people are saying, "Hey, you're going to play your games everywhere." I don't think you're ever going to see that.
I don't know about that.
Because here's the thing, Cowboy. We talked about this 3 years ago. It was in 2022 we talked about. So it was more like 2 years ago in 9 months. Stadia was still alive. And you were like, I think it was that whole time where you were looking at all the cloud services and you streamed it and you brought everybody on and everything. And around then you said, Xbox has the way to go. And we all argued and we said, no, Stadia is better, blah, blah, blah. And that's when you thought Game Pass that's when you started your narrative that Game Pass was the best of them. But my thing is always the same, which is you can't I guess you can keep saying it. You can keep saying like, hey, the second coming is coming, or you can keep saying Xbox is gonna die. You can keep saying PlayStation. When do you start to see the pivot? If anything, I see cloud continuing to lose interest, right? We see GFN lost a ton of people. We see Booster. We don't even know what's going on with Boosteroid, right? We see PlayStation. Have they expanded they have hardware, their cloud? They stopped investing in the PS Portal, right? We see Xbox, they're trying to throw it everywhere. But go back to 2021, 2022, 2023. You couldn't go see a game show without seeing cloud. Where do you see that now? So after some point, it's like the VR people. At some point, you're gonna have to turn the corner, because right now you're stagnating, if not just not at the table anymore.
Yeah.
So that's why I continue to say, like.
So I'll say this. What I think is, again, I don't know. I just think the future is simplicity, right? The future is these companies, if they can make more money off of less hardware, right? So I just think, again, I can't put a date on it, right? But I would have to think, in the future, right? It could be 10, 20, not 20, 10. I think it's definitely way, but it could be 15, 20 years from now. I would like to think the internet is going to be better. And I would like to think that Stadia was able to do what Stadia did then. So if they did that then, I would have to think, right, with a better infrastructure with internet, that some company, I'm just assuming it's Microsoft, I could be wrong, but some company would be able to say, we're going to do what Stadia did then, but now, but it's going to be better. Now, innovation, you might not gonna, like Stadia was, every week it seemed like they was coming up with something cool, like, oh, a game, you're going to be able to let people in the comments control what goes on in the game. I'm like, what? Like, you can have a code and you could give it to somebody. Like, Stadia
I think you're missing that. But you and Louis in Murder gave the evidence to suggest that's not the future. But all of y'all have said it. And I think that's the thing you're missing.
Purple, what the question is now, with everything that's happening, what is going to be? I mean, I'm still asking that question.
No, you know what? If you want to look at the future, you all said it, right? Louis, what is your nephew playing?
Mobile.
Mobile. What type of game?
Yeah, free-to-play games.
Free-to-play game. Murder. Yeah. You said it. What are they playing?
Yep. Tablets, phones.
Okay, Cowboy. Your grandchildren, what are they going to play? Those are going to be the consumers in 10 to 20 years. Those consumers are not going to do what it's like us. Like,
yeah, I said it, we're becoming extinct. I said it.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So then you would suggest that maybe in 10 to 20 years, I mean, honestly, this will be revolutionary. But in 10 to 20 years, if you take a phone, right, and you're saying that you think the phone's hardware would pretty much be like walking around with a portable console that's also your phone? Are you saying that?
What I'm saying is in 10 to 20 years,
okay,
the game that you are playing is expand on what Roblox has done, and that is what gaming is going to look like. And you're going to have different. That is going to be the game within there.
These kids now are starting to.
I don't know much about Roblox.
Yeah,
like Fortnite?
Games that are actually
just think about TV. Just think about, like, if I was to go back 10 to 20 years ago. 20 years ago is a pretty good time.
Yep.
And we were to say, yo, who is the number one network on TV? And everybody would be like, oh, it's probably HBO.
TBS,
HBO. Maybe it's even Showtime with their stuff. We even may say, oh, no, it's going to be sports, right? Because that's when ESPN was dominating. Disney had bought ESPN. But who's number one?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you a big hint. We're all talking on it right now. YouTube. That wasn't even on the radar.
Yep. Now it is.
Now you have people being able to make their own content. Some of that content is huge. And so when I look at like what's coming,
we'll get there.
But that's what's coming, especially if you think about now you have AI infancy, which we have a person, Joe, who comes by my channel. He's a
Oh
game
my
dev
God.
who's
Oh my
learning
God.
how to code just through AI. You have kids who are native to that, who are used to playing games. And what Roblox is basically YouTube of gaming, right? You put in. So
AI
then,
is the next thing. That's
yeah,
you're right
that's
about
where
that.
it's going. When
Yep.
you're talking about Stadia, Stadia is a cloud console. No one that didn't sell. Consoles aren't even selling unless you're Nintendo. And we said the reason Nintendo sells is because of the IP.
Well, I have my own reason why Nintendo's
No,
selling.
you have your own reason. I get it, but we could probably
Which
split.
let me just say for the record, Nintendo is selling because of children, but I'm gonna put that out
Okay,
there.
it could be that. We'll split the difference. We'll say Xbox. They're about to go third party.
Okay.
With their if Lenovo wants to make an Xbox console, Xbox is gonna be like, sure, just give us 2% of each sale.
About to go third party.
Yeah,
No, they're about to go. They have been gone third party. The thing is, like a Purple said, it's been happening for like 20, 15 years now.
Yeah, no, the hardware, because they've done it before. There used to be Microsoft computers. Right? Like I remember when they pivoted from that. And then IBM was
So Purple, I gave up on cloud when I left Stadia, but I always thought it might be the future. So you don't think now cloud would be the future?
But this gets back to what we were. Remember what we used to argue about cloud gaming? What is cloud gaming? Right?
Oh yeah. We was like, what's a cloud native game?
Right. We used to argue about that, right? But to tell you the truth, in order to do the games that y'all are talking, whatever it is, right? To do Call of Duty, that's probably what the number one, maybe Genshin.
Yeah.
But those games use a ton of cloud. To bring everybody together, to do scores, that's all cloud. That's all using cloud infrastructure. And so like that to me is kind of the future. Like what kids are doing today is that's going to be their buying habits and what they're used to spending on when they become older teenagers, when they become 20-year-olds. And we already see that with Fortnite. We already see kids like not coming, young adults now are like, hey, we're not buying that AAA game. Why are we? But that's why console games can't sell because you don't have that segment.
And us as adults, we don't have the time as we did.
We don't have the time, and you don't have the younger segment to come replace us. And that's why you have World of Warcraft.
What? I talked about that the other day. Like for example, look up Minecraft. I mean, I never knew how popular that freaking game was. I mean,
it's super popular. It's a builder.
Holy
it's the
shit!
#1 builder.
I mean, that literally even in theaters, it kicked Mario's butt. I was like, no, wait a minute, this can't be true. I was like, no way. In theaters, it kicked his butt.
Here's the thing: when Microsoft bought ABK,
so we're the Mario guys, and now these kids, when they grow up, they're gonna be the Roblox, they're gonna be the Minecraft,
they're gonna be something.
The Fortnites. They're gonna be like that. That's what it's gonna be. Mario's gonna one day have a big ass fight with. I mean, they're having it now. But I remember when Matt Piscatella said this. He even said this. I mean, there's got to be a game out there that comes out that actually fights Fortnite, because every when you look at the top 10s every month, it's incredible. A game comes out, it comes part of the top 10, but 2 or 3 months later, all of a sudden it just vanishes, and you see the same game.
Black hole game.
Yeah, I heard Marvel Rivals is losing player base now too.
Yeah,
that was doing great.
Yeah, that was doing great too, because they got to bring in the content. Yeah, and that's the thing though. It's incredible how this shit. Like I said though, these kids nowadays, you say Mario, they're like, who's that? You mentioned the Minecraft pig. Oh, Piggy. Okay, whatever the pig's name was. Like, oh, I know that character. But us back in the day was like Mario. Everyone was Mario. Nowadays it's Minecraft, Fortnite, Roblox. That's it.
I'm going to give you even another one right now, which is what we see in YouTube, which is you have right now, if you think about it, Mario is kind of an exception. When it comes to like pop culture, what do people actually watch? People actually watch what goes viral, right? No one sticks around and like subscribes and goes and watches that viral channel again, right? Even the biggest content creators we got you, Louis, with tens of millions of subscribers, people don't go back and watch that. What do? They go back to what's going viral. So my actual hypothesis is we're going to and you see this in Roblox now, you see this in mobile gaming now. Apple just announced this thing they're going to do a gaming app, solo gaming app.
Yeah.
And they partnered with popular mobile game I never even heard of the game, right? But everything is about the viral moment. And so I actually think the idea of the franchise that we come back to, the Halo, the potentially could be Call of Duty. I'm not going to go that far, but I am going to. You talked about God of War. These are all going to be seen as like these archaic relics. And it's going to be replaced with these like essentially one-hit wonders that we played for like that Marvel Rivals moment, 6 months, and then it's gone. What happened last year? Everybody was super excited about what Black Myth Wukong, 20 million copies. Ain't nobody talking about no Black Myth Wukong, right? You see this trend happening time and time again, and that's not just a gaming thing.
Yeah, I
that's
think the only thing with that is Black Myth Wukong is hard to say because that's a one-player game, right? So you play. It's meant to be done, forgotten.
One and done. Yeah, it's one and done. Sure. Yeah. Okay. So then Marvel. Okay, we could talk about Marvel Rivals. We could talk about any number of other. We also are forgetting the Chinese in this whole. That's what's driving gaming. So that's an entirely different segment. Like, I just think that if we look at the past and we try to, you say, Stadia was this cloud console. Well, console ain't. It's stagnating. We're kind of the only things keeping it there. And I think we're gonna do our best to do it. But that's that. The game experience, that one-player game, even our multiplayer games that we like to play, that's not what they're playing. Those are not like you name. Call of Duty is probably one of the only ones, but even that is because most likely staying afloat because of the esports scene. But if we look at the esports scene, that one's even decreasing on the shooter side.
I think what Call of Duty did that was smart was they added because Warzone is their
free to play. Free to play, it's on mobile. Yeah, that's potentially what it is. But again, like I continue to think.
All right, guys, I gotta head out, guys. Cowboy,
I know you got in trouble, Louis. I saw that hand.
I got no. It's not trouble. It's that we have visitors here. So yeah, we have visitors till Thursday. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Louis, thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate it, man.
It was fun, man. It was fun. Next time I'll come in with my console word face painted. We'll have a fight.
Honestly, I made a whole little. Some months ago, I kind of snapped and did this whole I hate console war thing. And but I honestly, when I moved from Jersey to Florida, I didn't wear the cowboy hat. I literally stopped talking about. I wanted to get away from gaming, but everybody I met was through gaming. They literally. People still call me cowboy and trying to acknowledge it.
Cowboy,
and so it's just in me. But
get away. You can't because this is so much fun. I mean, the people. It's like when you do your wrestling on Wednesdays, right? You don't get a whole bunch of people. You get your friends on. You guys, all you all do is play wrestling. I'm like, when did this man get tired of wrestling? You guys never do. And that brings me back to the day when I used to give my friends some wrestling too. That we used to play SmackDown because the pay. We had to grab the PS2, put that big ass controller that has these controllers in there, have the fun. I was like, man, that sounds fun. The sad thing is on a Wednesday I can't join you to play though, because I mean I wish I could join you all to play that game. I love.
Oh man,
games.
Yeah. 5-0 with Trey. He plays too, so we.
That's a fun game to play. That's a fun game to play.
But no, thanks for popping on, man. I know you gotta go.
I gotta go. It's always awesome. Yeah. Yeah, have a good night. Bye-bye.
Also, real quick, I did link. I put your to anybody's watching or watch your back. Crazy Louie, I put his link in the description and Purple Haze link in the description as well, so you can check out both their channels. So
yeah, thanks, great people. Have a good night, Trey. Have a good night, Purple.
Hey, you too, brother.
Good night, Louie.
Bye-bye.
Later. Crazy Louie, guys. Man, it's definitely crazy, Purple. I'm interested to see where gaming goes. My thing is, I don't really care where it goes. I've been gaming forever. I'm just going to game wherever it goes. I feel like there's always going to be a company that's going to make a game that I like. I said if gaming is only subscription, I'm doing subscription. If gaming becomes only PC, I'll get a PC. If gaming is only handheld, mobile, I'll play on my phone. I just love video games, and so I'll follow games wherever. So it doesn't matter to me. I know some people feel like you said, you think gaming could be declining, this and that. For me, gaming as a whole might be declining. If you look at it, you sit back and look. But for me as an individual, I couldn't be happier
you know, I can't play with so many games anyway at one time. So for me, I've put you know, close to 300 hours in Monster Hunter, and it's been out for just a few months, right? Loving it. I just love gaming, love playing wrestling. We'll play tomorrow, have a ball of a time with the guys, Trey and everybody else. So gaming for me is great. This is a great time to be a gamer. I don't ever see gaming being bad for me because there's going to be something I want to play. You know, I don't complain about too much in gaming, you know. So for me, I think game is always going to cater to me because I love it. So it is what it is.
I think, and if you hear me talk about when it declines, like what and Jeff always trolls me on this. Like I don't mean in Reef Lono like once has pushed back on this, and what I don't mean in the fact of like some people will say, oh, it's declining because gaming went woke. I don't say that.
Right.
They'll say, oh, it's declining because the games are coming, remasters, remake. I don't see that. I say it's declining because of just the proportion of people's attention and where it was. If we went back 10, 7, 8 years ago, it seemed like gaming was just growing. Everybody was jumping into it. Google was jumping into it. You know, 5 years ago, we had Netflix and all that. That's not where the attention is now. And gaming's just going to go the same way as we see other media go. It's going to have to evolve to compete. And that's where I think ultimately you're going to probably start to see it much more fragmented, just like media. You can go, if you want to go find something that suits your taste, there is tons of media to go do that. Is it going to be ABC, CBS, NBC, HBO? No, it may not be that. It may be something you binge on Netflix. It might be on YouTube. It might be on Twitch. It might be on TikTok. So I just feel like gaming, that's how music has went. That's how written media has went. That's how, like I said, linear viewing has went. Almost to the point, movies, like we still have movie theaters, but that industry also is in decline as we start to see the subscription services launch their own movies. So, and I just think gaming is going to kind of go the same way. That traditional model that we've been used to is already been disrupted. We already see it. And,
yeah, but I think my only thing is I don't look at the Netflix and the Googles. So you get companies that wasn't into gaming, didn't do gaming. They don't know nothing about gaming. So just because they was only interested in gaming to try to make money, they didn't do well in gaming because they don't know how to do gaming. So I feel like we've had gaming since Atari, right? And ColecoVision. And so, you know, they had Panasonic try to get into it, didn't know gaming. So guess what? Didn't work out. We had, you know, Neo Geo, which, you know, they was doing gaming, big gaming, but didn't work out, right? We have, you know, a lot of Atari trying to make a comeback with Jaguar, but I think, you know, gaming is always going to be gaming. You're going to have, you know, companies like, listen, gaming is a cash grab, right? You see games making all this money. Why wouldn't these companies try to jump in, use technology as to get better? But I don't look at gaming as, oh, Netflix try to jump in and Google try to jump in.
I didn't say Netflix. I said what I was saying is you had a lot of investor dollars come in to do it. Like you're going to, if anything, what I see with the gaming companies is the traditional gaming companies are the incumbents. They're the ones that are trying to maintain what was gaming. It's going to be a newcomer, just like each of those other music. Apple came in and just disrupted music as we know it, right? That's I don't think that can be doubted. If we looked at TV, YouTube, Netflix came in, disrupted TV. That can't be disputed. The internet and just whether it's all these blogs or whatnot, that destroyed the actual like publication,
news. Where you can say news,
news, just destroyed it. So gaming's going to be the same thing. That's like
but you're loosely making these statements, but you have yet to say what you think is going to be something, right? So I said I think cloud. Hold on, wait. I said I think. Go ahead.
So I would say if you wanted me to tell you where I think it's going to be, I think in 10 years the winner is going to be Roblox.
Hold on, explain that to me. Just don't say Roblox. Please break it down for me because I need
Roblox right now, if I went back let's use YouTube.
Okay.
Let's use YouTube. If I went back 20 years ago, YouTube, we had a couple of sites like it. We had YouTube, we had that video site. It was literally called that video site for anybody who's watching this back. You had another thing that had the word tube in it that wasn't YouTube. Right? And that was that. People uploaded their videos. We watched it. There may be some funny thing from someone. It was just kind of stupid and so forth.
Right,
Over the next 2 decades, YouTube's now come to dominate. You can watch movies on it if you want to go pay for it, right? You can get YouTube TV is cable, right? If you want that. You get free movies on YouTube if you wanted that. You get self-made content if you wanted that. You get news channels putting their news on YouTube, just a click. If I want to say, what did Donald Trump say today about tariffs? I will get NBC, MSNBC, CNN, all putting their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The platform is YouTube.
Please do me a favor and bring it back to Roblox because I'm trying.
Okay, so Roblox. So what is Roblox? Roblox is this. Roblox is right now. People can put their dumb little kid game because of the Roblox engine onto Roblox. People get monetized. You could get Roblox bucks to go play a game. A creator who put their game on Roblox gets paid. Roblox gets some money. The creator gets some money. The kid plays the game. Let's take the same way YouTube was 20 years ago, where you have someone just video recording with their phone, uploading to YouTube, to today. How many tools, how many things have been added to make that experience what it is today? Quite a bit. To me, Roblox is going to eventually redo their engine to allow more types of games to be experienced on Roblox. And that doesn't mean Cowboy is going to be playing on Roblox.
No, but listen, here's my problem, right? You gotta at least help me out here. One, don't say 10 years. You keep saying 20 years for YouTube. You're gonna have to at least say 20 years for Roblox. And number two, I don't know if you noticed, but Fortnite does the same thing. You could literally make a game in Fortnite engine which looks way better than Roblox engine, and people actually can make money on Fortnite.
Okay, then go with Fortnite. Go. I mean, you could, if you want to go with Epic.
Yeah,
Epic
they're doing the same thing.
I'm just saying that the Roblox thing, it can't be 10 years. You got to give me like 20 or 30 to be realistic. I think because hold up real quick. In 10 years, I'm still gonna be playing gaming, and I don't think nowhere in hell, and everybody like me and my age or younger than me or my son's age is 26 is gonna be playing a game on Roblox. So you got to give me like.
That's what I'm saying. You are not the. You're not the. You're not the part. Exactly. You're not the target. Let me.
But hold up. In 10 years is so. 10 years is not that far away for Roblox to dominate.
Let me give you a total example. And I don't want to write down. I'm just talking about a parallel right here. I'm not talking about the action. And I told someone I was going to leave here like 5 minutes ago, so I'm going to try to wrap this up. If I go back to 2005 and I said, yo, YouTube is going to just dominate what we say is the news, people look at me like, no, that's crazy. Especially, you want me to tell you, especially would tell me that? Someone who watched Fox News. So then 2015, no. 2015, that person who was still watching Fox News in 2005 is still watching Fox News. You're that gamer. You're not going to go play Roblox. The kid right now who's playing Roblox who's 10 years old, 12 years old, 15 years old, this is what they're teaching in school is like, this is economics. They use Roblox. That kid now is going to be 20 years old, 25 years old, and that entrepreneur is going to be 30 years old, 32 years old. That's where it's going to be the hub of it. That's where
my only problem with your scenario is music, videos, those form of medias is way more simple than gaming. You can't dumb gaming down to YouTube. Google thought they could do that, and remember we've sat there through gaming trying to be cloud, right, and talk to developers. Gaming is not as dumbed down as just sitting there. Why? Gaming is interactive. You
you can't dumb it down. You can't make a scenario and say, well, the person who didn't know what YouTube was, like, you got to push this time frame out more. You have to.
No, I'm telling
Like,
you, because what is happening right now? Like, that's what I'm trying to. There's another. It's not just gaming that's evolving right now. There's something I mentioned about 30 minutes ago that's also evolving super fast, and everybody's having to deal with it at the same time. If you're in school, you're dealing with it. College, you're dealing with it. You're a CEO, you're dealing with it. You're a policymaker, you're dealing with it. You're a company, you're dealing with it. You're a worker dealing with it. What is that? That's AI. 4 years ago, no one was talking about AI. 2 years ago, we just started hearing about it. Now I have AI that can make an entire movie based upon a 2-sentence paragraph. Like, that's that.
Crazy.
So you take that level, you push it out 5, 6, 7 years, you're now going to have a team of like 2-3 people who can really put together an engaging experience. And that's what they're going to publish it to. What? They're going to publish it to, if you wanted to do the self-published model, that's the Roblox model. If you wanted to kind of do it with the publisher-centric more model, that's a Fortnite model. Those are the disruptors, because their whole thing is built upon disrupting the traditional game powers, the traditional incumbents. So when you say 20 years, I'm like, nah, man. Like, I'm looking at companies right now. Say 5 years ago, software engineering, we were paying those people $250,000 out of college. Now, unless you tell me you did something amazing in software engineering, I don't need a beginning software engineer. I can get AI to do your job. That's how fast that's moving. It's transforming the entire thing. And so when I look at the same things that corresponded with each of those other types of technology things, peer-to-peer networks with music, when I look at social media, when I look at the internet, all of those things coincided with disrupting another form of these media technology things. I think AI is going to disrupt a lot of things, but I definitely think AI is going to disrupt gaming. And y'all, everybody talks about, Maker was on here earlier. I don't mean to single him out, but Maker was on here earlier talking about, hey, they got to make up that money somewhere. They got to put all their games somewhere. They're spending $300-400 million to do it. My mind goes, well, hell, why aren't you trying to fix the cost problem? You don't have a revenue problem. You have a cost problem. And guess what's going to help you fix the cost? No one's talking about it, but it's AI. That's why I say what it is. Once you have Roblox build out a new engine, once you have AI then say, hey, you give me the direction on tasks 1 through 20, I will do that. You just do tasks 21 through 25. We're good to go. That's what they're going to do. I don't see how people cannot see that's how things are going based upon the direction, everything we see. When I hear things like, oh, we're going to go to cloud, it's like,
I would be fine to agree with anything that you say if you put some more years on it. 10 years is like, hey, I would be willing to bet a lot of money in 10 years. The Roblox isn't going to be the primary way we play gaming. It ain't taking out Nintendo. It ain't taking out PlayStation. In 10 years, no. Because the next console will still be out in 10 years. Like, you got to have them, like, phased out. Like, 10 years is not
so
far.
You already have Xbox being phased out. You already have Xbox being phased out. Right? That's already being phased out. You have Nintendo right now is going to try to put out this one. And Nintendo, I continue to say, is kind of in a different category because Nintendo has theme parks. Nintendo has movie. Nintendo kind of in a different category. It's like Disney, right? Disney was kind of a different type of thing if you think about it. Sony is kind of another one that's kind of different because Sony has TVs. Sony is also a hardware company. But when you talk about like phasing out, I already think you see it. And I still think Roblox can be played on, just like I can watch YouTube on TV, right? I just think...
But Purple, I'm not understanding. I feel like you're talking in circles and not getting anywhere. So then what is Roblox going to be played on? You said cloud ain't going to work, but then, so what is Roblox going to be? So on our phone...
You still need hardware. You still need hardware.
Okay.
Roblox on his phone. On his
So
iPhone.
you're saying our phone. So you're saying Roblox. So then is Roblox going to replace? So is Roblox going to replace AAA gaming?
No.
AAA gaming is going to be in Roblox.
Right.
So in 10 years, you think a AAA game is going to be in Roblox?
Yes.
In 10 years.
2035? Yes. If I told you 10 years ago that I could play a AAA game on a mobile phone, people would have laughed at me. This was immediately after the beginning of the PS4 era and the Xbox One era. And if I said I can play a mobile game or a AAA game on a phone, people would have laughed at me. By 2019, that's 4 years later, between 2015 and 2019. Could we not do that with Stadia? So yes, the answer is yes, we could.
And you literally said cloud gaming wasn't going anywhere.
No, I think cloud gaming, I told you, the way we think, it goes back to what we talked about. What does cloud gaming mean? To me, cloud gaming is just going to be a tool. That's all it's going to be. There's not going to be like a game that's a cloud. It's all going to be a game utilizes cloud.
No, but I'm saying, are you suggesting it will be played on the cloud, via the cloud, not a cloud native game, but are you suggesting that it will be played on the cloud?
Yes.
Okay. But you made it sound like the cloud gaming wasn't, did you? All right.
They're already utilizing cloud in games right now.
So what I'm saying is, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying there are, but I'm saying like our mindset of what cloud gaming was. GFN, no, that's not the model. Game Pass, cloud gaming, that's not the model. Like, to me, the model is very simple. The model is going to be Cowboy has an idea. Cowboy links up with Murder. Y'all are like, yo, let's get together. Let's put this together. You work with AI. You work with the Roblox thing. Y'all put together a game over like the weekend. It then goes viral. You all made money. That's going to be the way gaming goes.
I mean, they're already doing that with the video games you can play on YouTube. Those YouTube play games. I mean,
yeah, exactly. So that's why I say, look at where the little breadcrumbs are going and look where things are building momentum. What does that look like fast forward? And I think you already have the players in the tools there. They just someone hasn't made it click and work yet, but the model is there.
I mean, I definitely I don't know about Roblox. I'll have to look into it. I did know a little bit about Roblox, but I know Fortnite does the same thing. But yeah, I mean, I know, what Roblox look like right now is laughable. But I mean, I get that there's a platform that allows you to. Yeah, I don't know. Purple got me messed up.
Wait, no, I have kids. You got kids too. Realistically,
yeah, I mean,
it has the name, but it doesn't for me and you. But do you know Roblox is probably 1 through 5 the biggest games in the world? It might be number one overall. Just saying.
Like I said, for Nintendo, they got a lot of kids out there, so I get it. But at the end of the day, that's not
so the last thing I'm going to say is why it's going to generate that is because you can make money from Roblox.
Fortnite is doing it now, and it looks 800 times
if
better
you want to
than
use
Roblox.
Fortnite, like I'm not going to split hairs on what if the winner is Fortnite, the winner is Roblox. I ain't going to split hairs. Maybe that's going to become the new console war. Fortnite versus Roblox. Like,
maybe.
Beat me to it, right? I don't know.
I mean,
but I do
you realize Epic makes Fortnite and the Unreal Engine, right? So like they already are way ahead of the game than Roblox.
I'm not saying Epic is not. If you're trying to say, yo, I think it's going to be Fortnite because Epic has Unreal.
No, I'm just saying your hypothesis using Roblox. I get Roblox is big with kids, but I'm like, what? In 10 years? Like that was one. Okay, anyway, it is what I know you gotta go.
Because the thing is, I think you're so far removed from Roblox. But I'll tell you this: this was Nintendo who told me this. I said, "Hey, Nintendo, this game I want to take to I want to port this game that y'all never have had that launched like 6 years ago, 7 years ago. They said, fine. She said, look, you're not going to be good with us. You know what she also said? She said, have you thought about porting that on Roblox? That was Nintendo. So when you Roblox has its own engine, just like Unreal has its own engine, Roblox has its own engine. And when you look at how much money people are making, not Epic, but like a general person who puts their game on Roblox, there are literally game dev millionaires who are like 18, 19 years old because they figured out the thing on Roblox. Yes, that stupid game. That stupid game.
Hey, Purple, listen, you have some takes. I'm going to tell you this. But in 10 years, yeah, you're going to have to give me a couple zeros.
But because I'm saying they're going to change. What do you have to do? All you have to do is update the engine. Once you upgrade,
I just don't. I would feel so great if you said Fortnite. Then I'd be like, yo, you got that. But this just sounds crazy.
Fine. So that's going to be the new console war. In 10 to 5, we're going to be talking about who got the better games, Fortnite or Roblox. I'm fine with that. If that's where we land at the conversation, I'm fine with that. Right. I just know that
you do realize when you said make an engine and all that, Fortnite is like a million years ahead of them, right? Because you in your hypothesis, somebody will have to come up and create an engine for Roblox, right? Where Fortnite is already there. Like the Unreal Engine could make games that look way better.
Yeah, Roblox is already there. They already have an engine. You're looking at one game that looks like that.
I know. Yeah, you're looking at one game.
You can build some other stuff. It's not.
No. I mean, if you pull up, just pull up the most advanced looking Roblox game. Just somebody, please, just help me out here. Like, you know what I mean?
That shooter look? What's that shooter?
Well, call it. What do you mean?
They have versions of Roblox that are like Call of Duty, but it's pixelated.
There you go. This is shooter right there. There you go.
Which one? Let me see what you look. No. Here we go. Here, this game. Okay. Right here. This one. How do I send this to you? Chat.
Yeah, you could do the private chat.
Here. Okay, here you go. That one. That was last year.
All right, let's see this. All right. Let me share it. Well, look, I mean, that looks a lot better.
That was last year.
I said, I can't believe this is Roblox. I can't either.
Yeah.
So that's last year. So as you start to get a more advanced engine, and if I ask people what's the difference between Unreal Engine 4 and Unreal Engine 5, when it comes to gaming, unless you're talking about lighting, there's no difference for the most part. And so when you say millions of years ahead of them, I'm like, this video was done last year. This game was made a year before that. So that's why I say, like, when they start to really amp up and say, hey, wait a second, I can get rich by making a game on Roblox, you can guarantee people are going to be like pushing that more once Roblox. If you look at the growth trajectory of Roblox all it has to do is start investing more and more, which they're already doing.
Let's take a look at Fortnite.
Is this in game? Is this in game?
It's in game right now.
All right, so
I mean that's a pretty big difference.
Dang, just stop it. One's cartoony, one's less.
That's a pretty big difference.
Stop it. But that's it. All right, I gotta go. I'm about to get in trouble.
All right, later, Purple. Thanks for coming on.
All right, yeah, I know you gotta give me stuff, but yeah, fine. You can go your team.
No. Listen. I mean, when I heard Fortnite, I just recently found out a couple months ago that Fortnite you could make your own game. I was like, what? And you make money. So I know what you're talking about. I just I never know Roblox looked that good. And I didn't know that you could do that in that as well. But I mean, I could see. I just think 10 years is a little.
Look how many. Just look at one last thing. Look how many games have been built for Fortnite, and look how many games have been built for Fortnite. Just look that up really quick.
What? How many games have been built?
Yeah, like how many games have been built? Like you said, you could build your own game in Fortnite. Look how many people have built games.
What I just Google that?
Yeah, just Google. Just Google. Use ChatGPT. I don't know the answer, so you might be right on this Fortnite one versus Roblox.
Yeah, I just asked that. I feel like these AIs ain't the most reliable, but oh damn, I just got rid of it by mistake. All right, here, let me see. I just do Google. How many games have been made on the Fortnite engine? It just says list of no, that's not what I want. List of games by Epic Games. That's not what I want though. What do you think I should rate?
Look up how many games have been built for Roblox.
How many games have been built for Roblox?
6 million. No.
Does it say 6 million?
No, I don't know. My 9-year-old he played Roblox.
It just says how to
No.
build for Roblox. It says build. It says build.
I hear what Purple saying too. She's not necessarily putting those games against each other. I think you're saying that business model of making a platform.
I don't think this is a
Roblox isn't just a game. It's a
players of 5,000 games have over 1 million visits.
If you actually looked at it, because I know the number for Roblox.
Okay.
Over 40 million games have been built for Roblox.
Hey, Purple,
crazy.
The way them games look, you know for a fact them games. Man,
yeah, but that's why I say go back to 2005 YouTube. Go back to 2000. Go back to where we saw the little bulldog on the skateboard, riding on the skateboard with the phone, and then compare that to 2015 YouTube. When I then add on
again, you're selling gaming short. Gaming is a media that you interact with. You can't. You're watching.
That's why I say you have to bring in AI. You have to bring in AI.
Yeah, but we're speculating a lot with AI. You know what I mean? That's
I get what you're saying, but I'm saying that if 40 million games have already been developed for Roblox today.
I just think the problem is if what we're saying and what you're saying, if you look back then cloud gaming should be. We should all be on cloud gaming.
I just want you to take that. 40 million games have been developed for Roblox today.
And I've heard of zero of them. Zero.
Because you're not the audience. That's why.
But what I'm trying to tell you is, in 10 years, I'll still be the gaming audience. And if they ain't getting on my radar now,
no, you will be part of the gaming audience.
Right. So, but in 10 years, they're meaning Roblox might be a thing. It ain't going to be the thing. That's all I'm saying to you. It might be like, oh snap, Purple was right. You know what? Some people are actually making games on Roblox. I know my nephew actually play games on Roblox. You're like, oh wow. But I'm gonna be looking at all my friends and be like, oh wait, what? You know what I'm saying?
No,
so it might be a thing. It's not going to be the thing. That's all I'm saying.
I think we're saying the same thing. I'm saying like just like there are people who are like, yo, I'm gonna watch a TV. If I want to watch a really good TV show, I'm gonna watch HBO. YouTube does not have HBO TV. Like there's no show that looks like The Last of Us on YouTube. There's no content creator making that type of stuff. Right. And that's you. You're like, I am always gonna have that. But I can guarantee you, back just like in 2015, where YouTube was a behemoth, right? That YouTube, what everybody was talking about YouTube. That's what I'm saying about Roblox. Everybody will, maybe it's Fortnite. I think it's Roblox just because they already have the creator community, and that eventually that's what you need are people who built for it.
Yeah, but they don't have the tech though, so I would have to go with a Fortnite.
You just looked at it. You just looked at it right now. But if I went back literally 4 years ago for what we're, if I look at the trajectory of where Roblox's growth is, and I look at the trajectory of Fortnite's growth, I'm gonna go with Roblox over the next 10 years versus Fortnite.
But they don't have the tech. Fortnite has the tech right now. Like right now. Roblox, you gotta imagine if Roblox, you don't say if, you say, oh, it's gonna happen when. No, if Roblox had tech to make the games look great. You know what I mean? Like Fortnite or Epic. Epic owns Fortnite, right?
Okay, so all I'm gonna say is last thing, because we talk about business and I'm getting yelled at as we speak. Look up one last thing.
Okay.
Who makes more money, Roblox or Fortnite?
Okay,
I just said who had more games.
All right, who makes more money, Roblox or Fortnite? Fortnite versus Roblox. Which pays better? Oh, look at that. Which pays better? Okay, that's not what we're trying to figure out. But why can't just simple? Is Roblox or Fortnite more popular? All right, let's look at that. Roblox has more players than Fortnite, despite having smaller player base than Roblox. Some players prefer Fortnite. Roblox numbers of games also makes it slightly better than Fortnite, as it has more than 100 games that are frequently played around the world. So for whatever that's worth.
Shut up. Okay, we can take it. This is gonna be the new console platform wars, but you get what I'm saying. That's where I'm taking it. But I hear you, and now let me go get my
yeah. 20 years, Purple. 20 years. Let's give it 20.
All right, fine. All right, take care, y'all.
I'll see you on Thursday. All right.
Later.
All right, bye. Guys, give it up for Purple Haze. Yeah, we're still going, Lion. You know what's cool? Crazy Louie came on. Hold on, hey Ron, you had me cracking up when you say AI can't fix Concord. Crazy Louie came on, and it was just a really cool show. Really good dude. I was a guest of his maybe a year ago, and that was a lot of fun. 5-0, not a problem, man. I'll see you tomorrow. But man, you guys are great, man. I love chatting with you guys. I accidentally deleted my, this is stupid, but I accidentally deleted my my AI that was in my chat, so that kind of bothers me. Oh no, oh, I could just press this button and it is the AI. Oh, that's dope. I didn't know that. I thought I had to have it up. Okay, that's cool. Anyways, oh, this is cool as hell. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching, man. It was a lot of fun. Man, didn't realize my mic changed, and oh, what a day, man. What a day. And I can't believe it's almost 12 o'clock. I haven't streamed this long in a very long time. Louis, no, I was right. Just mine. Yeah, no, Louis knew you was right. And you know what? I didn't want to feel like I was trying to push the narrative. So that's why I jumped out, because I knew you were going to explain it well, and I didn't have to say anything. And the look on his face when you were saying everything you were saying about being an Xbox fan and asking him, like, for real, do you really act like you don't have a problem? It doesn't bother you? And the look on his face, like he acknowledged with his facial expressions what you were trying to get to. So, definitely a great conversation, man. These are conversations I like. I really don't care about the console war, but I really want to give it to him because I see him doing his morning show sometimes, and I feel like, bro, it's disingenuous for you to act like what just happened in console warring just happened. You act like, oh, Xbox is still doing great, and we switched over this and that. And listen, I think they are doing great as far as how much money they're going to make. But if you was a console warrior, you have to say, damn, we did lose the console war. Now we could go to a new war, but you lost the console war, and to just be like, well, no, technically the things have changed. The rules of engagement, I feel like, nah, come on, don't do that. Just be a man and be like, hey, you know what? You got me, or they got me, not me. But anyway, that's going to be it for me, man. Definitely good stuff. You guys are epic. I love you guys, man. It's the only reason I could sit here for all these hours and endure it. But I'll see you guys in the next one. With that being said, and now your mama knows. Oh, man.
I'll make you famous.
Oh, man.
And now your mama knows.
Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon!